Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are gonna see an amazing what-if story, but before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now without any further delay, let's start. What if Naruto Uzumaki had harem with Ophis? Morning arrived again. Sunlight slowly entered my room from the cracks in the window. Oh yes, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Actually, that's not my real name. My real name is Naruto Lucifer. Yes, but instead of being strange to people's ears, my name was finally disguised as it is now. Instead of talking about unimportant names, I'd better get ready to go to school. I'll go take a shower first. Skip time. Kuo High School is a former women's school which several years ago started to become a mixed school, with a female population of 8.3 compared to this, it is easier for male students to be accepted here. Naruto Pav. Today was my first day at school after being transferred from school. I was walking towards the school building when I saw 3 people hiding in the bushes with lecherous looks clearly visible on their virgin faces. Instead of dealing with unimportant things like that, I should immediately go to the school administration office. End Pav. When Naruto was about to enter the administration office without realizing there were 2 figures watching him from afar. Akano, do you think that child has a strange aura? Said one of the figures with long red hair who we know as Rias Grimori. Era, that person's aura is mixed, answered the person named Akano. Skip time. Rias, who was daydreaming about the young man, suddenly woke up because a teacher entered her class, class 11-3, but with someone who was familiar to Rias, eyes behind the teacher. Children, today we have students introduce your names, said the teacher. Ohayu Mina-san, my name is Uzumaki Naruto, nice to meet you. Naruto greeted with a warm smile which automatically made the women in the class melt. So handsome, they thought. Rias and Akano, who were also stunned by the smile, had their faces flushed. What is this feeling? Why does his smile make me like this? Rias thought. Era, Naruto-kun, you're interesting too, thought Akano. After that, Naruto was told to sit next to Rias, and as usual Naruto gave a smile which made Rias look away in embarrassment. Break bell. Naruto is now under a tree while playing music on his cell phone. He remembered that right after the break bell, the girls in class surrounded him and asked him strange things. Naruto-kun, what's your cell phone number? Shouted several girls. Naruto-kun, where do you live? Shouted several other girls. Naruto could only smile nervously because of the many questions flowing in. Finally he nagged to escape from the encirclement of the girls in his stupid way, namely by shouting while pointing at the sky and shouting, "There's a UFO." Now he tried to sleep for a while under a tree before. His eyes were disturbed by the sight where his eyes saw the 3 perverted figures he saw this morning. The 3 arrow creatures were looking at Rias and Akano, who were walking from the 3 of them. Hiding among the bushes while still staring lustfully. Really? Nodded his 2 friends named Motohama and Matsuda. Naruto, who felt disturbed, also joined them. Oi! What did you see? Naruto asked. What's arrow? Shouted Issei as he stood up straight and made the girls around him look at him. Kaya, the perverted trio is hiding there. Mina, run for your virginity, shouted one of the girls, which made the other girls run away from that place. It turns out you are really popular here, Arogaki, Naruto sarcastically said. Take care of it. Who are you, by the way? Asked Issei. Hyudo Issei, Yoroshikyu, replied Issei. By the way, why are you here? Asked Motohama. I was going to sleep, but after seeing your activities, I looked around for a while, replied Naruto. Suddenly the bell rang and they went to their respective classes. Skip time. Issei is now chatting with his best friend. Oi, I want to go home first, said Issei. You don't want to come with us to watch Kamen Rider Pinky? Motohama asked. Fufufu, I've left those things behind, Issei replied in a disdainful tone. Because, hang Issei. Because, Bio Motohama and Matsuda. Issei-kun, greeted a beautiful girl. I already have a girlfriend, answered Issei while embracing his girlfriend. Nani, exclaimed Motohama and Matsuda. Well, let's go Yuma-chan, said Issei. Hai, shouted Yuma. Bye cherry boy. The lyrics to Motohama and Matsuda. Motohama, can we kill him, said Matsuda. Well, I know how you feel now, replied Motohama. It didn't feel like they were both crying accompanied by the evening sun. Skip time. Issei Pav, I've been dating Yuma-chan for a week, and today we went out and suddenly he asked me to go to the park. My brain couldn't stop imagining erotic things. Knowing he wanted this and that with me. End Pav. Nay, Issei-kun, would you die for me, said Yuma. What do you mean Yuma-chan? Confused Issei. Suddenly a pair of wings appeared on Yuma's back and Yuma's posture became more mature and his clothes were like those of SM actors. It was fun playing with you. Now I will revoke your fate for having an object that threatens my boss, said Yuma. And one more thing. My name is Rainer, said Rainer. And Rainer formed a light spear and intended to throw it when suddenly a strange sensation appeared around her. What is this sensation? He thought. Yo, Issei, said someone Issei recognized as Naruto. Yar, little miss, can you get out of here? Persuaded Naruto politely. You are really stubborn, young lady, replied Naruto, casually while staring at the spear flying towards him. Disable, replied Naruto. Suddenly the spear disappeared along with Naruto's words. APPA. How is that possible? Rainer was shocked. Nay, can you go quietly now, miss? Relaxed Naruto. You don't underestimate me. Rainer threw her light spears in succession at Naruto. You're really stubborn, miss. Suddenly a tattoo of scales appeared on Naruto's chest. Suddenly the scales which were in balance leaned more to the left. Shift. Evil, shouted Naruto. Suddenly devil wings appeared from Naruto's back and in total 6 black magic circles appeared and a colored katana sword came out swinging his sword. Naruto said, Respira. Immediately from the wind from the sword slash, mist flowed which turned Rainer's light spear into dust. Rainer, who was stunned to see this, could only remain silent and realize her mistake of making a big mouth earlier. Nay, miss, can you go now? Offered Naruto with a demonic aura spilling everywhere. Hi. Rainer stuttered as she walked away from the park. This is better. Then Naruto met Issei. Are you okay, Issei? Asked Naruto. Why yes, answered Issei haltingly. Quote, the two people in the corner just come out from behind the tree, why didn't you help him when he was about to be killed? Naruto ordered and asked. We just want to see Issei-kun's potential, Naruto-kun, answered the red-haired figure named Rias. Our intention was to help him but Naruto-kun came first, continued Akino who was beside Rias. And more importantly, who are you? Naruto-kun, asked Rias. That's a difficult thing for me to tell you, but in short I will be peace for you later. Naruto exclaimed, his demon wings suddenly turning white and like angel wings. Nah, see you, I've got some work to do for a bit, said Naruto then left with a flash of light. Rias and Akino were still stunned. Wasn't that the devil's wings, right? Rias asked Akino. Right, Akino answered in a trembling tone. Who are you really, Uzumaki Naruto? They both thought. Then they looked at Issei. Nay, Issei-kun, you'd better come with us, said Rias. Why should I come with you? Asked Issei. It's for your own life Issei, Akino said. Hi, said Issei. Meanwhile in a place in the middle of the playground. Nay, sorry for being late and making you wait a long time, said Naruto casually. Take care of it, Baka. Let's go. I want to play, said the girl in reply to Naruto. Hi, Ophis-chan, let's go TBC. Chapter 2. Issei's problem Pav. Who exactly are Rias-senpai and Akino-senpai? Suddenly I moved to a European-style room, which I was sure was located at Kuo High School. Suddenly I thought about various things. Damn, my beautiful youth turned out to be just an illusion Kusu. Issei lamented from inside his heart. Nay Issei-kun, do you know why you were attacked earlier? Asked Rias. Of course not, Rias answered, explaining the reason why she was attacked. Starting from her sacred gear to the conflict between the 3 factions. And Rias also offers to Issei, or rather tempts Issei to become a devil. Issei-kun, if you were given the opportunity to become Harem King. Would you take that opportunity? Asked Rias. Of course I want to, that is the noblest dream, answered Issei with a perverted smile. Okay if you want, but the condition is that you have to be my slave. Rias smiled, which made Issei blush. Okay, for the sake of the paradise that I will create, I accept those conditions, replied Issei. And maybe I can include Rias Senpai and Akino Senpai in it, buhihi, thought Issei. Okay, now I will start the ritual. Said a magic circle appeared and Rias tested a pawn that could react on Issei. The result was that 8 pawns devoured for Issei's reincarnation into a devil. Well, now you have become part of my slave, Issei-kun. Now call me Bushu and Akino as my representatives, explained Rias to Issei. Then Issei was sent back to his house and started thinking about various things he would do when he became king of Europe. Naruto's place. It seems that for the next 7 days I have to save my expenses. How can you be so opinionated, hoo. My salary is yours. Spend it on buying food. Does he not have food where he lives? Naruto thought while lamenting that his wallet was completely empty. Now he only used to depend on instant noodles to survive this week. Wait for my revenge, midget girl, thought Naruto. Suddenly a crack appeared in the sky where Naruto was. This feeling, could it be that the dimensional gap has opened again? Interesting. I better go in there, said Naruto to himself. Using his angel shift he briefly entered the dimensional gap. He saw a creature similar to a dragon but not a dragon with 3 heads. A hydra, Naruto asked innocently at the figure in front of him and was responded with a burst of high-pressure water from his mouth, and luckily Naruto managed to dodge. I almost died, he thought. Okay, get ready, you ugly lizard, shouted Naruto. Naruto switched to his demon mode and dashed towards Hydra while preparing. The Hydra's body swayed backwards from the blow, but one of the Hydra's heads headbutted Naruto, sending him flying tens of meters. Not bad for a lizard with an unclear shape, said Naruto. Naruto then changed to angel mode to prepare a reply. Okay, how about using this? Said Naruto while concentrating his strength into 2 fists. He joined his palms together while separating them again, and as the 2 hands grew apart, a spear appeared whose tip lit up. A transparent wave of energy radiated from the spearhead. I'm not sure Respira can penetrate this creature's skin, but maybe it can, thought Naruto. Okay, let's start again, he shouted. Naruto shot towards the Hydra again. He tried to stab his spear towards Hydra's head in the middle, but was prevented by 2 other heads. Angel barrage, he exclaimed. The reed managed to hit the eyes of the 2 Hydras and was accompanied by a roar of pain from the Hydra because of the unbearable pain from the attack, until the eyes were bleeding black. I have to wash these clothes, he cursed under his breath. When there was only 1 head left, suddenly the dimensional gap started to shrink. Damn it, even though the funds I was going to get for this week are gone, damn it, cursed Naruto, who was forced to run away rather than have to live with an unknown creature like the Hydra. When Naruto emerged from the dimensional gap, a man in his 40s appeared with black hair and blonde parts in his bangs. Who are you? Asked the figure in his 40s alertly. Me, oh my name is Uzumaki Naruto, answered Naruto innocently. That's not what I meant, replied the figure while sweat dropping because the question was too ambiguous. I mean, why did you get out of that dimensional gap? He asked again. Oh that, I thought I could get money quickly from him, replied Naruto casually while pointing at the shrinking dimensional gap and the Hydra who was looking at him with killing intent. What? The figure choked up seeing that what the young man was fighting was a Hydra that was capable of causing a battalion of angels to fall. Now its head had been cut off. In its shock, the dimensional gap then closed completely. Naruto, try to explain who you are, asked the figure. Okay, how to shorten it? I can be said to be half angel and half, do you understand Azazel-san? Said Naruto, which surprised Azazel. How do you know my name? Said the figure we now call Azazel. I don't know the governor of a fallen angel. Naruto replied casually. Oh, yes, next time, manage your subordinates well, don't harm my friend, added Naruto with a high-intensity devilish aura that made Azazel short of breath. Okay, Azazel answered, trying to be cool. Speaking of food, You can meet me at the riverbank on the edge of Kuo City if you want nutritious food, added Azazel in a mocking tone. I heard you swearing in the dimensional gap earlier. Really? Then I'll see you tomorrow, stuttered Naruto, embarrassed because his swearing was heard outside. Then Naruto continued his journey home with blood-stained clothes. Fortunately the streets were quiet so no one saw this terrible thing. Skip time Naruto pav. I can't even feel it's already 9:45 in the morning. 9:45. Damn, I'll be late at this rate. It's better to just wash my head. Then Naruto rushed to school after washing his head. Time skip Naruto pav. Damn, my stomach is so miserable, it's so ironic that people are eating deliciously and I'm just watching from afar. There were several girls offering me food but I refused because I was embarrassed if I had to eat my lunch one by one. I saw people eating. I'd rather go to the school roof. But when I was about to leave the classroom suddenly Akeno was beside me and said that when I get home I have to go to the school's spiritual club which is behind the school. I said yes because I wanted to sleep on the roof today. End pav. When Naruto was sleeping on the roof suddenly a girl with short hair and glasses rebuked him. Hey you. Class has started. Get to your class quickly, said the bespectacled girl, or I'll report you to your teacher, she added. Who are you? Asked Naruto. My name is Sona Citri, I'm the student council president, should you go to class immediately? Anu. Sona forgot to ask the person who he lectured. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto answered with a big smile. Okay, I'll go Sona-chan. Naruto waved as he ran towards his class. Why am I just silent like this? Thought Sona with a red face because of the influence of Naruto's sun smile earlier. Time skip Naruto pav. Class is over, I should go to Rias' place. End pav. Naruto stepped towards Rias's club room which looked shabby from where he went inside. It turned out that the inside was very different from the inside which seemed so luxurious and was greeted by Akeno. Welcome Naruto-kun, greeted Akeno softly. Hi, Akeno-san, greeted Naruto with a sincere smile which made Akeno's face turn red. Naruto-kun, it seems you have to be mine, Akeno thought as she returned Naruto's smile and asked Naruto to sit down. There Issei was also seen, a beautiful man whose new name was Yuto Kiba, and a little cat-like girl named Kaneko Issei who seemed annoyed or rather jealous at Akeno's expression towards Naruto. What's wrong, Arogaki? Asked Naruto. Damn it, you handsome guy, curse you all. Issei wailed with an expression like he was about to be sentenced to death. Naruto could only shake his head and not understand what they meant. For him they were all friends who were still closed because of something he didn't want to remember but kept haunting his mind. Suddenly, in the midst of Issei's wails, Rias appeared with a towel wrapped around Issei's arrow radar, not wasting the sight of this step right before the raw fist flew towards Issei sweetly. Perverts are prohibited here, said the bomber Kaneko. Ahahaha, Issei-kun, that's not good, Kiba advised in a friendly manner which was met with a sharp gaze from Issei. Meanwhile, Naruto just stared for a moment then turned his gaze towards the snack place in the form of several pieces of black forest. Not bad for a stomach ache, he thought. Meanwhile, Rias hurriedly went back into the room when she knew Naruto was there. Why do I feel embarrassed when he's around? Thought Rias even though she usually wasn't embarrassed when she looked like that in front of her club members. Then, Rias came out again fully clothed and also with a calm expression as if nothing had happened. Okay Naruto-kun, my purpose in inviting you here is to find out about you. Rias started the conversation. Tell me, who are you? Asked Rias. Ahhkwu. Naruto asked back with his mouth full of cake while pointing at himself with his index finger. Gulp, is Uzumaki Naruto and you could say I have the same kind of thing as the one in Arogaki's body. He answered while pointing at Issei who didn't accept being called a pervert. Sacred gear? Asked Akeno. Yes, but it's not a sacred gear created by God like Issei's. Mine is just an object left behind by my parents, answered Naruto. Your parents can create sacred gears. Where are they? Asked Rias. They have died since I was born, answered Naruto. Which made the atmosphere in the room unpleasant. Sorry Naruto, making you talk about things you don't want to mention, Rias tried to improve the atmosphere. Ahahaha. No, I've never met them so I don't feel too sad. Naruto tried to lighten the mood and was greeted with warm smiles from everyone. Naruto-senpai, scolded Issei. Naruto, that's enough, formalities are a bother, aren't they, Issei? Naruto asked, are you a devil or an angel? Issei asked, which Rias Pons immediately responded positively. You could say I fall into the second category, answered Naruto casually and made Rias et al. Surprised. How can two completely opposite things combine in your body? Asked Akino, who was curious. My sacred gear is able to make one of the powers of these two things in my body flow into my body and close the speed. 1. Simply like a valve that closes one side and opens the other, explained Naruto at length. Can I see your sacred gear? Asked Rias. Okay. Naruto Ned his clothes and was cut off by Rias. Why are you undressing? He asked with a red face. Then a tattoo of scales appeared which was in a balanced position. This is a strange sacred gear, come. Nted Rias after seeing Naruto's sacred gear. Naruto just smiled gently and then tidied up and said goodbye because he had business to do, leaving Rias et al. Who were still curious about who Naruto really was. Naruto Pav. I went to Azazel's place with his promise to fill me up. I met him and I saw him fishing on the river bank with a full face. Hey, why is your face so full? I asked. It looks like I'm going to be hungry tonight too. Naruto, replied Azazel with a bitter face. Unless I have friends who want to share food with me. End Pav. And Naruto was forced to enjoy his instant food in peace. Chapter 3. Naruto Pav. I've been attending Kuo High School for about a month and it seems like I'm starting to get used to this town. However, I have to try to forget the past. To be honest, I know Rias's sister better than Rias. Although, I rarely go down to the underworld and maybe at my age, I'm too old to be a student. It seems that since the empty wallet incident I've started to enjoy eating the food I catch myself. Even though I only do it occasionally. That's just fishing. I heard that Issei was acting up again by befriending a church girl. Well, I know his dream of establishing a harem. His possessions were so big. But at least he should be more selective in choosing candidates for his harem. I say that considering that her strength is still minimal and also remembering that Rias is her master. Even though she is a strong demon, her strength is only equivalent to a mid to high level fallen angel in my opinion. So Issei shouldn't bother his employer if something happens. No. My mind is starting to drift to other things because of the dimensional gap incident and the appearance of the Hydra. Has Ophis started to move? My mind continues to be disturbed because of that. Nestle I think Ophis' goal of reclaiming the dimensional gap is indeed possible if she founded the organization she once talked to me about, but I don't think there is a fool who would join for free us to help a midget girl fight against Great Red. Instead of getting dizzy, I'd better go to the underworld for a while. It seemed like there was something important until Sirzex called me. And because of him too. Although not completely him, I said that I would be peace for the three factions. End Pav. Naruto flew through the skies of the underworld and headed towards Sirzek's residence, when in front of the gate of Sirzek's residence. He saw a woman that Naruto knew named Graphia. Sirzek-sama has been waiting for you, Naruto-sama, said Graphia in a formal tone. Ah, that formality again. But okay, I understand it if it's you, replied Naruto in a relaxed tone. Then the two of them entered Sirzek's residence together. A few moments later Naruto was invited into a place like a workroom. And there Sirzex was waiting with a friendly face and greeted Naruto. Long time no see, Naruto, said Sirzex. Long time no see Sirzex, Naruto said back. Naruto then made small talk, such as asking how Sirzex and his wife Graphia were doing and also Milika's condition. Serious conversation began. Actually, what did you call me here for? Asked Naruto. To be honest, I'm currently discussing peace with the three factions. Do you think this will work? Asked Sirzex. I think it's likely that the higher-ups of each faction will agree, especially the Angel faction which suffered the worst damage, answered Naruto. Even, hanged Naruto. Even? Asked Sirzex. Even their god seems to have been killed in the Great War before, continued Naruto, which surprised Sirzex. How could the creator be killed? Sirzex was confused. Actually, there is another world that is always closed, explained Naruto. What world is that? Sirzex was curious. The world of death. Maybe God is there. But this world is really very mysterious because they are just like a one-way street. You go in and you can't get out again, and to enter of course you have to die, continued Naruto. How can you know that much? Asked Sirzex, who was amazed at the amount of information from Naruto. I know because I've been investigating this for a while, but it didn't produce satisfactory results. But I'm looking for a way to get in and out of that world, said Naruto. It looks like it's very complicated, more complicated than the current problem, answered Sirzex. Do you want to go there to bring him back? Sirzex asked and made Naruto's face look a little sad. Maybe, answered Naruto briefly. Sirzex, I also want to ask something about the dimensional gap that opened some time ago. Did you feel the crack? Asked Naruto. Sure, but from the cracks I don't think this is the action of a creature from this world, explained Sirzex. Why would you think that? Asked Naruto. Because the crack seems to be made to trick someone into getting into it, and if my guess is correct, that toy is you, Naruto, explained Sirzex. You may be right, my enemy this Tim. He will probably be stronger than all of you, and can even threaten us all, continued Naruto. So, what do you think I should be careful of in bringing these three factions together towards peace? Asked Sirzex. The first thing is an organization called the Chaos Brigade. They are led by Ophis the Ouroboros, which you have to be careful of. The second, subordinates or other high-ranking faction. Officials who are still adamant about continuing the war, and the last one I still don't know the origin of, explained Naruto. What did you say? Oh, Ophis. Sirzex was surprised by the obstacles he would face. Calm down. Leave it to me about Ophis, replied Naruto, which immediately made Sirzex calmer. If you say that, I can breathe a sigh of relief now, answered Sirzex. How is your school life, Naruto? Asked Sirzex. Well, there is bitterness and there is sweetness in me making lots of new acquaintances. The bitterness is that I have to help your sister, answered Naruto, which made Sirzex grin incoherently. Yeah, I know all about it. What do you think about my little brother? Asked Sirzex, teasing Naruto. Yeah, beautiful, elegant, many men will like her, answered Naruto casually. Are you included too? Asked Sirzex. I don't know, I'm too focused on Issei's problem right now, answered Naruto. Oh, that's Sekiryute, replied Sirzex. Yeah, you're right, even though he's still new. I feel a power that has great potential from him, explained Naruto. Even though his perversion is already acute, continued Naruto. Naruto, take care of my little brother then. Suddenly Sirach's siskin flared up and made him become OOC. Oh okay, said Naruto as his sweat dropped. Actually, I also have 2 requests from you this time, explained Sirzex. Okay, what is it? Asked Naruto. Yesterday I heard that a figure that looked like a dragon appeared but with 3 heads, and apparently 2 of its heads had been cut off, was rampaging in the north side of my territory. And unfortunately I couldn't deploy many troops because this area intersects with the territory of the fallen angels, even though it's not too close, but I'm worried it will trigger a conflict if I deploy my troops. Explained Sirzex. And that's why you asked me to go there and kill him, right? Naruto said in a lazy tone and a little happy because his quarry had appeared again. That's right, replied Sirzex with a happy face. And I'm actually concentrating on negotiating with the Phoenix family for Rias's engagement to one of their children, added Sirzex. So what? Asked Naruto. I want you to cancel it, replied Sirzex. Why does it have to be cancelled, and why does it have to be me as the executor? Naruto asked in a confused tone because he thought that this time Sirzek's request was truly absurd. Actually, this is just our plan to train the Phoenix family's son to control his emotions, because his nature is too arrogant and he has good potential for both demons. Therefore it seems like someone with a strong raw fist can make him more controlled with his emotions, explained Sirzek. Okay, but can I pour holy water on his face? Suddenly Naruto's psychopathic soul came out a little. No, replied Sirzek with a smile accompanied by sweat dripping from his temples. Even though he's a Phoenix, his regeneration. It won't be useful if it comes into contact with holy water. Especially the holy water you created, Sirzek said. Okay then I'll just use this, replied Naruto while clenching his fists to form blue flames. Well, that's more than enough than the black one. It's better than this one, said Circex. Just thought I'd wear the white one, Naruto joked. Don't be crazy, answered knowing that Naruto's white fire could only be balanced by his power of destruction. Okay, all 1,500,000 yen including the costs of bearing the shame of canceling someone's engagement in public later, answered Naruto in a sarcastic tone. But, if your sister is happy because of her engagement, I won't cancel their happiness, continued Naruto. You should be a descendant of Mammon rather than Lucifer, Naruto, replied Circex. Yo, you don't know what it's like to live as a high school student while working part-time for less than standard wages, Circex, replied Naruto in a sad tone. Okay, I'll do my first job with that lizard, answered Naruto. After all, I haven't had the chance to kill it at that time, added Naruto, which made Circex smile meaningfully. Naruto, you said you haven't had time to kill him, asked Sir Zex, who succeeded in making Naruto cover his mouth because he slipped. Then I'll only pay a quarter of it Naruto, smiled Circex. The rest will be used to pay for your mistake for making that creature rampage at my place, replied Circex while grinning. Why you? It's too much, wailed Naruto. You're the one who should be the reincarnation of Mammon, wailed Naruto. Okay then, please, say go and don't forget that my sister's engagement will take place in about 3 months, said Circex casually. Okay. Then I'll take care of that damn lizard, answered Naruto. Then Naruto went to T. He north of the underworld and saw the Hydra rampaging madly while destroying a village whose inhabitants had been abandoned. Okay. Then make a kekai first, said Naruto. I don't want anyone to feel like an angel is going to hell now, thought Naruto. Then Naruto injured his finger while saying a spell. He pointed his finger up into the sky directly above the Hydra's head and shouted, Copula de la Noche. Okay, let's start, grinned Naruto, who then changed his angel mode and darted with his wings towards the direction before he reached the Hydra to send his sweet bomb. Suddenly a dimension gap appeared from the side of the Hydra, which released a kind of magic circle which seemed to scan the Hydra and made its body change shape from around 50 meters to around 10 meters and made it NGE shape like a real dragon, but Naruto was able to distinguish it. It's like a kind of Bahamut, right? Thought Naruto while stopping his attack because he was analyzing the enemy. But it seems the enemy is not a creature that can be compromised. He shot a laser at Naruto, who was looking at him. Fortunately Naruto managed to avoid the laser. Naruto put his hands together and made a sword like a claymore to cut the creature in front of him, but when he was about to cut the monster, the creature suddenly disappeared from in front of him and appeared from the side while clenching his fists with a heavy aura. He increased the strength of his claymore and started charging towards Bahamut at super high speed and started carrying out a series of slashes. Of course, Bahamut responded by throwing a series of punches, and suddenly he swung his long tail at Naruto, and luckily Naruto quickly caught it. Then with one strong pull Naruto threw Bahamut to the ground. Okay, I'll end it this time, he shouted, putting his palms together while throwing his claymore into the air, but strangely it made his sword just float. He cast the ancient spell again, and this time a giant cross of light appeared in front of Naruto's head, who looked at Bahamut and seemed to lock Bahamut's movements with pressure. Then Naruto directed his hand towards Bahamut. At the same time Naruto's claymore slid through the cross of light and successfully stabbed Bahamut in the chest, which made him scream in pain. Castigo Ligero, Naruto exclaimed. Then Bahamut turned into a beam of light and returned to High's normal angel mode with 6 pairs of wings, and suddenly he vomited blood from his mouth. Cough. Knew too. Just a minute would be as painful as this, let alone 10 minutes, he thought. It's a good thing the creature is like a puncher, not a laser shooter, he said. I'd better go home first than meet Circex, he thought. Then he flew towards his home, leaving the underworld in front of Naruto's house. When he arrived at the house, he saw a girl with long black hair looking annoyed while looking at Naruto. Oi, Baka, where have you been? He snapped. I just finished. There was business, answered Naruto, who then fell to the ground while bleeding a little blood from his mouth. Oh, why are you, Baka, panicked the girl who apparently was Ophis. I just need sleep, answered Naruto, not denying that increasing the direction of his fraction a little would cause him pain like Naruto fainting. Oh oi, Baka, wake up, shouted Ophis, but Naruto didn't respond. TB, suppressing the energy shrouded in the Kekai. From the outside it looks transparent, but inside it is like a dome. Chapter 4. It seems I fainted last night, and it seems Ophis took me to a place where IW. As sleeping while sitting on the edge of my bed. I think it's best if he doesn't seem to notice I'm awake, you midget. End Pav. Are you awake, Baka? Asked Ophis while rubbing her eyes. No, I'm sleeping, I responded to his stupid question, his face flushed a little because of the stupid question. He said, B Baka, thank me for carrying you here, replied Ophis while snapping with her blushing face. Which Naruto thought was very cute. Well, fine, it's up to you. But thank you for your help last night, replied Naruto with a sincere smile which automatically made Ophis blush a little. It's up to you, answered Ophis while looking away. What do you want to eat? Let me cook it, offered Ophis. You can cook. Don't be kidding, sneered Naruto while grinning and automatically macking. Ophis emit a terrifying aura from her body and making Naruto speechless. I can break your neck or make you die now, Naruto, answered Ophis in an annoyed tone because she felt slighted. Okay, then I'll just have tamagoyaki, replied Naruto with sweat dripping from his forehead. I forgot that if this midget gets angry the effect is very scary, thought Naruto. Okay, just look at my abilities, answered Ophis confidently. Okay, I'll get ready to change clothes first. Coincidentally, today I have to go to school because I have a test, answered Naruto. You're not going anywhere, Naruto Lucifer, threatened Ophis, which made Naruto cancel his intention to get ready for school. With your current situation, you have to rest for at least 3 days, continued Ophis. Okay, replied Naruto while crying inside because he had to take a follow-up test which he thought was troublesome. Then Ophis cooked Naruto tamagoyaki and they both ate it. Apparently what you said was right, the taste exceeded my expectations, praised Naruto. It's true what I said, replied Ophis confidently. Maybe the person who becomes your husband will feel lucky because of your cooking, replied Naruto, which made Ophis blush. B Baka, I'm Ophis the Ouroboros dragon, it's impossible to fall in love, she answered with a red face. Okay, just relax if you say so, replied Naruto while eating his food with gusto. By the way, why did you faint last night? Ophis asked curiously. Then Naruto explained about what happened to him last night and only made Ophis go wild. Next time, be careful, Baka, answered Ophis. Even though you are evenly fighting with me, don't act like you want to ask for help. Just call me Baka, Ophis advised. And I also pay attention to you, Baka, continued Ophis in a very small voice. What did you say last? I didn't hear you, asked Naruto. It's okay. I just feel sorry for you losing to a lizard like that, he sneered. Up to you, Naruto answered resignedly. By the way, why doesn't my body feel as sore now? Naruto asked. I used my healing abilities, answered Ophis. How do you do it? I just wanted to know that you have an ability like your regeneration ability just for yourself, asked Naruto, full of curiosity. That's a secret, Ophis answered, lowering her face which suddenly turned red. It's up to you, you cheapskate, said Naruto as he stuck out his tongue and headed for the toilet. Take care of it, Baka, shouted Ophis. Then Naruto said that Ophis should go because he was going to meet Searsex to complain about yesterday's inside. And fortunately Ophis understood Naruto's situation and left. Okay, I agree, but remember you can't fight for 3 days considering your current condition, reminded Ophis. But actually you have to get a full rest so you can recover quickly, she suggested. No, I have to complain to that redhead, protested Naruto. Okay, it's up to you, I want to go first. Ophis then disappeared from the place in an instant. Then Naruto went downstairs using a magic circle because he thought it was more economical at Searsex's residence. Naruto also met Graphia to ask for the woman's husband's time. Naruto entered Searsex's room and started his protest. Searsex, you have to pay more due to this task, said Naruto with fiery enthusiasm. Hey, why indeed? Asked Sirzex with an innocent face that made Naruto's veins pop out a little. The creature I fought turned into Bahamut and made me use my limit shift, answered Naruto. Oh, it's your own fault for using your strength excessively, replied Sirzex casually. Why you're so brave, Naruto cursed with a huff. Never mind, besides I still have one more task for you regarding Rias and her engagement, said Sirzex. Maybe if you succeed I will increase your salary, added Sirzex, which made Naruto smile. Okay then, Naruto answered in a cheerful tone. Then how did Rias react? I don't want to ruin people's happiness if she is happy with all that, added Naruto in a serious tone. Calm down, as I expected, Rias strongly disagrees. It seems that he already has another crush and doesn't want an arranged marriage, answered Sirzex. Could it be that Arogaki you mean? Asked Naruto. I don't know, but I don't want my sister to belong to a perverted man like that, replied Sirzex in a tone like he was going to kill someone. Oh, Naruto felt uncomfortable if Sisuke Sirzex started to relapse. But I'm sure the person he likes is someone who is too stupid to realize a woman's feelings, said. Sirzex looked at Naruto with a meaningful gaze, then turned his gaze out of his office. Oh, I see. It seems that person is incredibly stupid because he doesn't realize your sister's feelings, commented Naruto, which made Sirzex almost laugh out loud because he heard a stupid person calling himself stupid. Why you? Asked Naruto, who was confused when he saw Sirzex's face, who was holding back laughter. And no, I Saint find it funny considering your current condition, which has turned into rags because you fought a lizard, said Sirzex. Noisy, shouted Naruto. Then they continued their unclear small talk. Skip time. It's getting late, he thought as he looked out the window of his house. Ting tong. Suddenly the doorbell rang. When he opened the door, there were 5 people he knew as Rias, Akeno, Kiba, Issei, and Kaneko. What's wrong? Asked Naruto, confused because he saw many people coming. You didn't come to school this morning, so we thought it would be a good idea for us to meet you, answered Rias with a smiling face. So come on in and have a drink, answered Naruto. Then Rias et al. Entered their respective houses in splits when they saw the contents of Naruto's house. The house is quite neat for a man who lives alone, Rias thought. It turns out the house is very peaceful, far from what I thought Akeno. Naruto-senpai keeps weapons at home, Kiba thought curiously. The smell of the house calms my heart, Kaneko thought. Where does he keep his collection of pornographic books? Issei thought cryptically as he looked around incoherently at Naruto's room. They were then invited to sit by Naruto in his living room, which was directly connected to his kitchen. How do you know my house? Asked Naruto. Of course from school data, Rias answered casually. And why didn't you come in today? Asked Rias curiously. Honestly, I was sick the day I had to ask permission not to go to school for the next 3 days, answered Naruto. What are you sick with? Akeno asked curiously. This morning my body felt very hot and fortunately now I'm feeling a bit better. Naruto lied because he couldn't possibly say that Rias's sister was the culprit. Then let me take care of you until you recover properly. Akeno suddenly stood up while offering herself to take care of Naruto. I'd better take care of you, Naruto-kun. Rias also suddenly stood up while looking at Akeno with an aura of rivalry that she gave off. Bushu thinks she can take good care of Naruto-kun, challenged Akeno in a subtle sarcastic tone. And that question also applies to you, Akeno. They exchanged sarcastic smiles. Why these 2 people? Thought Naruto, confused. Curse all you handsome creatures, Kaneko thought, just silently observing the bickering bedway. And her 2 seniors while drinking tea made by Kiba, still smiling while watching the wails of Issei and his 2 seniors who were competing. So you choose me or Akeno, Naruto-kun, said Rias. Well, I don't actually need anyone's help to take care of me, explained Naruto. But why, Naruto-kun? Asked Rias. Because, decided Naruto, who was also confused because he spoke without thinking first. Ting tong. Suddenly the bell rang. Excuse me for a moment, it looks like there are other guests, replied Naruto, who then headed to the front door. When he opened the door, Ophis was seen at tea. He wearing casual clothes in the form of a long black t-shirt and hot pants. Blam! Suddenly Naruto slammed the door from outside and spoke to Ophis. What are you doing here? You also know Hat there are 5 devils coming to my house, what if they find out you're here? Naruto panicked. Don't worry, I've suppressed my energy until it can't be felt at all, answered Ophis proudly. But here is still a securite among you if Dedrag exists, replied Naruto. I've changed my aura, so shut up and let me in, Baka, said Ophis as she pushed her way into Naruto's house. Naruto was forced to let him in, and when they entered, they were greeted with searching gazes, specifically at Ophis. Who is this little girl? Rias and Akino thought. This is Super Lolicon, more than Kaneko-chan. Issei thought contemptuously and was greeted with a sweet slap from Kaneko with the addition of a short lecture. No perverts here. It looks like Naruto-senpai's friend, thought Kiba. Nay, this little girl, asked Rias with a jealous tone. Introduce the person who looked after me this morning. Her name is. Naruto was confused because he forgot to find a pseudonym for Ophis. Nana. My name is Nana. Ophis also answered with a cynical look at the 2 girls in front of her. Damn, it's so big, cursed Ophis when she saw the 2 objects hanging from Rias and Akino's chest. Do you have tastes like this, Naruto? She thought. Nay, Nana-san, can we know what your relationship is with Naruto? Akino asked with a curious expression. Please don't answer strange things, midget girl, Naruto thought, making this unclear atmosphere even more absurd. We are lovers, answered Ophis briefly, clearly and concisely. So why do you 2 seem to want to target my Naruto? Asked Ophis while wrapping her hand around Naruto's arm. Jetter. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Naruto suddenly had telepathy between Ophis and Naruto. Midget girl, what did you mean by those words? Asked Naruto panicked. Just pouring oil on the fire, replied Ophis casually. What do you mean? Naruto confused himself. Nothing, answered Ophis. After the absurd telepathy was over, at that moment a flurry of questions from Rias appeared. Is that really Naruto? Spelled Rias in a scary tone and was greeted with Akino's sadistic smile. Hey midget, please tell them that you're just joking, I'll buy you whatever you want after this. Naruto again telepathized with Ophis. Okay, then, answered Ophis even though she wasn't actually joking. Just kidding, Ophis interrupted Rias and Akino, which made them breathe a sigh of relief. I can't possibly date an unclear man like this, continued Ophis casually. Then what is your relationship? Asked Issei, who was still curious. He was giving private lessons at my house and apparently he was sick, so my mother told me to hang out with him who lives alone, lied Ophis. So teacher and student? Akino asked, trying to confirm again. That's roughly what it is, answered Ophis. The 5 of them were happy, then they went to dinner and said goodbye after they felt they had enough of pranking Naruto. This was their intention from the start. It seemed like the night was getting late, so Rias et al. Wanted before they went home. Naruto called Issei to talk to him for a moment. Issei, open your right palm, ordered Naruto. Okay, said Issei, who was still confused. Then Naruto put his left palm on Issei's hand. Suddenly a seal tattoo appeared which then disappeared. What is that? Asked Issei panicked. Don't worry, it's just a favor for you, replied Naruto with a faint smile. You'd better go home now, Aragaki, he continued. Whatever, answered Issei. Then Rias et al. Went home and Naruto tried to sleep. I know that kid really can't choose his prey, thought Naruto, who then fell asleep. Skip time. The next night, Naruto it looks like I thought the detector I was given would do something that threatened me to have to go back to help that perverted kid again. End POV. Meanwhile in a rundown church, Issei POV. It seems that I'm too stubborn to help Asia-chan. My strength now means I can't even kill a single fallen angel. And now unfortunately I'm being cornered by them in the church. This is the end of the life story of Hyudo Issei. End POV. Issei is now being surrounded by a group of fallen angels, and it seems he is waiting for death to come to him. Lowly devil, accept your end this time, shouted one of the fallen angels while throwing a spear of light and making Issei just silently waiting for his fate. Disabled. Suddenly a figure that Issei knew appeared in front of him while spreading his demon wings. Yo, You're really interested in that girl, said the figure named Naruto. Okay, I'll help you this time. And you'd better give her more fighting power, Didrag, said Naruto while glancing briefly at Issei's sacred gear. Attracting Devil Boy, suddenly the green ball on Issei's sacred gear spoke to Naruto. Gaki, get ready to fill me with my power, said Didrag from inside Issei's body, just confused about where the voice came from. Let's explain later, the point is that now you are more capable of fighting this group of crows, explained Naruto casually. Okay, answered Issei. Ha! Issei punched his hand into the air. Suddenly a sound came from Issei's hand. Boost boost, boost 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 explosion. Immediately, demonic wings appeared from Issei's back and Issei began to charge forward with full strength. What is this? Unreasonable power, exclaimed one of the fallen angels. This is the power of the lower devil, you know, shouted. Issei jumped and punched the person who threw the light spear at him and succeeded in making the fallen angel fall to the ground with quite serious injuries. Well, why are you surrounding me? Naruto asked the group of angels who were still concentrating on Naruto. Of course we will kill you, shouted one of them. There seems to be no day of rest for me, lamented Naruto. Naruto took out his magic circle and took out a black katana sword while reciting an ancient spell and shouting, Noche de los Niños. Suddenly his katana disappeared and turned into dozens of daggers that floated behind Naruto's demon wings. Sorry, but today I'm not in the mood to fight, he replied, giving command to his dagger and exclaiming, Corazon. And the dagger was like a missile that shot towards the hearts of the fallen angels and killed them all. Looks like I have to apologize to Azazel after this, answered Naruto. Walking casually and not forgetting to finish Issei's messy work, namely, finishing off the injured fallen angel. And Issei continued running all the way to the church basement, where he saw Asia being crucified and surrounded by a group of fallen angels. Asia! Issei shouted at Asia, which was only responded with a weak nod from Asia and a sarcastic reply from the figure who was once Issei's lover, Rainer. Ha! The devil is with you again, now my strength has increased a lot, he showed off arrogantly. Then I'll try your strength, said Naruto casually. Issei, you take care of the other fallen angels and I'll take care of this crazy lady, ordered Naruto. Okay, replied Issei. Okay, time for fun, grinned Naruto while clenching his fists. Chapter 5, Seniors and Juniors. Okay, time for fun, grinned Naruto while clenching his fists. After that, Naruto immediately flew past the fallen angels above him and headed straight towards Rainer, and apparently he was blocked by 3 other fallen angels who were floating in front of Naruto while looking down on Naruto. So this is the strong enemy called Rainer-sama, said one of the yellow-haired and lolly-looking fallen angels named Mitelt. It doesn't look strong at all, continued Danesik while looking down at Naruto. It doesn't seem as strong as Rainer-sama said Kalawarner. Naruto just remained silent with the floating daggers still standing by on his back and ready to target Naruto's heart, swinging his hand in command to throw the daggers. Corazon, he exclaimed boredly, considering him's elf good enough to give the enemy time to comment on him. Immediately, Naruto's dagger shot towards the 3 of them and luckily the 3 of them managed to block it. You're dead, thought Danesik, who was ready to stab Naruto in the back. You're done for, smirked Mitelt from the side when he was on Naruto's left side with a spear ready to pierce Naruto's heart. Naruto casually held Mittel's light spear and said, Disable, which made Danesik and Mittel's spears disappear, and with a quick movement Naruto caught Mittel's hand and spun his body while kicking Danesik's chest, which made him fall against the wall with a gaping wound in Danesik's chest which revealed Danesik's heart, which was still beating weakly. Meanwhile, Mitelt screamed hysterically when she saw Danesik's condition. Let go of me, screamed Mitelt while struggling trying to escape from Naruto's grasp. Okay, replied Naruto, who then threw Mitlet towards Danesik and instantly made Danesik's RT shatter because it collided with Mittel's body, which fainted from hitting Danesik. At the same time Kalawarner swiftly swung his spear towards Naruto, who was throwing Mitelt. You're dead, bastard, thought. Before the spear touched Naruto's body, Naruto had caught Kalawarner's neck with a very strong grip. It seems I will take you both to see Azazel to ask what your punishment will be. NS word Naruto, who then hit Calawarner in the stomach to make him faint. And then Naruto threw Calawarner to the ground. Meanwhile Issei below was amazed by Naruto's strength. Is that the strength of someone who was still sick? Amazed Issei. Okay, I'll try too, he exclaimed as he lunged forward. Kill that devil, shouted the fallen angel who saw Issei lunging forward. I'm not afraid of you guys, shouted Issei. Hee-ah-ah, Issei shouted while hitting each of his enemies. Asia, wait for me, he shouted. Boost, 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 boost. Issei's sacred gear continues to increase in strength. Suddenly there is a sword aimed at Issei and fortunately he still manages to avoid it. Khu, it turns out your reaction is fast too, exclaimed a man wearing a shirt and white hawk. IR with a facial expression like a psychopath. But no matter how fast you are, you will definitely die in Freed's hands. The man named Freed rushed towards Issei with a sword and a gun in his hand. Then slashed his sword towards Issei's left and Issei swiftly blocked it with his left hand. Apparently it was just a lure for Issei so that he wouldn't focus on Freed's gun. You're dead, aid Freed while pulling the trigger of the gun. It's not that easy, shouted Issei, who held Freed's gun and pointed it in another direction just before the bullet came out of the muzzle of the gun, then made a sweep at Freed's feet, which made the man lose his balance and fall to the ground that didn't accept being dropped, then tried to aim the trigger at Issei's head and Issei could only remain silent because his reaction was slow. Damn, thought Issei. J-Leb. Suddenly Freed stopped moving and Issei saw that Freed's head had been split open by an object like a katana and looked up and saw Naruto waving his hand while smiling. Thank you Naruto-senpai, thought Issei while returning Naruto's smile. Naruto, who had helped Issei, turned his gaze towards Rainer and Asia, who were still being crucified by Rainer. Well, young lady, try showing the strength you said, challenged Naruto as he fell to the ground. But please let go of that young lady first, asked Naruto. Okay, she's no longer of any use to me anyway, replied Rainer while throwing Asia, who was dying, towards Issei, and luckily Issei managed to catch her. Asia, shouted Issei while holding Asia, who was very weak. Hang in there, shouted Issei. Issei-san. Asia whispered. It seems I don't have much time left, Asia said quietly. Asia, shut up, I will definitely help you, said Issei, screaming, accompanied by tears rolling down Issei's cheeks. No Issei-san, I think I'm going to meet God, whispered Asia. Thank you for making me a happy person, even if only for a moment. At the same time Asia breathed her last breath. Asia, shouted Issei while hugging Asia, who was lying stiffly. Suddenly Issei let go of his hug from Asia and looked at Rainer with an angry look. Why, I will not forgive you, Issei shouted while lunging towards Naruto, suddenly holding Issei with his hands. Don't take my prey, brat, shouted Naruto. As long as I take the sacred gear on the young lady's 2 fingers, it can be turned on again, explained Naruto, which really made Issei very happy. Is that true? Issei asked, making sure his hearing didn't respond with a slow nod. Okay, now you just look after the little girl's body and I will take care of this young lady, Naruto ordered Issei, and Issei nodded in return. Naruto walked slowly towards Rainer. Well, young lady, show me what strength you have, challenged Naruto while opening his arms as if he was going to receive Rainer's attack. Why you? How dare you underestimate my strength? Rainer, who felt insulted by Naruto's attitude, began to lunge forward with 2 spears of light in her hands. Feel this, shouted Rainer while trying to stab Naruto's body with her spear. You never learn from mistakes, young lady, Naruto said casually. Disable, Naruto whispered, which then made Rainer's spear disappear. Naruto threw a fist at Rainer, right where Rainer was able to dodge it and only got a small scratch as she retreated backward. RDS while rubbing her face with one of her hands in the ring. Attached to her hand, a green light emitted which healed Rainer's wounds. How? What an extraordinary ability, isn't it? Rainer praised herself. With this I won't be able to die in battle. I will become a fallen angel as great as Azazel-sama, shouted Rainer arrogantly. Naruto suddenly disappeared from Rainer's sight and was Denly behind Rainer while holding both of Rainer's hands and forcefully pulling the two rings from Rainer's fingers. Let go of me, shouted Rainer while trying to escape from Naruto's grasp. I thought your new ability was the result of your own efforts, but it turns out it was just stolen from someone else, said Naruto while locking Rainer's movements. Let alone being a fallen angel of Azazel's class. You are not worthy of being an ordinary fallen angel, continued Naruto with a black aura coming out of his body. You'd better reflect on yourself with Azazel, whispered Naruto while hitting Rainer on the back of the neck and making the fallen angel faint. Naruto put Rainer on the ground and walked over to Issei who was still hugging Asia. Yo, the thing, said Naruto as he handed Asia's two rings to Issei. But how do I bring Asia back to life? Asked Issei confused. Don't worry, they'll be here soon, answered Naruto with a smile. Suddenly a magic circle appeared and four figures appeared who were Rias, and they seemed to have just realized that Issei was acting recklessly to help Asia even though it was forbidden. It seems we came late, commented Akeno Seian. The condition where Issei was fighting earlier. Rias was seen approaching Issei and slapping Issei's face with an angry expression. Issei-kun, I told you not to act recklessly, Rias shouted at our pawn, which automatically made Issei. Then Issei did something that was not a prostrate attitude. Issei begged Rias, Bushu, I know I've acted like this. You can punish me with any punishment, but please, 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 said Issei while kowtowing to Rias. Rias couldn't help but smile at Issei's behavior. Okay, I'll make him one. You also have to be prepared to receive punishment from me, Issei-kun, replied Rias while still smiling. Thank you, Bushu. Issei felt very happy about his Bushu's kindness. Then Rias reincarnated Asia as one of the slaves. After that Issei hugged Asia tightly as if he didn't want that. Hiba asked Naruto, did Naruto-kun do all this? Hiba looked amazed at Naruto's strength. No, I only did a small part, I left it to Aragaki, answered Naruto casually as he walked and picked up Rainer, Kalawarner, and Mitelt. Naruto-kun, what do you want to do with them? Rias asked with a slightly jealous tone because she felt that Naruto didn't kill them on purpose. 3 of them because Naruto wanted 3 of them. Oh, I will take them to a suitable place for them, replied Naruto casually as he disappeared with his magic circle towards somewhere, leaving Rias et al. Who were still curious. The rest as asked by Issei, added Naruto before disappearing, taking the 3 girls. Issei-kun, try to explain everything now, Rias asked Issei who was still hugging Asia. Okay, said Issei as he let go of his arms from explaining everything, starting from his reckless actions and the arrival of Naruto to help him. This time you have to thank him a lot, Issei-san, said Akeno, who was answered with a nod from them, introducing themselves to Asia and explaining Asia's current situation, that she had become a devil. And it seems that Asia accepts her current situation and Asia is brought back to Issei's house, of course with Rias' help. Meanwhile at Naruto's place, Naruto was seen meeting Azazel, who was fishing on the river bank and carrying the 3 fallen angels in his hands. Oi, poor governor, I brought you a gift, shouted Naruto as he lowered the girl from his grasp. Why did you bring my 3 men here? In a state of fainting again, Azazel asked. Oh, could it be that you've been having fun with them? Added Azazel with a perverted expression that suddenly came out of his body. Of course not, stupid, Naruto replied, looking a lit at the appearance of the fallen angel, which was a test of faith, and explained everything to Azazel. Oh, is that all? Said Azazel casually. Aren't you angry? Asked Naruto confused. Not really, besides, they often disobey and should be punished a little, said Azazel casually. And for the 3 of them, I'll tell my men to take care of it. Okay then, said Naruto. But as an apology this time I'll just treat you to something to eat, offered Naruto. Really? Azazel asked enthusiastically, and Naruto responded with a weak nod. Okay, let's go, Azazel exclaimed, which made Naruto regret his words earlier. But, what about them? Asked Naruto. Don't worry, my men will come soon, don't worry about what's important now, I want to be sure, Naruto. I haven't eaten that for a long time. Ha ha ha, exclaimed Azazel happily, which made Naruto roll his eyes because I was sure it was worth a quarter of his salary. Then they went to the yakiniku restaurant where Azazel was. Eat with gust. Oh, the meat that Naruto ordered compared to Naruto, who preferred to eat vegetables because he was afraid of the bill going up. Damn, 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 wailed Naruto while cursing himself. That's how the long night ended. Naruto Pav. It's been a week since the incident between Issei and Asia. It seems that after the incident he has had his own harem servant again, if not Asia, who always accompanies him everywhere. And apparently, Asia is also a good child, even though she is often careless in praying to God, which automatically makes her fists hurt. Tomorrow is the day of the field trip and the costs of this field trip are covered. To be honest, I feel very happy because I can eat delicious food on the field trip later. Now I'm on the roof of the school, closing my eyes, enjoying the wind and the music that flows into my ears. Ah, the peace. My mind calls out to myself every day like this, without war and shenanigans. Maybe I'll invite Searzex to relieve his tiredness as I realize that sleep. P is attacking my eyes and I choose to give in to my sleepiness. End Pav. Meanwhile, from afar, a short-haired girl with glasses was seen approaching Naruto while trying to wake Naruto, but her intent Ion was cancelled after seeing Naruto's sleeping face. I intended to wake him up, but he seems tired, thought the girl, who turned out to be Sona. Then took a photo of Naruto's sleeping face with her cell phone camera for her personal collection and left Naruto by first giving Naruto a soft kiss on the forehead. Good night, he thought, leaving Naruto with a blushing face. Chapter 6. Chapter 6. Kyoto. Morning has arrived again to greet all living creatures in this world, including our main character. It looks like he is still asleep in his dreamland. I still want that. Deliriously, our main character, Naruto, is still in his dreamland. But it seemed the morning sun didn't allow him to sleep for too long. With a little glimmer of light from it through the window of Naruto's house, the sun woke Naruto, who was still sleeping. Naruto Pav. What time is it? Honestly, my eyes are still very sleepy from lack of sleep. It's already 7 o'clock. Oh yes, today there is a field trip to Kyoto. I better get ready. I don't want to be left behind by the train. End Pav. Then, after completing preparations for his trip, Naruto went to Tokyo Station to meet his friends who were ready to go. It seems that this year's field trip brings together all the students at Kuo High School. Where is my class group? Naruto asked himself. Naruto-kun. Here, shouted one of the girls named Rias Gramori while waving her hand, calling Naruto. And Naruto headed towards him. Rias, is it okay for you to leave your territory? Naruto asked curiously. It's okay. The Gramori family has taken care of it for me while I was away, explained Rias, to which Naruto gave a small nod. Come on, hurry up, we'll be left later, Rias said to Naruto. Okay. Then they got into the train. The journey using the Shinkansen, which, even though it is one of the fastest trains, is still a slow journey for Naruto. If only it were faster, Naruto thought to himself in protest. Then he chose to look out the window while drinking his canned drink. Suddenly his eyes caught a strange sight in the sky. He saw a girl with long black hair flying at high altitude. Squinting his eyes again, he tried to identify what figure was flying. Naruto then spat out the drink he was drinking out of the train window after realizing what he saw was Ophis, who seemed to be following Naruto. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Asked Akino, who was sitting next to him while looking at Naruto in panic, who suddenly spat out his drink. And nothing. I just choked. Naruto lied. What does the midget mean by going to Kyoto? Naruto thought curiously. Then, after the rather surprising incident, they finally arrived at Kyoto Station. Then they all headed to the accommodation that their school had rented by bus. However, before Hey headed to the accommodation, they were invited to tour the tourist attractions first. Coincidentally, the bus from Naruto, Issei and Kiba's class was headed to the same tourist spot, namely Kiyomizu Dera Temple. Then Issei, who saw Naruto, came over to Naruto. Oi, Naruto, Issei shouted. Oi, Arogaki, replied Naruto. I never thought we could have the same goal like this, added Naruto, which was greeted by Issei's laughter. What was your first field trip like? Naruto asked Issei. It doesn't really leave a deep impression at the moment, Issei answered honestly. What I'm waiting for is the main menu tonight. added Issei with a perverted expression. Don't tell me you want to peek at women in the onsen, Naruto guessed carelessly, which was greeted with a firm nod from Issei. You will die. There are hundreds of girls, dozens of girls bathing there, Naruto reminded Issei. Khukhu, Naruto, you should know that I have prepared this. Issei shouted proudly while showing off a small telescope usually used by sailors. With this, my noble task will continue with youth. Issei added, it's up to you, Arogaki. I've also warned you, and you need to remember that our BATH is in a different direction for women and men. Even if you use binoculars, it still won't be visible because the women's bath is covered by trees, added Naruto. How do you know that information? Issei asked suspiciously. Ah, maybe you also want to peek, huh? Issei teased Naruto. And no, I was just reading tourist info for fun, said Naruto with a red face. Damn this perverted boy, Naruto swore in his heart. It's up to you, but if you need help I'll help you this once. Naruto grinned at Issei, which made Issei speechless. This person is much more perverted than me, Issei thought to himself. Okay then, I want to go around the temple first. Bye. Issei said goodbye when he saw Kiba calling Issei from a distance. Oh, okay, replied Naruto, who was also walking around the temple alone and saw Rias and Akeno approaching him. Naruto-kun, let's take a photo together, said Akeno, holding Naruto's hand and handing the camera to Rias. Bushu, please take a photo of the two of us, Akeno asked Rias. Who responded with a protest. Why do you have to take the photo first? Rias protested to Akeno. It's not like whoever gets it first, replied Akeno. No, let Naruto-kun decide. Naruto-kun, who do you want to take a photo with first? Rias asked Naruto, which made him confused. We should just take a photo together. Naruto suggested. No, taking photos of three of us can cause bad luck, protested Rias. Who didn't accept that kind of answer? Why don't you just janken? Suggested Naruto to the two girls in front of him. Just want to take a photo, the noise is like going to war. Thought Naruto while sweating a little on his temples. Then they both did janken and it seemed Akeno was winning. Okay, I'll take a photo, Rias answered somewhat disappointed. Then Rias gave a signal to Akeno and Naruto. Ready, 1 2 3 ehhh. Rias was surprised by Akeno's pose, who lay her head on Naruto's shoulder. Fufufu, laughed Akeno with a faint smile. Now it's Bushu's turn, Akeno ordered. Oh okay, answered Rias with her face slightly red because of what happened earlier. Okay, ready, 1 2 3 ehhh. Akeno was surprised by Rias' pose of kissing Naruto's cheek. What's wrong with you? Rias asked Naruto, who was surprised by Rias' actions earlier. Sorry, I think I tripped earlier, Rias lied and Naruto stupidly accepted it. Buchou, what were you doing earlier? Akeno looked sharply at Rias. Just a little revenge, Rias answered while winking at Akeno, and was answered with Akeno's sadistic smile. Okay, then I want to go for a walk downstairs first, said Naruto as he headed towards the temple grounds. Naruto walked around the Kiyomizu-dera temple grounds while putting on his headset. This was the best moment on the field trip. He can listen to music while enjoying the beauty of tourist attractions. But it seemed he wouldn't be happy for long because he saw a girl with long hair wearing an oversized black t-shirt and hot pants heading towards him. Well, that girl is Ophis. Naruto, who realized this, immediately changed direction to face the back as if trying to get away from the girl. You're not going anywhere, Baka, Ophis snapped. Oh Ohayu, Ophis-chan, said Naruto with a face that was difficult to explain. Is there what do you need to see me now? Naruto asked, panicked because he remembered promising something to Ophis. Of course I asked for a treat. According to your promise you will grant my wish, right? Replied Ophis with a cheerful face. Jetter. A flash of lightning seemed to strike Naruto's mind. Shimada. He still remembers my promise. Naruto's mind was panicking because of Ophis' words. Anyo. Oh Ophis-chan, I promise it will be for you to be left behind on the bus, answered Naruto, trying to lie to Ophis. Okay, tomorrow I will see you again, said Ophis, who then left Naruto. Happy day, sighed Naruto. Wait a minute, Tomorrow it's going to Gion, GHH. My money will definitely be forfeited there. Cursed. Naruto. Finally, he continued his walk around the temple, daydreaming about his fate tomorrow. Oi, Naruto, you want to come with us? Issei asked Naruto. Where are you going? Naruto asked confused. See heaven on earth, Motohama exclaimed while Issei and Matsuda responded with lewd smiles. You'll be in big trouble if you find out this time, answered Naruto. Don't worry, I've made observations and I see there is a good spot facing the women's bath. Issei replied. For perverted things, he can suddenly become a genius. Where is it? Naruto asked. There. Issei pointed at a small hill that was facing the inn. The inn itself is located at the foot of a mountain on the outskirts of town. It must be visible from there. There. Issei exclaimed enthusiastically. If it's like this, will you come? Issei asked. No, I'd rather stay here, said Naruto. Besides, I have a feeling that your plan will fail. Naruto added, provoking Issei's emotions. Take care of it, you'll see, we'll come back happy inside and out, shouted Issei as he left Naruto followed by Motohama and Matsuda behind him. He forgot that the Kendo Club is also in our group, thought Naruto in horror as he remembered the awesomeness of his school's Kendo Club. Not long after Issei et al. Left, Naruto went to the kitchen and asked for an early portion of food or himself on the grounds that he was tired and wanted to sleep quickly. After eating alone, Naruto, wearing a plain white t-shirt and knee-length shorts, walked along the road around the inn which led to a small bamboo forest which led to a small river. In the middle of the moonlit night, Naruto immersed his feet in the small river while sitting on a medium-sized rock. Ah, how delicious, he thought while enjoying the flow of water that was parted by his feet. If only you could enjoy this too, Naruto thought sadly because he remembered someone from his past, someone who had sacrificed his life for him. Even if I die, I will still be by your side, Naruto-kun. Even if the whole world betrays you, I will be the world for you. Suddenly a voice crossed Naruto's mind who accidentally remembered his dark past. Suddenly he heard the sound of footsteps which disturbed his thoughts. Naruto looked behind him and saw the figure of Akeno who was looking at Naruto with curiosity. Naruto-kun, what are you doing here? Akeno asked curiously. I was just daydreaming while enjoying the cold river water, replied Naruto with a faint smile which made Naruto look very handsome in Akeno's eyes. Coupled with the moonlight that hit his face. And that succeeded in making Akeno blush a little. Why is he so handsome and kind? Thought Akeno while trying to hold back the blush on her face. Don't you want to try to enjoy the flow of the river too? Naruto asked. Okay. Akeno, who was still wearing her school uniform, dipped her feet into the small river while sitting next to Naruto. Nay, Naruto-kun, what were you daydreaming about earlier? Akeno asked Naruto. Just my past stupidity, Naruto answered with a bitter smile and made Akeno speechless because she felt she had asked the wrong question. Naruto, who felt that the atmosphere had suddenly become unpleasant, tried to lighten the mood. Akeno-san, instead of being so quiet, I'd better play the guitar, said Naruto, which made Akeno confused. Is there really a guitar here, Naruto-kun? Asked Akeno who was confused. Leave that to me. Naruto answered casually. Then a medium-sized magic circle appeared read from Naruto's left side and he took out a wooden brown acoustic guitar. Akeno-san, don't laugh at me if my game is bad, said Naruto with a red face because he felt embarrassed if his game was bad. I won't, Akeno answered with a sincere smile on her face. I'm so lucky I went out tonight and saw Naruto-kun playing guitar for me. Akeno's mind was happy because she got a windfall now. Okay. This song is called One. Created by my favorite musician, Daipapepe, said Naruto while strumming his guitar casually. Akeno enjoyed the sound of Naruto's guitar while being amazed by Naruto's skill in strumming his guitar. If only every day was like this, Akeno thought. Then after a few minutes of playing the guitar, Naruto finished his song and was rewarded with praise from Akeno. Sugoi ne, Naruto-kun, praised Akeno. While Naruto just smiled while scratching his head which didn't itch. Really, I think my skills have decreased because I haven't played for a long time, answered Naruto, trying to be humble. Next time, play again for me, Naruto-kun, Akeno asked Naruto, who was answered with a gentle nod from Naruto. Then they talked. Naruto-kun, do you hate fallen angels? Akeno asked bluntly because she knew that she was the child of a fallen angel who was reincarnated as a devil, and she was also afraid that Naruto would hate her if Naruto knew the truth. Not really. In fact, I'm actually friends with the governor, Naruto answered casually, which surprised Akeno. And Naruto-kun is friends with the fallen angel governor? Akeno asked again in her surprise. Yeah, he's a good person, even though he's poor and perverted, replied Naruto, to which Akeno's sweat dropped. I just hate people who bother my friends, that's all, he added in a firm tone. Oh, I see, Akeno replied with a gentle smile accompanied by a feeling of relief in her heart because she had let out the things she had been holding back. Then what do you think about me? Asked Akeno with a slightly red face. Of course, you are one of my precious friends that I need to protect, replied Naruto with a sincere smile towards Akeno, which made Akeno both happy and a little disappointed. So, just friends, okay, Akeno thought disappointedly. But there's still a chance. I have to be sure of that, Akeno tried to convince herself. It looks like the night is getting late, we should go back to the inn first, Naruto said while getting a nod from Akeno. Naruto put his guitar back into his magic circle and walked together with Akeno towards the inn. Arriving at the inn, Naruto headed to the onsen to soak. According to him, at this time the onsen was quiet and he stepped towards the men's onsen while first taking off all his clothes. Then he washed his body briefly and entered the hot water pool which faced the open nature. It's so nice to soak alone like this, thought Naruto, satisfied. When Naruto was having fun enjoying the hot springs, suddenly there as a figure with long red hair that Naruto knew was called Rias. Panicking, Naruto quickly moved away from Rias, who began to remove the towel covering her beautiful body. Makeup. What are you doing here? Naruto panicked. This is a men's bath, you know. What if someone sees you here? Naruto asked while trying not to look at Rias' beautiful body, which was starting to appear clearly in front of his eyes. Daijobu, Naruto-kun. All the students are asleep now. So we just have to berdua, Rias answered in a seductive tone. Rias entered the hot spring pool and started to get closer to Naruto. Naruto became more panicked when Rias got closer to him. Oh, fine, if you want to soak together, I won't say much, answered Naruto while turning his head in another direction while trying not to stare at Rias's twin mountains, which were coupled with pink tips, which really made him clear his throat several times as he endured the gravity-defying pressure coming from the middle of his crotch. Gee, it's bad, don't wake up. Fight Naruto Jr. Ganbat. Naruto's enthusiasm for his little brother, who was starting to try to wake up from his sleep. Well, Naruto-kun, why did you choose to soak alone like this? Rias asked. And nothing. Naruto panicked. I have to free myself now before it's too late, thought Naruto in panic as he tried to free his hand from the second squeeze. Someone, please save me from here, Naruto shouted inwardly, and it seemed to be granted because suddenly someone entered the hot spring. That person is Akeno. Bushu, you should get out of the pool immediately. Soaking for too long is not good for your health, suggested Akeno with a faint smile with a scary aura. Okay then. But you also accompany me, replied Rias while replying to Akeno's words in a slightly annoyed tone. Then they said goodbye to Naruto and left the onsen. I won't let Bushu go any further, Akeno said to Rias quietly. Okay, we'll see, replied Rias as she walked with Akeno towards their room. Meanwhile at Naruto's place. Congratulations. Naruto sighed with a soft breath. Something terrible is about to happen, he said to himself. I'd better just go to sleep, continued Naruto. Then he went out of the pool and put on his clothes and went to bed. When he opened his room, he saw Issei and his two perverted friends, Motohama and Matsuda, lying with battered faces. I told you, kendo girls should not be underestimated, thought Naruto when he saw the battered condition of Issei et al. Then he went to sleep. Day 2 of field trip Naruto Pav. The second day of the field trip was held in Gion. I think this place was really fun. Because many places sell accessories and traditional food which I think tastes delicious. But my happiness didn't last long, Becca. I saw the figure of Ophis waving with her cheerful face. Oh, for the sake of the previous Mao, why have I never felt peace in my wallet? I also met Ophis and asked her to go for a walk while staying away from my group. After all, a promise is a promise. I have to do it. End POV. Well, Ophis-chan, what do you want to eat? Naruto asked with cold sweat flowing because he knew that Ophis would know. He hesitated to suck out the contents of his wallet. I want that. Ophis pointed cheerfully towards a restaurant that seemed simple. Yosh, the price must be cheap, exclaimed Naruto cheerfully as he accompanied Ophis into it. Nani? Naruto shouted inwardly after seeing the price list at the restaurant. 5,000 yen for one portion of karage. This is called blackmail, Naruto shouted inwardly. Na-o Ophis-chan. What do you want to order? Naruto asked timidly. It looks like everything on the menu is delicious, thought Ophis while considering what she would eat. Choose cheap, choose cheap. Naruto screamed. Ophis-chan, do you know what you want? Naruto asked. Yes, replied Ophis with a smile. Then the waiter came and asked for their order. What message, Ojo-chan? The waiter asked with a smile. I ordered chicken karage, udon, then tempura, and green tea, replied Ophis cheerfully. Naruto, who heard the menu spoken by Ophis, immediately looked at the price list for the menu. I'm finished. Everything is 14,000 yen, screamed Naruto. I only have 15,000 yen for this month. Naruto panicked and was interrupted by the waiter. Sir, what do you want to order? He asked with a smile. I'll just order hot tea, Naruto answered. Okay, answered the waiter as he left the two of them to prepare food. Damn you, midget girl, Naruto wailed to himself. Then the food that Ophis ordered had arrived and Ophis enjoyed the food deliciously and Naruto just watched it. What's wrong with you, Baka? Aren't you eating? Ophis asked curiously. I'm full, answered Naruto casually and continued with a nod of understanding from Ophis who continued eating. Then after Ophis finished eating, Naruto paid the bill with a heavy heart. Ophis-chan, next time, eat a little more neatly, said Naruto while cleaning the karage crumbs stuck to the edge of Ophis' tiny lips with his finger. Ophis, who received this kind of treatment, suddenly turned red. Take care of it, Baka. Then he left, leaving Naruto confused. Women are really hard to predict, thought Naruto. Naruto, who still had work to do, continued his field trip. Third day of field trip. There was nothing special for Naruto on this third day. Most just visited the Kinkakuji and Ginkakuji temples, which made Naruto amazed by the gold and silver colors that covered each temple. Then the Kuo High School group returned to Tokyo using the Shinkansen. Naruto, who was exhausted, decided to sleep for a while. After more than 2 hours of travel, he finally arrived at Tokyo Station. He was then called by Ria, who said that tomorrow she wanted Naruto to come with Naruto to hunt wild demons, which Naruto agreed to. Skip time. The next night, Naruto fulfilled his promise to Rias to hunt wild demons. It seemed that at the gathering place, Rias and her pawns had gathered. Yo, everyone, said Naruto, and was answered by Rias' servants and Rias herself. By the way, what kind of devil are we going to hunt? Naruto asked. We will hunt down a demon that is out of control, answered Rias, pointing towards the distance where there was a demon shaped like a lion with a snake-headed tail and the other head of a goat the size of a sedan. It seems your pawns are enough for this problem, said Naruto casually, and was answered with a smile from Rias. Okay, Issei and Kiba will attack after Akino diverts his attention and Kaneko is ready to paralyze his movements. Meanwhile, Asia stands guard behind. Rias ordered, which every piece of her piece obeyed. Then Akino made a magic circle and dropped lightning on the wild devil's head. Then Kaneko shot down the wild devil's stomach while punching the devil in the stomach, which immediately made the devil float a little in the air and groan in pain. Issei and Kiba did not waste this opportunity and immediately attacked the devil. Issei nimbly punched the demonic goat's head with his boosted gear and Kiba cut off the tail of the creature's snake head. Then Rias finished by releasing her power of destruction towards the creature. Naruto, who was watching, could only smile while praising it. Their solidarity. Their teamwork is really good, he praised to himself. However, suddenly Rias' power of destruction was blocked by a black mist that seemed to envelop the wild demon. The wild demon also seemed to be in pain because of the mist, and after the demon's screams disappeared, a three-headed lion appeared with eyes as black as the night. Just like that time, huh? Sighed Naruto. Okay, time for action, shouted Naruto excitedly as he changed his angel mode and dashed towards the creature while holding a spear with transparent energy in his hand. Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, get away from the creature, organize your strategy again. He's not a stupid creature like before, shouted Naruto as he lunged towards the creature. The three people nodded and stepped back nimbly. Bushu, what is that creature? Issei asked Rias. I don't know either, answered Rias while looking worriedly at Naruto, who was starting to fight with the creature. Naruto started to thrust his spear towards the creature but was held back by one of its heads biting Naruto's spear. Not wanting to lose the moment, Naruto immediately took out his claymore while trying to cut one of the creature's heads, but again one of the creature's heads blocked Naruto's sword. Naruto, who was aiming for this moment, then forcibly pulled his two weapons with super strong force, which tore off the creature's two heads and left only one head. Shortly after the two heads were removed, the creature suddenly turned to dust, and from the dust a portal appeared that made Naruto retreat while remaining alert. From within the portal a shadowy figure appeared who said, Naruto, this time I will stop playing. But next time I will invite you to play again, exclaimed the shadow. Who are you? Naruto snapped. My name is Kerr, nice to meet you and see you, said the shadow as he closed the portal again. Then Rias, who saw this, immediately went to Naruto. Naruto-kun, are you okay? What was that? Rias asked. I don't know either, answered Naruto. You'd better go home first. After all, your prey is already dead, added Naruto, to which Rias et al. Nodded. Meanwhile elsewhere, Naruto Lucifer, an interesting creature with a soul, said a figure wearing a black robe with a large scythe curled at the edge, named Kerr. Suddenly another person in a black robe appeared to meet Kerr, who was still staring at the black, misty sky of the world of death. Kerr-sama, time to go, said the figure. Okay, he said with a faint smile. Chapter 7. L title. The Shifter. Q. Shouldn't the love story of female pairs be made in one direction? A. The author will consider it later. Q. What is the pairing between Naruto x Rias? A. Just look at the storyline, 3 will be mysterious Q. Harem pair. A. Still thinking about it honestly. Chapter 7. Reunion Naruto Pav. My head is still spinning on who the figure who attacked me in Rias group a few days ago was. From what I see from his strength, I'm sure he's not a creature from this dimension. If my hypothesis is correct, then the opponent I fought that time came from the world of the dead. I'd better go see Sirzex and Dia. End Pav. Then somewhere, 3 people gathered in a cafe in the middle of a shopping center. The 3 people are Naruto, Sirzex, and a man with long yellowish white hair and green eyes named Michael, who is one of the Seraphs. It seems like it's been a long time since we last met, said Michael with a smile. Michael wore casual clothes in the form of a cream-colored shirt and blue jeans. That's right, replied Sirzex while drinking the coffee on his table. Sirzex was seen wearing a white jacket and black jeans. I called you because there is an important matter I want to discuss, explained Naruto, who looked serious. Naruto was seen wearing a white t-shirt and black trousers. Okay, what's the problem? Sirzex asked. Naruto explained the attack that happened to him in Rias group some time ago while explaining his theory. So you think there is a new threat emerging from that world of the dead? Michael asked. Exactly, and I also assume that I can find him in that world, added Naruto. You're the type of person who can't move on, said Sirzex, responding with a thin laugh from Michael. You don't know how important he is to me, Naruto answered with a sad smile. Sirzex, who saw Naruto's behavior, then tried to change the conversation. Speaking of the past, I remember how we met first, said Sirzex with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, we met 50 years ago, said Sirzex while trying to remember his meeting with Naruto. 50 years ago, somewhere in the underworld, A man with yellow hair and tattered clothes was seen sitting on the head of a minotaur who was lying lifeless with terrible wounds. It appears that the animal's intestines are spilling out and emitting a smell that can make anyone vomit who smells it. However, it doesn't seem to have any effect on the yellow figure. Suddenly a magic circle appeared in another figure, a pea-paired wearing a robe with gold lines decorated on each edge of the robe. He is Searsex Lucifer, one of the 4 strongest Mao. Who are you? Searsex asked the figure who was still sitting on Minato's head. Me. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. What do you need with me? He asked in a curious tone. Are you an angel? Inquired Searsex, who felt the power of angels in his area. You could say I'm one of them too. Naruto answered innocently. Then why did you enter our territory? Asked Searsex with sharp eyes staring at Naruto. I just want to know what hell looks like now, he answered casually. Don't be kidding. You definitely want to spy on us. Searsex shouted as he prepared his power of destruction and fired it at Naruto. Naruto nimbly jumped up to avoid it. Wow, that's crazy. Luckily I still had time to dodge, said Naruto. Naruto, who was watching his opponent from below, immediately shouted. Oi, you're crazy, aren't you? Shooting games carelessly. If you get sick, you know. He shouted at Searsex, who spread his 6 wings while darting towards Naruto with several energy balls that had already flown towards Naruto. Naruto, who saw this, immediately darted away with his angel wings while taking out a gun with ancient engravings from his magic circle while maneuvering to avoid the energy balls. He pulled the trigger of his gun and fired a light shot straight at Searsex. Searsex swiftly blocked it with his power of destruction. This person can't be talked to nicely, thought Naruto. Then Naruto fired his gun repeatedly at Searsex and Searsex managed to dodge it well by maneuvering in the air. Searsex then condensed his power of destruction into his finger and fired a laser from the tip of his finger in a horizontal motion. Suddenly, from the direction of his finger movement, a laser then appeared and attacked everything in front of him as far as Searsex's eyes could see, and Naruto was right in front of him. Luckily, Naruto ducked before the beam hit his head. Naruto turned his head for a moment and saw a mountain whose peak was exposed to the light. It looks like the top of the mountain is neatly split. Naruto, who saw this, gulped a little. I have to be careful, thought Naruto. Naruto then clenched his hands into fists and made magic circles on both sides of his back. The size of the magic circles was quite large, around 5 meters. From he magic circle, a giant magical hand emerged wearing an iron glove. Okay, I'll fight him at close range, thought Naruto. Then Naruto rushed towards Searsex with one of his giant hands trying to hit Searsex, but Searsex resisted with the giant hand he created using the power of destruction. Then Naruto threw out one more giant hand and it was still blocked by Searsex's other giant hand. Naruto, who was annoyed, then used a fist from his own hand towards Searsex with both of their magical hands still hitting each other. Searsex, who saw Naruto's punch, immediately parried it, accompanied by a kick towards Naruto's waist. Naruto, who saw this, immediately fended him off using his angel wings. Then Naruto widened his eyes when he saw Searsex take out a magic circle from his mouth and it looked like a laser shot would come out of his mouth. And, whoosh, the laser shot from Searsex's mouth and aimed at Naruto, who crossed his wings and tried to block the attack. Then there was a change in Naruto's wings, where Naruto's wings, which originally had 6 pairs, were now a pair with a golden color. Limit shift, he thought. Then with one flap, Naruto finally managed to repel the attack. Suddenly 3 magic circles appeared next to Searsex. Looks. A girl and 2 guys appeared from the circle. From the aura they emit, it can be seen that they are not just any creatures. Searsex, who saw the arrival of help, smiled. Searsex-chan, it looks like you need help this time, said the girl to Searsex while winking at Searsex. It seems you were right, Seraphol. He seems stronger than I thought. Searsex replied to the girl, who turned out to be Seraphol Leviathan, one of the 4 strongest demons. You guys be careful too, Ajuka, Falbium. Searsex ordered the 2 men beside him while they nodded in return. Interesting enemy, commented Ajuka, who is also one of the 4 strongest demons with the title Beelzebub. A troublesome enemy has come again, commented Falbium while scratching his head which didn't itch. He is also one of the 4 strongest demons with the title Asmodeus. Naruto while floating above them complained in his heart. This will get more troublesome. Then Urzex suddenly fired a laser at Naruto which luckily Naruto avoided by moving aside. Apparently the laser was just a distraction to give Ajuka the opportunity to deliver a blow with a demonic aura towards Naruto. Naruto, who was aware of this, immediately kicked Ajuka in the stomach until he bounced away. When the kick was finished, he suddenly felt that the temperature of the place he was in had dropped drastically. Seraphol seemed to use her powers and freeze the combat area and create a very wide and long cloud above Naruto's head. Then Seraphol moved her hand downwards and thousands of ice arrows appeared aiming at Naruto. If this is a fad, then it's gone too far, he thought as he stared at the thousands of ice arrows that were getting closer. Naruto then took a bow and an arrow and then aimed at the sky. Then he shot the arrow while exclaiming, "La luz de la mañana." Then around the arrow appeared thousands of other arrows and turned into arrows of light that collided with Seraphol's ice arrows. Suddenly from behind Naruto a figure appeared. "You better not forget me," whispered Falbium while pointing his sword which was imbued with a very strong demonic aura. "Of course not," Naruto replied with a smile as he turned around while drawing his empty bow towards Falbium. What? Falbium was surprised by Naruto's alertness. Naruto then drew his bow and fired a fairly strong wind pressure towards the Falbium. Falbium tried to block it with his sword and was pushed quite far down. Sirzex, who saw an opening, then gathered all his power of destruction energy towards Naruto and shot it. The energy that was the size of a truck shot towards Naruto, and from the other side Seraphol also sent down more ice arrows that were bigger and more numerous. And plus Ajuka who fired energy bullets the size of a truck at Naruto. And plus Falbium which slashed a huge wave of energy towards Naruto. That's terrible, thought Naruto as he watched the 4 super powerful attacks heading towards him. Okay, I'll have to use it this time, Naruto thought to himself. Then when all these attacks had touched Naruto, a large explosion repelled all the attacks. What power is this? Thought the 4 Mao simultaneously. From the smoke from the explosion, a man appeared dressed like a Greek philosopher with an angel's halo above his head and devil's horns on his forehead and 6 pairs of gray wings holding a white sword in the shape of a cross with pointed tips at all ends. Balance breaker. Morning bringer first form. He said, flatly. Naruto's eyes which had been sky blue had now turned blood red. "You'd better give up now," he ordered in a flat tone. "My current strength is equal to that of my ancestors," he added flatly. The 4 Mao stopped attacking because of the pressure of Naruto's strength. An ancestor, Sirzex thought. "Who are you really?" Sirzex asked. "My name is Naruto Lucifer," he answered flatly. "From that name, you already know whose descendant I am, right?" added Naruto. "El Lucifer," they exclaimed simultaneously in surprise. Then, explain why you have angel blood in your body," asked Ajuka with sweat flowing down his forehead. He didn't court to meet a terrifying figure in front of him. "In short, I am the offspring of a devil and an angel," answered Naruto in a flat tone. Jetter. The minds of the 4 Mao seemed to be struck by lightning because they knew this. How is that possible? Seraphol argued. "It is impossible for a devil to have love with an angel, that is something that is prohibited by both factions," he added. E4 Mao now believed in Naruto and then approached him. They then introduced themselves one by one and suddenly Naruto fell down while vomiting a lot of blood from his mouth. What's wrong with you Naruto-kun? Seraphol asked panicked. "No, I just used too much. My strength," he said while lying on the ground. "Hold on Naruto," shouted Sirzex while embracing Naruto who was lying on the ground. "See, don't worry, I just need to sleep, and please, keep my presence here a secret." "I don't want to cause a sensation in hell," asked Naruto while being answered with a small nod from Sirzex. What a nuisance, he thought. Naruto was carried to Sirzex residence accompanied by the 3 other Mao who smiled gently when they saw Naruto and Sirzex. End flashback. "Stop your story, Sirzex. Don't bring up the past." Naruto protested with a sullen face because his past was brought up. "I'm sorry, But that was a special moment for all of us. It's been a long time since anyone could match the strength of the four of us," said Sirzex, who then drank his tea. "And what about you, Michael?" Sirzex asked. "Oh, I see," Sirzex responded briefly. "I also didn't expect you to want to accompany us to talk while you were busy taking care of Heaven, whose owner had abandoned it," said Sirzex, which surprised Michael. How did you know?" Michael asked, who was surprised, and his eyes saw Naruto, who was whistling incoherently with his eyes staring in an unclear direction. "Apparently it's him," thought Michael, with a bead of sweat running down his forehead. "Then do you intend to attack us, Sirzex?" Michael asked, straight to the point. No, I'm not interested in attacking you. I instead intend to make peace with you," said Sirzex with a sincere smile. Michael, who saw Sirzek's good intentions, also smiled and said, "Okay, we'll discuss this another time. I have to do my job," Michael said as he left the cafe while saying goodbye to the two of them. "Well, Sirzex, when will Rias' engagement be held?" Naruto asked curiously. It looks like the young Phoenix has already stirred up his lust. He asked for his engagement to be moved forward in about a week, NS word Sirzex while massaging his head. You young man. Always in a hurry," said Naruto. "Even if you're in a hurry, it's not always enjoyable," added Naruto with a sudden perverted joke. Sirs X, who heard this, laughed because of what Naruto meant. Ha 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 ha. "I didn't expect your pervert to relapse too," said Sirzex, which made Naruto annoyed. "You're also more perverted because you understand what I mean," Naruto replied to Sirzex, which made them both laugh out loud and made all the cafe visitors look at them with strange looks. Handsome or crazy, they thought. Meanwhile elsewhere, Rias et al., who were gathered in the club room, were suddenly shocked by the appearance of her sister's magic circle. And from there Graphia appeared, accompanied by a tall, blonde man named Riser. "Ohayu, Rias Heim," Riser greeted while embracing Rias, which immediately made all of Rias' pawns bleed because of his impolite behavior. "Who is that bastard?" Issei shouted while pointing at Razor. "Watch your mouth, Grimori slave. He is Razor Phoenix, he is the son of the head of the Phoenix clan." Graphia scolded Issei, which made Issei speechless. "And he is also Rias Grimori's fiancé, Dded Graphia, which made all of Rias' pawns surprised. Rias, who witnessed Riser's treatment, could only look away because she didn't like it. "I wish Naruto-kun were here," Rias thought, wailing. "Well, Rias Heim, did you know that our wedding will be held next week?" said Riser, which suddenly made Rias protest. "I will never marry you, I will challenge you in a rating game." Rias' words were greeted with a cynical smile from Riser. "Whoa, sugoi, this is really a harem," shouted Issei incoherently while looking at Razor's pawns. "But I won't let this kind of man have Bushu," she thought. "He thinks his Bushu should get a better man. I don't care about your pieces, Razor. I'm sure I'll win," Rias exclaimed. "Okay, it's up to you. You will definitely be mine," Riser answered while leaving Rias in her pawns. "The rating game will be held in 6 days, I'm sure I'll win," added Razor arrogantly as he disappeared with a magic circle. Then 6 days later Rias did a rating game with Razor and the results were as expected. Rias suffered a crushing defeat due to the low experience her pawns had compared to Razor's pawns. Then on the appointed day, Rias and Razor's wedding was held. It seemed that Rias' pawns were not happy with this event. There was also Razor, who was very happy, and Rias, who looked sad about her current fate. "Naruto-kun, where are you now?" he thought. Rias' pawns, who saw the look on Rias' face, suddenly became sad. "Where are you, Naruto-kun? At a critical moment like this, you can't even see the bridge of your nose," they thought sadly. They didn't know where Naruto was since a week ago. Naruto suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even though Naruto is traveling around hell doing unclear things, like playing ball with Milikas, Sirzek's son. Also seen at the event where the four Mao and Lord Phoenix talking to each other. Sirzex, who was silent, suddenly smiled to himself and made the other 3 Mao move away from him. Is he crazy because his sister got engaged to a playboy, they thought. Hukuku, feel it, you little chicken, soon you will be made into a suckling chicken, thought Sirzex, who couldn't hold back his excitement because he would see Razor battered. Please my son doesn't get too much injury, thought Lord Phoenix, who felt regretful about following Sirzex, plan after seeing Sirzek's face now. Then the wedding ceremony began. The leader of the wedding ceremony did what Sirzek ordered. Before the two of them are officially married, our clan Grimoire has a special tradition of proposing to daughters from our clan. The groom must fight a fighter chosen by our clan. If the bride loses, then the wedding is cancelled, shouted the leader of the wedding ceremony. Where did that stupid rule come from? Thought Rias, feeling a little relieved when she heard that. Damn Sirzek, what's your plan? Riser thought while looking at Sirzek, who was busy looking away from Razor's face. Okay, then let me introduce the fighters from our family, said Sirzek. And a blonde with sky blue eyes appeared, dressed in a light blue casual t-shirt with brown shorts. He's Naruto. Ha 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 ha, you must be joking. My opponent is this lowly creature, pointed out Riser while looking down at Naruto, who was indifferent to seeing Riser's reaction. It's nothing, I'm already arrogant, thought Naruto. Meanwhile, the other three Mao Su LD only be shocked and gaped slightly at the figure they knew so well. What a poor little chicken. Sirzek would be crazy to ask for this person's help to cancel his sister's engagement, they though. While remembering how difficult it was to fight Naruto in the past. Okay, I agree, I'll end it in 5 minutes, Razor claimed arrogantly. Never mind 5 minutes, even 5 seconds, you should be great if you. If you don't die from the attack, Ajuka thought while smiling to himself because he understood Sirzek's strange behavior earlier. Rias, who saw Naruto's arrival, imperceptibly shed tears of joy, and was about to rush towards Naruto but was held back by Graphia and forced to make him stop. Meanwhile, Rias pawns were very happy to see Naruto's arrival. Naruto, you have to win. Otherwise I'll kick your crotch until it bleeds, shouted Issei, who was happy to see Naruto's arrival and was answered with a faint smile from Naruto. Then Razor and Naruto headed to an arena. Both of them prepared their stances, and it seemed that Razor attacked first with his fiery fists. Naruto, who saw Razor was about to casually punch him, remained standing in an upright position and blocked Razor's punch with one hand. Then Naruto took out his 6 pairs of demon wings while grinning at Razor. Razor, who sensed danger, stepped back, and from both of Naruto's hands, blue flames gathered together. In his fist. Let's start a life lesson for you, brat, said Naruto while grinning. Chapter 8, Q. Is there an opponent who can match Naruto? A. Of course there is. Q. Who founded Chaos Brigade? A. Of course Ophis. Only Naruto feels that there are people who intend to coup Ophis and change the goals of the organization. Chapter 8. Sensei. Let's start a life lesson for you, brat, said Naruto while grinning. Everyone at the wedding seemed surprised to see Naruto with his 6 pairs of wings and blue flames from a screen floating above the ceiling of the event venue. Who is that guy? They all thought minus the 4 Maos and Rias and their pawns. Sirzek, isn't that fire an old satanic Mao weapon? Lord Phoenix asked Sirzek, surprised by the fire he had rarely seen. That's right, and don't worry. He will just teach your child how to be more polite, replied Sirzek while trying to calm Lord Phoenix, who was sweating coldly because he was afraid his child would die silly. Sirzek, answer mad. Lord Phoenix feel relieved because after all, Riser was still his son. Although he is arrogant. Rias, who was curious about Naruto's relationship with her brother, then approached her brother to ask. Oni-sama, how do you know Naruto? Rias asked Sirzek curiously. You could say we are old friends, answered Sirzek with a smile. Then, does Oni-sama know who Naruto is? Rias asked. Who? Was still curious because Naruto always changed the topic when Rias asked about his origins. You'll know after this, answered Sirzek while looking at the match screen. Now you should see how he educates that Phoenix kid, added Sirzek, to which Rias nodded in return. Return to the Naruto vs. Razor battle arena. Seeing the blue flames on both of Naruto's hands, Riser sharpened his gaze. Damn, what are those blue flames? Riser thought, feeling that he was in danger. But seeing Naruto's relaxed attitude and Naruto's gaze, which he thought annoyed him, made Riser lose his temper and attack Naruto. Razor then took out a pair of flame wings and threw out a fist with flames on his fist. Take this, lowly being. Naruto, who saw this, could only remain silent while smiling. Razor's punch was caught easily by Naruto, and the fire in Razor's fist seemed to be sucked in by Naruto's blue flame. Okay, Tori-kun, as a good sensei, I will give you 3 important lessons. The first is patience, sigh. Naruto, who then let go of Razor's hand. Don't you be joking, bastard, shouted Razor, who didn't accept Naruto's attitude, which Razor thought was lowering his self-esteem. Then Razor enlarged his fire and attacked Naruto blindly. Naruto, who was attacked by Razor, just dodged casually without moving from his place. Then Razor tried to sweep Naruto's legs. Naruto, who saw this, immediately kicked Razor's leg, who was trying to kick him until it broke. Second lesson: never underestimate your enemy, said Naruto with a psychopathic smile on his face. Then Naruto kicked Razor, who fell because he lost his balance, to the edge of the arena until he hit the arena barrier with one of his legs, which was suddenly covered in blue flames. Razor, who has the unique ability of the Phoenix clan, namely immortality, must be grateful for this ability, because if not, he would have died by now. The frantic Razor then called his 15 pawns. Kill him, ordered the frantic Razor while recovering himself. However, Naruto's fire seemed to make his recovery very slow. Naruto, who saw this, just smiled as he watched the 15 women casually attack him. Now, Issei, pay attention to the moves I'm going to teach you, shouted Naruto, which made Issei, who was watching the match, become curious and happy. What moves will he teach me? Issei thought curiously. This move is a move that is very suitable for someone like you, added Naruto, which made Issei even more curious. Back to Naruto, who has succeeded in subduing his enemy with his magical moves. Naruto then released some kind of aura that made Razor's pawns faint. Razor, who saw this, lost control of his emotions and released fire energy that coated his entire body and prepared to lunge at Naruto. However, in terms of suddenly Naruto was in front of him, holding Razor's face with his right palm. Nay, Tori-kun, now I will give you my last lesson: respect other people's feelings, Naruto said, accompanied by his left hand pun. Ching Razor's stomach, and immediately when the fist hit the Razor, Naruto's blue fire shot out from Naruto's left hand towards the Razor and eroded Razor's layer of fire and left Razor, whose body suffered from severe burns, and then he fell down in front of Naruto. Razor, I actually don't want to make you a fool like this, but you are also a good potential for the demon faction. As a king for your pawns, you should respect them more and not use emotions in battle. And also, you should respect other people's feelings more and not force your wishes. Naruto's lecture. Razor was silent, and felt that everything Naruto said was true. And don't rely too much on your Phoenix powers. You have to learn to use other skills, added Naruto. Why are you lecturing me as if you care about me? Asked Razor. I just don't want my junior to go the wrong way, answered Naruto with a smile, leaving the Razor speechless. You better take care of all your pawns, Naruto ordered Razor. Think you have a lot of women who care about you, added Naruto, which made Razor smile sincerely. You're right, answered Razor, who tried to stand up with some difficulty. Razor then approached them, and created a magic circle that made their clothes intact again and sent them out of the arena. Then Razor approached Naruto and said to Naruto, "One day I will surpass you," said Razor while smiling at Naruto. "I'll wait for that," replied Naruto with his trademark smile. The two of them returned to the wedding venue. "Dad, we better cancel this event. I think I've had enough happiness so far," said Razor to his father. Lord Phoenix just smiled faintly and complied with his son's wishes. The invited guests who were present were also happy with the increasingly mature mind of Razor. They also praised Razor's actions in admitting defeat for the first time. Razor then approached Rias. "Rias, forgive my actions. Forcing my will," said Razor, gently admitting his mistake. "It's okay, I'm glad you finally realized it," said Rias with a faint smile. Then Razor left the wedding with relaxed steps. Lord Phoenix was satisfied with the change in his son's attitude, then thanked Circex and Naruto. They both just smiled. Then Lord Phoenix also left the wedding venue, and not long afterward the invitees also left the venue because they felt there was nothing to do there anymore. Rias then head towards Naruto while still in her wedding clothes to hug Naruto. Baka, you were almost late, he whispered to Naruto while hugging him. Naruto, who thought Rias was still panicking because of her marriage, calmed Rias while stroking Rias' shoulder. Don't worry, everything is safe, Naruto replied softly with a faint smile. Then Rias let go of Naruto's hug and kissed Naruto's lips slowly. Naruto could only remain silent and accept it. However, Naruto felt a murderous gaze from Sirzex, who then broke Rias' kiss and tried to change the conversation. Why did you kiss me? Naruto asked with a panicked face with a blush on his face. That's a gift for you, said Rias as she left Naruto and headed towards the room. She knew Naruto was being watched by her brother. Naruto-kun, it seems like after this you have a lot of topics to talk about with me, said Sirzex to Naruto, to which Naruto nodded in return. I'm dead, thought Naruto. Then Naruto was approached by 3 other Mao approaching Sirzex and Naruto. Rias and her servants who saw this were worried that the Mao would be angry with Naruto for ruining the event carelessly. Then their eyes widened when they saw the conversation taking place between the 5 people. Mu, evil Sirzex-chan. Didn't tell me Naruto-tan came here, whined Serafal to Sirzex. Gomen, I planned this as a surprise for you, answered Sirzex with a smile. I didn't think you could also come here, Naruto, Ajuka said to Naruto. Well, what else can I say? I made a promise to Sirzex, answered Naruto. How was my dress breaker move earlier? Is it still as good as before? Naruto asked. Yeah, it's still great. It's still as great as when you tore Graphia's clothes, added Falbium, which was laughed at by Sirzex, Ajuka, and Naruto. Meanwhile Serafal just stroked her chest remembering the behavior of the 4 people when they were together. Meanwhile Graphia could only bow her head in shame remembering her past. Well, Naruto, what do you really need here? Ajuka asked curiously. Actually apart from this, I also have needs with the 4 of you, but I don't think now is the time, explained Naruto, to which the 4 nodded in return. Then Rias and her group who were curious then met Naruto and the 4 Mao and asked Sirzex. Oni-sama, who exactly is Naruto-kun? Asked Rias, who was trying to collect a promise from Sirzex. Okay, I'll introduce him. His real name is Naruto Lucifer, he is a descendant of the previous Mao, answered Sirzex. What? Exclaimed Rias et al, who were surprised to hear that. But how did you get along with Naruto like that? Rias asked. It's quite a long story, but the point is that we are all good friends, answered Falbium. Naruto, why didn't you tell us from the start? Akano asked Naruto. She didn't think that the Naruto she knew was a very special figure despite his strength. I didn't say it because I thought it was just a name, answered Naruto casually, which was answered with a strange nod from Rias et al. Then Rias forced her sister to tell about the meeting of the 4 Mao with Naruto. Then Sirzex told everything and made Rias and her pawns surprised because Naruto was able to match the 4 Mao at once. How far is Naruto's strength? They thought. Issei, how was my offer earlier? Naruto asked Issei, who he offered to learn from him. Okay, I will also train Kiba and Kaneko, I see their potential is very good. Is that okay, Rias? Naruto asked. Rias also gave a sign of agreement. Okay, then I will train you in 3 days, prepare your minds. Suggested Naruto, which made them gulp. The next day, Naruto didn't go to school and went to Sirzex to ask for his payment. Naruto arrived at Sirzex's residence with his magic circle. Then he was invited in to meet Sirzex, who was also waiting for him. Oi, where's my pay? Naruto asked. Here. Sirzex handed Naruto a 1,000 yen note. What the hell? Why did you only give me 1,000 yen? Naruto asked while screaming hysterically. Hey, after taking my sister's virgin lips, you think I'm willing to pay you? Sirzex asked in a murderous tone. It's say. Med his siskin had relapsed after yesterday's incident. Okay. Naruto could only bow his head languidly because of this. Then they talked seriously about something. Why do you intend to train Issei? Sirzex asked Naruto in a curious tone. You know, my distant relative who holds the title, White, is starting to get impatient with Red, who is his eternal rival. Naruto said. Oh, He is. Then why are you making a fuss? Sirzex asked. Oh, of course. As Issei's sensei. I don't want to let him lose like that, Naruto answered naively, which made Sirzex just nod because he knew there was no point in asking more. Then what about the problem from the other world? Sirzex asked. It seems they still haven't acted. I also can't investigate further due to limited information. Naruto said. Maybe I should look for Zeus to ask about this. Maybe he knows who Kur is, added Naruto. Then Naruto and Sirzex talked about unimportant things. Meanwhile, in a foggy place, there was a moon that was always yellow and crescent-shaped. Kur looked lost in thought while looking at the moon. Helio. Kur whispered softly, and a hooded man appeared with a sword on his back more than 1 meter long, kneeling in front of Kur. What are your orders, Kur-sama? He asked. Play with Naruto. Kur ordered the figure. The figure then took off his hood, and a man with yellow hair and blue eyes who looked like Naruto was seen staring blankly at everything in front of him. Then the figure disappeared into the mist. Enjoy your toy this time, Naruto, said Kur while dreamily looking at the moon above his head. Chapter 9. Lemon. On. Naruto had just come home from his part-time job. Tiring hard work, shouted Naruto on his way home. Not long afterward he arrived at his house. When he was about to enter his house, he heard a groaning sound coming from inside the house. With an alert attitude, he slowly entered his house. There was a sight that made his eyes widen. How could he not? He saw Ophis lying on his sofa while kissing Naruto's unwashed clothes and rubbing his crotch with her long fingers. The smell of this baka makes me go crazy, Ophis said while enjoying the smell of the clothes. Suddenly Ophis' body stiffened for a moment and then went limp again. Apparently he had reached his peak. Naruto, who saw this, could only gape and turn around while trying to get out of his house. But it seemed like the god of misfortune was smiling at him. He accidentally knocked over the shoe cupboard next to him. Who is there? Shouted Ophis, who slowly looked back and found Naruto behind her. Suddenly Ophis straightened her clothes and threw Naruto's clothes away. Baka, did you see everything just now? Ophis asked, panicked. Naruto innocently nodded. Anu. Then I'll go first. Finish first. Naruto, who felt in danger, immediately tried to run away and was successfully caught by Ophis. You're not going anywhere, Ophis ordered in a murderous tone. I'm dead, thought Naruto. Then Ophis grabbed Naruto and slammed him to the ground. Itai. Naruto screamed as he was slammed on the ground. Then Naruto saw Ophis on top of his body and sitting on him right in his crotch. What does this mean? He thought. Then Ophis lowered her head slightly while bringing her face closer to Naruto. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. It's your fault, I'm crazy about someone as unclear as you, snapped Ophis, who then kissed Naruto on his lips. Ophis then tried to put her tongue into Naruto's mouth. Naruto seemed to accept it and they started clashing tongues. About 1 minute later they broke the kiss because they were out of breath. Oh Ophis, are you sure about this? Asked Naruto, who tried to ask Ophis. Of course, Baka, Ophis replied. Then Naruto turned things around. With a little effort he now reversed his position. Now he is on top and Ophis is below him. Then, with a little roughness, he took off the oversized black t-shirt that Ophis usually wore. Then you can see a pair of hills. Twins who weren't big but somehow made Naruto very excited. Sorry if it's not as big as Rias and Akino's, said Ophis while looking away with a red face. It's okay. I like it better like this, Naruto answered with a smile. This made Ophis' face red with pleasure. Ophis, looks like I'm going out. Naruto shouted at Ophis. Remove it inside. Let me contain your seed, replied Ophis. Then Naruto accelerated his movements and finally Naruto shouted. I'm out. Then Naruto's vision turned white and he heard a sound. Creaking. The alarm clock he had just bought yesterday rang and made Naruto wake up from his sleep, and while trying to regain consciousness. It turns out it was just a dream, he thought, but it seemed that the dream left the gift between Naruto's crotch and turned into a white liquid floating on his bed. Wow, I really have to go to the laundry today. Naruto cursed while seeing the effects of his dream earlier. Then Naruto heard his doorbell ring. Damn, there's someone outside. I have to quickly change clothes, cursed Naruto while trying to change his clothes. Yeah, wait a minute. Naruto shouted at the people outside. Then after changing clothes, Naruto opened the door and saw a woman with long red hair and dark blue eyes standing in front of him in Kuo High School clothes. She was Rias Gramori. What's wrong, Rias? Did you come here early in the morning? Naruto asked. Oh, I just want to invite you to go to school together, answered Rias with a gentle smile. Oh, then wait a moment. I want to take a shower first. You just go inside first, said Naruto while inviting Rias to come in. Then they both went to the room and Naruto told him to wait a moment, then Naruto went to the bathroom to clean his body. Rias, who was curious about the contents of Naruto's house, went around looking at every room in Naruto's house and her curiosity was aroused. When he saw Naruto's room, with a little courage he entered Naruto's room. Rias looked around the contents of Naruto's room. What caught her eye was a guitar placed in the corner of his room and a study table with a laptop on it as well as posters of bands and anime characters stuck to the walls of his room. Interesting person, thought Rias. Then Rias sat herself on the edge of Naruto's bed and her eyes caught a glob of white liquid. Rias, who was curious, then touched the liquid and suddenly her face turned red. Is this? Rias' thoughts were then diverted when she felt someone enter the room. Rias, who saw Naruto's panic, tried to tease him as she got out of bed. Rias approached Naruto and said, "Nay, Naruto-kun. Who did you dream about last night?" Rias teased while playing with her fingers on Naruto's chest. "And nobody," Naruto answered while looking away from his face which was red because of Rias' treatment. Honestly he enjoyed Rias' touch. "Oh, is that so? Alright, we better get ready to go." Rias ended her morning teasing. But have you eaten?" Rias asked Naruto who responded with a shake of his head. "Okay, then I'll cook something for you, I see there's a lot of food in your refrigerator," Rias said. Naruto also agreed with Rias' words and they headed to the kitchen and Naruto sat at the dining table waiting for the food that Rias would cook. Naruto-kun, why do you intend to train my 3 pawns?" Rias asked Naruto while still focusing on cooking. How about it? I see the potential of the 3 of them, answered Naruto. Issei has Dedrag the Welsh dragon, so I think I have to train him to be able to use his strength to the fullest. Then, Kiba, I see that his sword skills really promise him to be promoted to a high-class devil someday. However, I see a hatred at the same time in his heart. Even though it's not very visible. Then, Kaneko, I will make him one of the best rooks. I feel very good potential from them, 3 of us, Naruto explained at length. Rias, who heard Naruto's explanation, frowned as she continued cooking. If that's the case then I agree, replied Rias, and my cooking is ready. Rias exclaimed while carrying her cooking shirt. A bowl of rice with a plate of tempura and a bowl of miso soup were Naruto's breakfast menu today. Naruto without much comment immediately devoured it. Is it delicious? Rias asked Naruto. It's delicious. Your future husband will be very lucky one day, added Naruto which made Rias blush. Baka, you insensitive bastard. The lucky person is right in front of me, Rias thought while smiling, softly looking at Naruto who was eating greedily. Then after that they went to school together. On the way to school, everyone seemed fascinated by this couple walking together. Then they arrived in front of the school gate. The women were seen screaming when they saw Naruto, who had not been in for more than a week, now came with one of the school's Onisamas. "Kya, they look absolutely perfect," the women shouted hysterically. Not long after, the 2 of them entered the classroom and took part in the lesson. Naruto didn't seem very interested in the lesson. His mind was still wandering thinking about training methods for Issei et al. Without realizing it, he had been thinking for a long time when suddenly the recess bell rang. Naruto went to the place where he usually spent his rest time. What else if it wasn't a tree near the park? However, it seems that his intention cannot come true. Because he had been waiting for a short-haired girl with glasses who was staring intently at him. Naruto Uzumaki. No, Naruto Lucifer. What are your intentions at studying here? Investigate the figure who turns out to be Sona Citri. I'm just enjoying my normal life, answered Naruto casually. I don't mean anything evil. So don't worry. And how do you know my name? Naruto asked. I am the younger sister of Seraphal Leviathan, answered Sona, who was now starting to look relaxed. Why have you kept your identity a secret all this time? Oh, Sarah-chan's sister anyway, Naruto commented. Being honest by telling me my identity, people will act differently towards me. Even though, the old Mao is the enemy of the current Mao, Lucifer is still respected because he used to be the leader of the devils. And I'm not used to formalities, explained Naruto at length. What makes you great is not where you come from, but how useful you are to the people around you, added Naruto. Even though I'm useless, Naruto whispered to himself. Sona, who listened to Naruto's explanation, could only smile softly. According to his thoughts, the old Mao were war-crazed people. Now his mind saw Naruto as the exception. That's all you wanted to ask? Naruto asked Sona. If that's all, now I want to enjoy my daydreaming time for a while, said Naruto as he passed Sona. Put the headset on his ears and lay under the tree looking up at the cloudy sky. Sona then surprisingly sat beside Naruto and asked Naruto. What do you see up there? Sona asked curiously. I was just looking at the clouds while imagining what shape they were. Look at that. The shape is like Searzexen. That one is like Azazel. Naruto pointed at the clouds. Sona, who heard this, could only smile. Then he left, leaving Naruto who was still daydreaming. You are unique, Sona thought. Then Naruto fell asleep soundly because he was lulled by the gentle breeze blowing towards him. Skip time. It didn't feel like school was over. Naruto successfully made himself skip class until the last lesson. Now he is heading to Rias, spiritual club. When Naruto entered, Rias and her pawns were discussing the level of success of each pawn in completing the contract. It seemed that Issei was the one who commented most sharply on Rias because of his hobby of making trouble. It seems Naruto-kun has come, said Akano who saw Naruto enter. Ohayu, said Naruto with a gentle smile. Are you three ready for training? Naruto asked straight to the point. Of course, answered Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko in unison. Good. Then you three prepare your suitcases. I will take you to my private training place. Naruto ordered. And, for you, Issei, I will pass on the dress breaker to you later. Added Naruto. Arigato, sensei. Issei immediately kowtowed and made Kaneko kick him. Erts are prohibited here, Kaneko said to Issei. He seemed to know what Issei would use this move for later. Okay, that's all I wanted to say. I have to work now, Naruto said goodbye. And as for Asia, later I will also teach you a technique that is suitable for you, added Naruto, to which Asia nodded in return. Naruto then walked to his place of work, which was a ramen restaurant where he was an assistant chef there. It's not a fun job because you have to deal with a chef who is such a perfectionist. But, Naruto learned the aesthetics of cooking from him. However, today it looked like Naruto would be late for work. It seemed that when he was passing through the outskirts of a quiet forest on his way to his workplace on the outskirts of town, suddenly a hooded figure slashed his long and large sword at Naruto from behind the trees. Naruto, who felt a threat, immediately jumped back and prepared his demon mode and drew a black katana from the magic circle he had created. Who are you? Naruto asked, who responded with a wild slash towards him. Naruto, who saw the slash heading towards him, then tried to block the attack with his sword. Tang! The two swords of different sizes collided. Naruto seemed to be having difficulty blocking the heavy sword that was trying to cut him. Naruto then used his free left hand to take another sword from his magic circle, and tried to slash it at the enemy. But the enemy was able to swiftly restrain him by catching the sword with his right hand, releasing his grip on his big sword. Damn, he has really fast reflexes, cursed Naruto. Then, Naruto opened his mouth and tried to shoot a laser. Then Naruto locked the movements of his enemy's hands by keeping them busy holding Naruto's sword. Then Naruto fired a black laser beam towards his enemy's face. Soplo, Naruto thought to himself. The laser only penetrated into the forest and made a small but deep hole in the ground. It appears that the enemy is on a tree branch while flapping high. Black wings but with bones sticking out from the sides of his wings. Fallen angel. Naruto thought to himself. Then the enemy shot his feathers at Naruto and made Naruto fend them off with the two swords in his hands. Suddenly the enemy was beside Naruto while creating a ball of black energy that was spinning rapidly in his hand accompanied by black mist surrounding the ball. Damn, I've got it! Cursed Naruto, who was not ready to accept his enemy's attack. Brukh. Suddenly a small foot kicked his enemy until he bounced away and made the black ball hit the ground and create a fairly large crater. Be a little careful, Baka, snapped the figure who helped him earlier. Gomen. I was distracted by him earlier, you have to be careful with him, Ophis. He can change places suddenly. Remember Naruto, and it looks like feathers are the medium, added Naruto. Okay, how about you just use that combination technique against him? I will automatically block his attack if you use that, suggested Ophis. Okay, Naruto said. Then Naruto kept his black katana and read an ancient spell and held Ophis' hand with his right hand. So, be the right hand that takes care of me, Naruto continued to read the spell. And, suddenly Ophis disappeared and became a sword the size of a katana with white on the blade and a black hilt accompanied by a blood-red rope at the end of the hilt. Naruto's right hand became black and decorated with spell tattoos as well as a glove that was similar to Issei's but with a clear crystal color. Pareha, thought to Naruto and Ophis, whose thoughts had merged. You've taken one of my hands. We'd better finish this quickly, I don't want you to be completely sealed like Dedrag, said Naruto. I don't want to either, Baka, Ophis replied from the crystal in Naruto's hand. The enemy seemed to start to wake up and reveal a face that was similar to Naruto's but whiter than Naruto's and an empty stare that always accompanied him. He also shot his wing feathers again and tried to attack Naruto. Naruto then channeled his blue flame into the sword in his left hand and began to deflect each of the sharp wing feathers. As Naruto expected, the enemy disappeared and attacked Naruto from Naruto's blind spot on his back. The enemy was behind Naruto while preparing the black ball again, and Naruto's right hand, which had been united with Ophis, nimbly moved backwards and slashed towards the enemy's head with a sharp black aura. Larga golpe, thought Ophis. Whoosh! The sword pointed towards the enemy, leaving Ophis, slashing wind that continued to move forward and finally disappeared. And suddenly the enemy disappeared again and tried to direct his black ball towards Naruto. Naruto was ready for this, then said, Respira, which made a mist radiate from Naruto's body and turned all the feathers that fell on the ground into dust, and he quickly slashed the sword in his left hand towards his enemy with full force. Taste this, purgation, shouted Naruto as he slashed his sword and created the area burned by the blue flames that continued to burn. While his enemy managed to escape towards one of the nearest trees, Naruto, who had expected this, immediately shot up and thrust his sword with blue flames into his enemy's chest. Jlebb. The sound of the sword as it penetrated the enemy's body. The enemy's empty face began to chaw. NGE, and the empty blue eyes became alive. Good job, kid, hissed the figure as he disappeared because he was pulled by a black hole vortex that appeared from behind his back. Naruto, who saw this, could only say one name in his mind, Kur. Single quote. Then Naruto flew away from that place because he was afraid that someone would see him. Naruto then landed on a river bank near a deserted town. Then, he removed the seal on Ophis. A whitish light came out of her body and made Ophis appear again in her little girl form. Hey, are you okay? Naruto asked. Of course not, Baka, Ophis answered. By the way, how did you know I was attacked earlier? Naruto asked. You forgot that we used to do a combination like that, and the results made us telepathic, answered Ophis. Oh yes, Naruto answered while slapping his palm. Be grateful because you are the only one who can combine with me, Baka, added Ophis. Yeah, later I'll buy you ice cream as a thank you, added Naruto. And about that, if it weren't for you, to be honest, I would definitely be seriously injured. Thank you, Ophis, Naruto exclaimed while stroking Ophis' head. And take care of it. I want to go first. Ophis snapped with a red face and started to float away. Okay, bye, shouted Naruto as he returned to his workplace. Meanwhile at Kur's place. Quite an interesting combination, Kur said with a smile. Then he took off his veil. And there was a girl with a flat gaze and simple blonde hair, imagine Victorique de Blois in Gosek, looking up at the night sky. Then came Heliel, who had lost to Naruto and was unconscious. I'd better restore him," said Kerr as he dragged Heliel with his sickle towards the temple where he lived. Skill description: Soplo. Straight black laser shot and can penetrate objects with extraordinary piercing power. Pareja. The combined combination of Naruto and Ophis, which allows Ophis to control the part of the body that Naruto sacrificed and is temporary because Naruto's body actually resists the power. With the help of the seal, its working period can be extended. Larga Golpe. A slash that can cause the enemy to disintegrate into wind if hit by the slash. Chapter 10. The night after the attack, Naruto prepared himself to train Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko. After finishing his preparations, namely, showering, eating and wearing clothes, Naruto then went to school. This time he was excused from school on the grounds that he had family matters. Naruto then headed to Rias spiritual club using a magic circle so no one knew he was actually at school. When he arrived, he saw Rias and her servants waiting for Naruto. Okay. From here, just leave it to me," Naruto said to Rias, and Rias nodded in return. "Issei, Kiba, Kaneko. Now come closer to me," shouted Naruto. Then the T-Re people followed Naruto's orders while carrying supplies. Then a magic circle appeared that moved the four of them from Rias' place. "Be careful," Rias's message to them might not have been heard by them. Then the magic circle appeared on an island that looked very isolated and there were no other islands around it. The island looks very beautiful, with coconut trees and several hills are not too high and a forest of trees with hard bark filling the middle of the island's forest. "Okay, you three follow me," Naruto ordered, to which they nodded in return. After walking for 30 minutes, they finally arrived in the middle of the forest where there was a very beautiful small lake and there was a small hut and a large field beside the lake. "So we will practice here?" Issei asked. Naruto just smiled and replied, "Of course not, idiot. This is just a place to rest when it's night. Your training place is here," exclaimed Naruto as he opened a seal attached to the ground where he was standing. After the seal was opened, you could see a red place with many skulls of creatures of unknown origin scattered there. And you could see 3 arenas, each of which was separated by a high wall. Kiba and Kaneko gulped at the sight. Meanwhile, Issei, who was trying to escape, was immediately caught by Naruto with his arms, and in the end he was forced to hold Issei by holding him close. Strong. "Okay, let's go inside," Naruto ordered. They then entered the place via a staircase that connected the place to the outside world. Okay. First of all, let me say goodbye to the lowest levels of hell," Naruto exclaimed while smiling broadly. Kiba and his friends were surprised by this. What is the meaning of training here, Naruto-senpai?" Kiba asked. Don't worry. This place is special because in this place time passes faster than the outside world. So with training you here for a week is the same as training you for 1 month in the real world," explained Naruto, to which the 3 responded with a big O. "Okay, I'll share your training portion. For Issei you will do basic training in the form of punching a large rock in Arena 1 as many times as possible until the rock is destroyed. Then Kiba, I will give you basic training to survive in Arena 2. And lastly, Kaneko, you wait for my orders later. You can relax first in Arena 3, ordered Naruto, which made Issei smile lightly. What's so hard about destroying rocks, Issei thought. Then they went to each place ordered by Naruto. Naruto, who caught Issei's easy smile, started training Issei first. "Well, Issei, try giving your best blow now," Naruto ordered. Okay, come on. Boosted gear, shouted Issei while activating his sacred gear. Boost. And then Issei punched the rock with all his strength, and the rock cracked and started to crumble. Issei smiled with satisfaction. But soon the cracks in the rock started to disappear and stood firmly in front of Issei. Issei, who saw this, could only gape. He hit the rock again. But still the same thing happened over and over again. Hosh, never mind if this continues like this. The stone is destroyed, there won't be even a small crack, complained Issei. Naruto, who saw this, just smiled and left Issei, who continued to punch the stone. Then Naruto went to Kiba's place and began his instructions to Kiba. Kiba, you as a knight do meet your qualifications, especially speed. But I still say that your defense is still below average. Naruto's lecture. You're right, Naruto-senpai. Kiba agreed with Naruto's opinion. Especially if I attack, then I will start to open gaps in my defense. Added Kiba. Naruto smiled at Kiba's confession. He does have the aura of a high-class devil, thought Naruto. Fine, I found a way to increase your defense, Naruto said. Naruto then took out a magic circle that was 2 meters in diameter. Then a wooden robot appeared with 4 arms and all of them were holding Bakken. Just imagine the red wooden doll that attacked the guy in Naruto and was about 2 meters tall. Naruto-senpai, what are you going to practice now? Kiba asked curiously. You'll find out after you enjoy this robot. Then Naruto gave a drop of his blood to the robot and made the robot move. Naruto then threw 3 Bakken at Kiba. Use this carefully, okay? Naruto exclaimed. Then the robot suddenly attacked Kiba suddenly. Luckily Kiba was able to avoid the robot. Kiba suddenly smiled. I understand what Naruto-senpai was teaching me now. Then Kiba started attacking with one sword towards the robot. The robot deftly parried the attack with one of its hands. Naruto, who saw this, smiled again and left Kiba's place and headed for Kaniko's place. When they arrived at Kaniko's place, Kaniko was seen sitting quietly while waiting for Naruto's orders. Kaniko, do you know why I didn't give you any orders? Naruto asked. Kaniko shook her head. Okay, I didn't give you any orders because your training this time is quite special. I will teach you senjutsu, explained Naruto. Kaniko, who was curious about what senjutsu was, asked Naruto, what is senjutsu, Naruto-senpai? You could say senjutsu is a technique that uses nature as an ally, said Naruto. I can use basic senjutsu, but for the advanced level 1 think you can create your own, as long as you know the basics. Naruto explained. Kaniko, who heard the explanation, felt curious about the training she would undergo. Okay, first you should do some meditation, said Naruto. Then Kaniko did what Naruto ordered. Get ready, your training is a bit painful, you know, said Naruto while pulling the back of Kaniko's shirt until it tore and injuring Kaniko's wing bone by making a vertical incision in both bones. Kaniko wings. Kaniko could only grimace while enduring the pain. Hold on, I deliberately injured that part because I think natural energy can easily enter from there, and activate energy from inside your body called chakra. Then the two energies will synchronize. Time keeps running. It didn't feel like they had been training non-stop for 1 week. Luckily Naruto tricked their stamina with some kind of spell when they entered the training place, so that their bodies thought they had only been training for 4 hours. It seemed that Issei, who was tired of his duties, was starting to curse in annoyance. Damn, how do I destroy this stupid rock? Cursed Issei while hitting the rock repeatedly all over with his feet and hands. Suddenly Issei's eyes caught something strange. Why is the left side recovering slowly? Issei asked himself. Then, with his initiative, Issei hit the part with all his strength and made the stone break into pieces without being able to come together again. Yosh! Finally, Issei shouted. Suddenly Naruto appeared and asked him, how? Do you know the purpose of my training? Naruto asked Issei. Sure. Analyzing weak points to deliver critical attacks to the enemy, right? Issei asked. Exactly right. Naruto answered. Okay. I will give you your real special training now, said Naruto. I will teach you to use the balance breaker now, Naruto exclaimed. Issei seems confused when he hears the word. What is that? Issei asked. Balance breaker is the perfect activation ability of a sacred gear. At first it's a bit difficult to enter this phase, but after that it will become easier, explained Naruto. Issei could only remain silent, not understanding. Then Naruto grabbed Issei's left hand and held it while touching Issei's green crystal sacred gear. Suddenly Issei and Naruto seemed to move and headed towards a place full of flames, and a red dragon was seen staring at them. Issei was frightened by the sight, but Naruto glared at Issei to keep him calm. Yo, D-Drake, Naruto greeted the red dragon in front of him. What are you calling me for, halfling? Asked D-Drake. Give your power to the boy who is your host, asked Naruto. That's fine, as long as he sacrifices one of his body parts, offered Didraig. Issei, what do you think? If you sacrifice your left hand, your chances of becoming Harem King will be even wider, you know. Naruto asked Issei, who was still stunned. Issei, who suddenly heard the words Harem King, stupidly immediately shouted, "Fine. Just take it, give me more power to become Harem King." Ha ha ha, Omoshiroi. This is the first time I have had a host like this. Didraig laughed at Issei's attitude. Okay, Hyodo Issei, enjoy the power as my host, added Didraig, who then coated Issei's body with fire, and then Naruto and Issei's vision faded. Then they returned to the arena. I don't feel any changes, Issei said to Naruto. Naruto didn't answer anything and tried to attack Issei with his fists. Issei, who saw this, quickly dodged. What are you doing? Suddenly attacking me like that? Issei snapped. Kukuku, Issei, I just realized that Asia is actually so beautiful, I will make her my slave. Kukuku, Naruto answered Issei's question while giving a maniac's gaze. What do you mean? Asked Issei, who was still confused. What? Beautiful Asian breasts become small? Issei suddenly gasped. And also being Naruto's slave, my only woman will now be taken away by him. Issei suddenly mentally concluded one thing. I'll kill you, Naruto. Issei shouted, accompanied by an extraordinary surge of energy from Issei's body. Boost, 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 UWOOO. Issei shouted, and then slowly Issei's body was covered in red armor. Balance breaker. Boosted gear scale male. Issei exclaimed. Issei then rushed towards Naruto by preparing a punch. Naruto alertly prepared to receive the punch. Then Issei threw a punch at Naruto. Naruto casually caught the blow, and while smiling he said, "Look, there are results, right?" Issei, who realized the change, immediately stopped his punches on Naruto. Then, what did you mean by that? Issei asked. The balance breaker will react according to the owner's wishes and emotions. That's why I deliberately provoked your emotions earlier, answered Naruto. Issei could only remain silent and nod at Naruto's explanation. It looks like your training is finished, and as a reward, I will teach you dress breaker. Naruto exclaimed. Issei immediately kowtowed when he heard the words dress breaker. Arigato sensei, Issei shouted. Then after teaching Issei dress breaker, Naruto escorted Issei out of the place and told him to relax up there until he returned with his two friends. Naruto Hen went back downstairs and saw Kiba first. It seemed that Kiba had succeeded in winning against the robot and left one Bakken in his hand. Naruto couldn't help but smile seeing the results of Kiba's training. Your training is the neatest training compared to Issei, praised Naruto. Kiba, who heard the praise, smiled faintly. Okay, we'd better go up. Your second training is waiting for you there, Naruto said as he escorted Kiba to leave the arena. Naruto then also invited Kaneko, who seemed to be able to control her senjutsu energy even though there were still things that weren't perfect. Then Naruto took the three people to the hut, which was near the lake in the middle of the forest. After entering the hut, the three of them fainted simultaneously. It seems the function of Y spell has run out, thought Naruto as he lifted the three of them and laid them on the bed in a vertical position. It will take at least a day for them to wake up, said Naruto quietly. Then Naruto walked out of the hut while looking at the sky, which seemed to be starting to dusk. What a tiring day, he thought. Suddenly a white object came down from the air and landed in front of Naruto. What's the matter with you meeting me, distant relative? Naruto asked. I just want to see the progress of my rival now, Naruto, answered the figure. Oh, I see. It seems your fighting maniac instincts are kicking in again. Valley, said Naruto. Kukuku, that's how I always do it, answered the figure, who turned out to be Valley the Hakuryute. How about we spar? Valley offered to Naruto. Later. Honestly, I'm tired of training them, said Naruto. You also don't want to fight someone whose stamina is almost gone, right? Naruto asked. Kukuku, you're right. It's better to die being beaten by you with full stamina than winning when you're weak, Valley confirmed Naruto's words. Oh, yeah, Do you believe that after you die you will be sent to an even more terrible place? Naruto asked Valley. If that place has lots of strong fighters, then I'll be happy to go there, answered Valley. You fighting maniac, commented Naruto with a faint smile. Okay. Then I'll challenge you again, said Valley as he spread his wings and prepared to leave. Chaos Brigade huh? Naruto asked. That's right. I also work for Azazel, being your boyfriend's subordinate but more interesting, in my opinion. There are many strong opponents that I can meet, answered Valley. That midget is not my boyfriend. Naruto snapped while holding back the blush on his face. Oh, then just relax, Valley taunted as he left Naruto. Skip time. Today, all of Naruto's temporary students have recovered from their fatigue. Naruto will give them the final polish. They then gathered at the edge of the lake. Okay, today your training is against me, Naruto shouted at them. Use all your strength if you don't want to die, added Naruto with a psychopathic smile. The three gulped while thinking about tactics to fight Naruto. However, suddenly a black mist appeared from the middle of the lake and covered the entire island with a black aura. From there a figure with a black robe and a large scythe was floating above the lake while staring flatly at Naruto. Kukuku, let's play, Naruto. He hissed as he took out a tarot card with the number 0 on the card. The fool, he whispered. Then a group of flying swords attacked Naruto and luckily Naruto was repelled using his sword which he quickly took out of his magic circle. Who are you? Snapped Issei who was annoyed because their training was interrupted by a foreign attack. Fufufu, let me introduce myself. My name is Karis, or you can call it Kerr. I am a god who is feeling bored, answered Kerr, his face still covered by his veil. Kerr, does Naruto-senpai know about him? Kaneko asked. No, all I know is that he really likes playing with me, answered Naruto with a smile. Okay, then we might as well come play, said Kiba to Naruto. Be careful, he's an opponent whose strength I don't know, Naruto reminded them. Good, they exclaimed. Kukuku, Omoshiroi, come forward and fight me. Kerr laughed in a satisfied tone and spread his arms as if ready to receive their attacks at any time. Okay, you two get ready, Naruto exclaimed while activating his devil mode. Meanwhile elsewhere, what is this feeling? Why does it feel like Omething is going to happen to that idiot? Thought a person named Ophis who was dreamily looking at the sky. Suddenly someone dressed like a Son Gokong met Ophis and said, Boss, the meeting is about to start, you should come now. Ophis nodded and then left. Hope you're okay, Naruto. He thought. Chapter 11. Okay, you two get ready, Naruto exclaimed while activating his devil mode. Kerr who saw this felt satisfied and covered his face with his right hand and then a mask appeared with a question mark pattern covering Kerr's face. Naruto then took out his black katana and shot into the middle of the lake towards Kerr. Kiba, Issei, you two get ready, Naruto shouted. Kaneko, use your senjutsu to finish later, added Naruto. Take this, shouted Naruto as he swung his katana which had been coated in thick respira. Kerr, who witnessed this, just froze as if he wanted to feel cut. The katana, Jras. The katana strongly slashed Kerr's waist, to the point that Kerr bounced to the edge of lake where Issei et al. Were standing and made a mound. Kiba and Kaneko who saw this immediately became alert by activating their respective powers. Suddenly 5 gray balls of energy emerged from Kerr's body. Then the 5 balls shot quickly towards Issei et al. Issei, who saw this, immediately deflected the ball heading towards him with his sacred gear. Unfortunately, when the ball came into contact with him, the ball exploded. Durrrr. The ball exploded. Issei, shouted Kiba, Naruto, and Kaneko who saw this. Don't worry, I'm stronger now, shouted Issei who was already in balance breaker mode. Then he darted towards Kerr but was held back by another ball of energy. Then Issei formed a green energy ball and shot it towards the ball. Dwar. The ball exploded successfully. Kiba saw there were 2 energy balls coming towards him from the right and left then jumped back and saw the 2 balls following him. Kiba then uses his swordbirth ability and creates a pair of swords in his hands and throws the 2 balls at the energy ball. Dwar. Durrrr. The explosion was created when the object touched Kiba's sword. Kaneko, who saw a ball of energy heading towards her, immediately made a fist movement towards the ball which was still 3 meters away. Meters from him and Dwar. The ball exploded as if it had come into contact with something. So this is the advantage of Senjutsu, Kaneko thought, satisfied seeing her new power. When Kiba, Issei, and Kaneko were about to charge towards Kerr suddenly swung his scythe quickly at them, and they nimbly avoided it. Then when Kerr was swinging his scythe, Naruto shot up with 2 katanas in his hands while trying to cut off Kerr's head. Kerr, who saw this, deliberately remained silent and, JRASSHHH. Naruto's katana managed to separate his head from his body. Seeing this, Naruto and his 3 friends stepped back in a wary manner. Is it finished? Issei asked Naruto, who was still staring intently at Kerr's body which had been separated from his head. Surprisingly, Kerr's body stood up again and picked up his head and put it back. Naruto et al. Were very surprised to see this. What we are fighting against? They thought at the same time. Kerr, who witnessed Naruto's reaction, could only laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, how could you try to kill death? Laughed Kerr while looking cynically at Naruto et al. Naruto, who heard this, was very surprised. What? So you're the god of death? Naruto asked. Kukuku, you could say that, but I'm a god who's starting to get bored with that, replied Kerr. Okay, this time I will deactivate Is pesky ability and fight you with my mortal power, added Kerr. Then Kerr flew up and took out another tarot card, and now it had the number 9. The Hermit, he whispered. Then Kerr's body changed and a white robe with wings of bones and the scythe in his left hand became even bigger. Naruto, who witnessed this, immediately shouted, You 3. Get ready to run away. He's not a worthy opponent. You guys. But, if we work together we can defeat him. Issei snapped. That's true, replied Kaneko. Okay, but don't force yourself, said Naruto while patting the heads of the 3 of them. The 3 smiled at Naruto's words. Without them realizing, Naruto had placed a seal on their heads. Okay, Kiba and Kaneko distract him and Issei and I will hit him, whispered Naruto to the 3 of them. Good, they answered. Kiba and Kaneko took out their demon wings and flew around trying to take Kerr down by hitting and slashing him from behind. When Kiba and Kaneko were behind Kerr's wings swiftly protected his master's back. And Kiba and Kaneko's combined attack was successfully broken by Kerr. However, suddenly Issei was in front of Kerr while swinging his fist towards Kerr's face. Kerr, who saw this, casually blocked it with his right hand while swinging his scythe trying to stab Issei with his scythe. Naruto, who saw this, swiftly rushed towards Kerr and shot a laser from his mouth. Soplo, Naruto thought. The laser aimed at Kerr's head. Kerr, who saw this, was forced to use his scythe to fend off Naruto's attack. Then Kerr released a gray aura and knocked Naruto et al. Until they fell to the ground. Kiba and Kaneko were successfully stunned by Kerr's touch. Issei managed to withstand the attack but ran out of strength and then fell. Damn it, he cursed. Meanwhile Naruto managed to stay standing with his arms crossed in front of his head because he was trying withstand the attack just now. Damn, how come I have to take that out? He thought. Kerr then dashed towards Naruto without paying attention to the others while trying to slash Naruto's head with his big scythe. Naruto, who witnessed this, swiftly restrained him using his 2 katanas which were still faithfully in his hands. Crazy, that attack was so heavy, thought Naruto as he saw the ground he was standing on starting to sink inward. There is no other choice, he shouted. Then suddenly Naruto's body released a kind of energy that made Kerr bounce. Then Naruto changed his appearance into a gray-winged angel with a ring on his head and horns on his forehead. Balance breaker. Morning bringer first form, thought Naruto. Then Naruto fired a gray laser at Kerr. Kerr swiftly split the attack with his sickle and made the attack change direction and hit the sea and made 2 large explosions which made the place dry up for a moment. Kerr, who saw this, smiled with satisfaction. This is what I want. Kerr shouted. Kerr then sped up and tried to slash his scythe at Naruto. Naruto swiftly took out a gray claymore from nothing and blocked Kerr's attack. Trang. The 2 weapons met and collided. Naruto didn't waste the opportunity to immediately throw his fist at Kerr. Naruto then released a gray flame in his left fist and tried to hit Kerr. Kerr swiftly blocked Naruto's blow with his bone wings. Surprisingly, Kerr's bone wings shattered into pieces and Naruto's fist successfully hit Kerr and sent him flying tens of meters. Without wasting any time, Naruto created hundreds of large magic circles, and from within these circles came the muzzle of a cannon which fired a gray laser beam the size of a bus. Kerr, who apparently saw this, immediately returned to his godly mode and held back Naruto attacks with both hands. It seemed that Kerr managed to withstand the attack, then saw Naruto starting to get tired and magically shot up and got next to Naruto and kicked him very hard. Duik. The sound of Kerr's kick was so strong that it made the air around Naruto solidify because of its strength. Naruto then bounced tens of meters. Damn, Naruto cursed while holding back the pain from the kick. Okay, I'll use second form, said Naruto while biting his finger and chanting a spell. Kerr, who witnessed this, was silent and waited for a more interesting show for him. Bewus hhh, a sound of air came from where Naruto was standing. Naruto is now covered in armor and his 6 wings have turned metallic black like Hades' cloth in Saint Seiya. The author is not creative. Judgment mode, Naruto thought. Then Naruto disappeared and then appeared behind Kerr and gave a hard kick which made the air around Kerr explode. Kerr, who received the kick, was thrown tens of meters away. Then Kerr, who was still flying from being bounced, took out a card with the number 13. The death, he exclaimed. Then a black mist enveloped Kerr and made him stop floating, and the mist attacked Naruto in the form of a knife. Naruto swiftly dodged and took out a black sword measuring around 1.5 meters and tried to cut the mist that was covering Kerr. Track. The mist managed to withstand Naruto's attack. And from the mist, Kerr's true form emerged, which had the appearance of a blonde girl, wearing armor like Athena's cloth, but black, and a scythe that had shrunk to just 1 meter long, adorning her right hand. So this is your true form. Such a beautiful face must be a god who brings death, commented Naruto in a flat tone. Take this, shouted Kerr while swinging his scythe at Naruto. Naruto swiftly blocked it with his sword, and with his 6 wings Naruto released a laser beam that aimed towards Kerr. Experience the definitive cease pillars, shouted Naruto. The beam hit Kerr's 2 hands, breaking his hands. Kerr, who saw that both of his hands were broken, could only laugh like a psychopath. Ha 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 ha. Omoshiroi. Alright, I'll end our game with this, shouted Kerr as he took out his 2 new hands which appeared out of nowhere and took out a clear-colored sword. What? Silence still has hands. Naruto was surprised to see him. Get ready, Naruto, Kerr shouted as he swung his sword a good distance away from Naruto. Messi's Vidi, shouted Kerr while slashing his sword at Naruto. Naruto saw the slashing wind heading towards him quickly. Luckily, Naruto managed to avoid it by trying to fly up and counterattack towards Kerr. Take this, Justicia, Naruto shouted while standing on top of Kerr's head with a white bomb glowing very brightly. Kerr, who realized this, could only close his eyes because he was too dazzled. Damn, Kerr thought. Buok hhh. Then Kerr's body fell to the ground and created a very large crater in the sea and left Kerr in the middle with a very pathetic body condition. Naruto, who thought that his opponent had lost, then went to Issei et al. At some place. Naruto pav. Why is it so empty here? Where am I now? Am I dead? Have I failed? End pav. Naruto continued to daydream in that empty place, a place that as far as the eye could see was only white, and white was the only color. No, you're not dead yet. Suddenly a male voice answered one of Naruto's questions. Who are you? Show yourself. Okay, answered the voice. Suddenly a portal appeared which brought out a man with an appearance that was light than Naruto, with curly hair and a pale face and sapphire blue eyes that resembled Naruto. Who are you? Naruto asked. I can be said to be a god. I am Kerr's brother, he answered. Naruto, who heard Kerr's words, immediately looked up at the man in front of him. What do you want? Naruto inquired with sharp eyes staring at the figure in front of him. I won't fight with you, calm down, he explained, which made Naruto calmer. Okay, my name is Thanatos. I am also the god of death, but I give a peaceful death in contrast to my brother Kerr who gives pain when he dies, he explained. So what is your purpose in meeting me? Naruto asked Thanatos. First of all, I apologize for my brother's actions, said Thanatos while bowing 90 degrees in front of Naruto. Naruto, who saw it, could only sweat dropped. I heard this is how people in your world apologize, added Thanatos. And whatever, answered Naruto, who was still confused. Too polite a god of death, he thought. Secondly, I want you to forgive my sister. She just feels lonely because my parents and I are too busy dealing with the world of death, he added. I don't really have a problem. But will he attack me again? Naruto asked. Don't worry, I'll take care of it later, or rather you will take care of it. Thanatos answered with a smile. You mean? Naruto asked. My answer this time is my request to you now, said Thanatos with a meaningful smile. What? Naruto asked. Believe it or not, someone stole my brother's strength when you knocked him out in the last attack, explained Thanatos while still smiling. What? Shouted Naruto. It seems like the goddess of death could have her powers stolen. Naruto asked in disbelief. Then why don't you take him home to the world of the dead? Naruto asked in a curious tone. Moreover, if I take his life now, his body will not be able to be reincarnated again because he is not part of a living creature, explained Thanatos. So what's my job? Naruto asked. Guard him until I find the thief, explained Thanatos, which made Naruto's face pale. No. Naruto refused. You want the butcher to live in the same house as me? Naruto asked. Oh, is that what you want, Naruto Lucifer? Thanatos teased. My sister's body is really tempting, he added. And that's not it. What if he kills me later? Said Naruto with a red face. Don't worry, I'll remind him. Thanatos answered firmly, which made Naruto silent. Then when will he live with me? Naruto asked. Later. Right now I'm recovering the energy that was sucked out because it was stolen, said Thanatos. Can I ask you something? Naruto asked. That's fine, and what is that? Thanatos asked back. Do you know a woman who was killed by an attack by a group of fallen angels 185 years ago? Naruto asked with a curious face. Wait a minute, as a death selector I have a list. Thanatos said. As a gift for you I will tell you. Identity, answered Thanatos again while taking out a dark brown book containing a list of deaths and births. Okay, said Naruto. His name? Thanatos asked. Emi. Naruto answered in a sad tone. Oh, I found it. He was reincarnated as a Nekomata. Thanatos answered. And it seems he looks healthy now. Just, added Thanatos. And it looks like he's become a wild demon now, added Thanatos while reading the book. Naruto, who heard this, suddenly shed tears of joy. It turns out he is still in this world, he whispered. Oh yeah, his name is... Enough. Naruto interrupted. Why? Thanatos asked. I shouldn't know him. I'll just bring him bad luck, replied Naruto. Okay, but it looks like fate won't keep you guys apart, said Thanatos, which made Naruto confused. Destiny? Naruto asked. Nothing, replied Thanatos. Well, okay, it's time for me to go. It seems a lot of people are worried about you, Thanatos said as he slowly disappeared. Hey, wait, Suddenly a bright light flashed into Naruto's eyes and made him close his eyes. When Naruto realized he was lying in the hospital with bandages that made him look like a mummy. And, out of the corner of his eye, several people he recognized as Rias, Akano, Issei, Kiba, Kaneko, and Asia were sitting on the hospital sofa while sleeping because it was already night. And not long after, a Kekai appeared covering Naruto and making Naruto panic. Then a dimensional gap appeared and Ophis appeared to come out of it. Naruto, who then saw Ophis, then tried to stand up. What's wrong, Ophis? Naruto asked innocently to Ophis, who was still bowed. Plakkk. Ophis surprisingly slapped Naruto's face hard. Hey, what's the meaning of this? Naruto protested. Baka, that's for you who act strong. Ophis shouted while raising her face, which seemed to be holding back her tears. You don't know how worried I was seeing you in a coma for a week in the hospital. Ophis added. If you feel you can't do it, ask for help. Ophis snapped as her tears melted quickly. Naruto, who witnessed this, then smiled sincerely. He cares about me, he thought. Then Naruto, using a little effort, hugged Ophis, who was beside his bed. Gomen, makes you worry. Naruto said while hugging and stroking Ophis' hair. Be Baka. If you weren't there, how could I be me? Whispered Ophis as she continued to hug Naruto as if she didn't want to let go. Sorry, next time I won't worry you anymore, replied Naruto, trying to calm him down. And is it okay for you to show up now? Naruto asked. There's a Kekai protecting me, so it's okay, replied Ophis while still hugging Naruto. Next time, ask me for help. I'm stronger than you, Ophis whispered. Okay, Ophis, answered Naruto, who then started to let go of his hug. And one day I will protect you, damn midget, answered Naruto with a smile. AKA, answered Ophis while blushing because she heard Naruto say her nickname again. Then the two of them enjoyed their alone time until midnight. In the morning, Naruto, who had just woken up, tried to wake Rias et al. By limping. Then Naruto patted Rias and Akino's shoulders, who were sleeping side by side. Rias, Akino, wake up, shouted Naruto while patting both of them on the shoulders. Not long after that, those who woke up woke up. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Shouted Rias and Akino happily while spontaneously hugging Naruto. Hey, just relax. I'm just sleeping, right? Naruto asked. Baka, you've been lying here in a coma for a week. Rias snapped while crying. We tried using Healing Twilight Asia and called Ni-sama to treat you, but to no avail. Rias added while still crying. And Naruto-kun, why are you so reckless? Sob. Akino cried while still hugging Naruto while crying. Gomen, I didn't expect that I would be pressured in such a way by my opponent, that I had to use my full strength, explained Naruto. This must be Thanatos doing that healed me, Naruto thought. You two calm down. You're fine, replied Naruto while trying to calm the two girls who had been hugging him by stroking their hair. I just need to sleep, said Naruto as he slowly fell asleep holding Rias and Akino. He's stupid, said Rias with a smile. Indeed, answered Akino. But that's what makes me like him, answered Rias and Akino while carrying Naruto to bed. Chapter 12. Naruto had been lying in the hospital for a month, and for a month he had been continuously visited by his friends. Neither Rias and her pawns nor the Four Mao and other faction leaders who knew him, such as Michael and Azazel, took the time to visit him. And also Ophis, who often came at night to treat him secretly. It seems that Issei, Kiba, and Kaneko feel sorry for what happened to Naruto. They think that this is their fault. Naruto, who heard this, immediately comforted them and said to everything that happened was not their fault and was just a coincidence. And it seems that after a month of treatment, Naruto was finally allowed to go home. This certainly made Naruto very happy. In the afternoon at Naruto's house after he came home, Naruto paused. I'm finally home. It seems that tomorrow I have to go back to school again. I really miss that perverted trio and the tree they were leaning against. I'd better clean up the house immediately. It looks like my house is starting to get dusty. End pause. When Naruto just started cleaning, suddenly a door appeared from nothing. Naruto, who saw this, immediately put himself on alert. Enemies, thought Naruto. Then the door opened and revealed a pair of figures that Naruto knew as Kur and Thanatos. Naruto, who saw this, then relaxed his guard. Hello Naruto-kun, said Thanatos with a friendly smile. Do you know why I came here? He asked. Yes, I know, answered Naruto with a lazy face because he remembered that now on his house would be occupied by the person who had succeeded in making him die. Kur, who caught the look on Naruto's face, could only smile faintly. Meanwhile, Thanatos, who saw the look on his younger brother's face, could only swallow hard. Crazy, his psychopath's brain is starting to work, he thought after seeing Kur's face. Naruto, who saw Kur's smile, also broke out in cold sweat. Why does it feel like this damn blonde is going to do something bad to me? His mind kept thinking. Cough. Thanatos coughed, trying to break the silence. Okay, Naruto. For the time being I will arrange for Kur to live a normal life here, explained Kur. Then, what about my friends? What if they ask about this person's origins? A confused Naruto asked Thanatos. Don't worry, you think that is a god who has power over death. I don't have any plans, replied Thanatos casually. I have manipulated the minds of everyone who was related to you and made them think Kerr is your brother. I have even inserted demonic powers into his body so that no one would suspect him, and also as a means of self-protection after seeing that your world is not so safe, even though it is only a quarter of your power. Thanatos answered firmly. Naruto, who heard this, could only shed cold sweat. What a terrible god. A fourth of me means I'm already on the same level as Rias, he thought. Hey, I heard that, protested Thanatos, who read Naruto's mind. Just so you know, the only ones who can change destiny are God and me and my mother and father. Thanatos added in a warning tone. Who else is your mother and father? Naruto asked. Naruto, who was still hugging Kerr, immediately realized and hurriedly released Kerr from his arms. G. Gomen, Naruto stuttered. I'm dead, I'm dead, I'm dead, Naruto thought, cursing to himself. Unexpectedly Kerr cried while apologizing, Gomenasai, 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 you almost died, sob, Kerr said as he stood up while still crying. Naruto, who saw this, tried to calm the blonde girl in front of him while hugging her. That's it, I forgive you, Naruto exclaimed while stroking Kerr's head. Kerr, who was hugged by Naruto, blushed slightly, but his expression changed. While burying her face in Naruto's broad chest, she grinned slightly. Kukuku, apparently I already know what makes me interested in you. I'll make you mine, Kuso darling. That's how Nista Kerr's mind sounded. After Kerr's Hollywood actress-style crying stopped, Naruto tried to talk to her. Since you will live normally for a while, I have to enroll you in school. G. Gomen, if you're causing you trouble, Kerr said while touching his clenched fist to his mouth, which made him look cute. It's okay, Naruto replied. And, Anyo, do you have clothes other than the clothes you're wearing? Naruto asked while pointing at Kerr's clothes, which were a long black robe plus a veil. And no, Kerr replied. Naruto could only take a deep breath. Okay, I'll buy you some clothes, he answered. Anu. You have your own underwear, right? Naruto asked, a little stuttered. What is that? Kerr asked. Naruto, who heard this answer, suddenly turned his face away from Kerr's body. Damn, How am I asking a stupid question with a stupid answer too, cursed Naruto. Okay, I'll buy clothes and underwear for you. You just wait here, said Naruto as he then left, leaving Kerr. Kerr, who saw this, could only giggle. Baka, thought Kerr. Then Naruto came back from the clothes shop and brought Kerr several sets of clothes and underwear. Naruto suddenly realized something. He doesn't know how to wear underwear. Suddenly Naruto's brain worked magically. Kerr, who saw Naruto being confused, asked. Anyo, what's wrong, Naruto-kun? Kerr asked curiously. Look, can you wear this? Naruto asked while taking a bra and women's panties. Kerr, who saw the two objects, then shook his head firmly. I'm dead, cursed Naruto. Okay Kerr. This is how to use it. Naruto finally got the idea of using himself as a prop. Kerr, who saw Naruto's demonstration, tried it himself and seemed to be successful. Phew, congratulations, thought Naruto. Okay, then it's better if we just have dinner now. I also had time to buy groceries earlier, Naruto said, which Kerr just obeyed. Then the two of them had dinner together while chatting, trying to get closer, even though Naruto seemed a little nervous because he remembered that his life had almost been taken away by the person he was eating with. Kerr, what did you do while you were here? Naruto asked Kerr. Maybe I will go to school here, replied Kerr, which made Naruto widen his eyes in surprise. But you don't have clothes, how can you go to school? Asked Naruto. Ni-san has arranged everything. Tomorrow the school Ophis and all the school supplies will arrive, replied Kerr, which made Naruto remain silent. Anu, why don't you use the name Kerr at school too? Naruto asked. Of course not, from now on, call me Senna, replied Kerr with a smile. Soka, like that, nice name, commented Naruto. Kursena smiled at that. By the way, your brother can change destiny, but why can't he use his power to restore your strength? Naruto asked. Indeed, at first my brother wanted to do that too, but the enemy knew that there was a way to avoid the power of changing destiny, answered Kerr. How could anyone possibly resist fate? Naruto argued. It can't be helped. That's the reality of what's happening to me now, replied Kerr. The world is full of mysteries, replied Naruto. Kerpun agreed while continuing to eat. And one more thing. My brother uses his mind manipulation powers on only 4 Mao, the high angels who know you, Azazel, and Valley. The rest you have to figure out how to lie to them yourself, added Kerr. Cough. Naruto suddenly choked. I think he manipulated everything, commented Naruto. Okay. Maybe Ophis is the hardest for me to lie to, commented Naruto. What a lie. A voice that Naruto knew suddenly made Naruto stop what he was saying. Unlucky. I forgot that he and I are connected telepathically, cursed Naruto. Then a dimensional gap was created in Naruto's kitchen and Ophis appeared to come out of it. Quickly explain everything to me, Naruto Lucifer. Ophis said with strong emphasis in every word. Naruto, who saw that Ophis was like that, could only sigh. Then Naruto told him everything about the battle and the current conditions. No, Ophis shouted steadily. How could you let a murderer like this live under your roof? Ophis asked. Yes, it can't be helped. I also have a life debt with my brother. Naruto answered. Ophis, who heard Naruto's answer, could only sigh. Okay, he can stay with you, said Ophis. Naruto, who heard this, immediately brightened his face. Origin. Ophis added, which made Naruto break out in cold sweat. I also live with you, continued Ophis. Jetter. A bolt of lightning struck Naruto's mind. Wait a minute. What if the 3 Ions find out I'm living with the Chaos Brigade leader? And how are you going to manage your organization if you live with me? Naruto suddenly panicked. I don't care and don't want to know. Ophis answered. I don't believe that he won't kill you when you let your guard down. Ophis added while pointing at Kerr, who was still stunned. Wait a minute. I'll just give you this seal. If I'm in danger, this seal will immediately react and alert you, offered Naruto while forming a seal with his index finger. Okay. Ophis finally agreed too. Finally Naruto planted a seal on Ophis' right palm. Okay. I'll go now, said Ophis. And you, if you mess around, I'll kill you on the spot, Ophis threatened Kerr, to which Kerr responded with a faint smile. Then Ophis disappeared again through the dimensional gap. Phew, we should just sleep, said Naruto. I'll just sleep on the futon, you just sleep on the bed, added Naruto. Okay, said Kerr. By the way, I forgot to say, to people whose minds my brother has manipulated. You also have to introduce me. My brother's hypnosis will only make them believe what you say, not make them know me automatically, added Kerr. Okay, answered Naruto. Turns out he's not that great, he thought. Then Kerr changed into pajamas that Naruto bought and Naruto immediately slept on the futon. They both slept in the same room because Naruto's house only had 1 bedroom. Skip time. Naruto, realizing his stupid actions, immediately prostrated himself in front of Kerr. Gomenasai. I really didn't mean to, Naruto said while worshipping for forgiveness. I'll forgive you this time, Kerr said. But, why are you in my bed? Naruto asked. I can't sleep alone. Usually Heliel and Sariel accompany me when I'm sleeping, he answered with a red face. Okay, but next time you have to tell me first, Naruto reminded Kerr. Okay. I want to go to the bathroom first, said Kerr. And one more thing, your squeeze made me feel hot, teased Kerr as he left Naruto. Kreese shish. Slowly but surely blood came out of Naruto's nose. Oh gods, give me the fortitude to undergo these trials and tribulations of faith, thought Naruto. Even though as a devil his faith has disappeared. Not long after, the two of them went to school together after preparing themselves in their school clothes, and it seemed that Thanatos really paid attention to his younger brother, Rig. Down to the school clothes of Kuo High School, where his younger brother would attend school. Bought 12 sets. When Naruto and Kerr entered school, everyone's eyes were looking at the two of them. Ost people's thoughts are like this, Naruto's new girlfriend Naruto's little brother, Then Rias and her pawns happened to see Naruto walking with a beautiful blonde girl immediately. Meet Naruto. It seemed that Rias was the first to speak up. Naruto-kun, who is this girl with you? Rias asked in a questioning tone. She is my little sister. Her name is Sena Uzumaki, answered Naruto. But Naruto-kun never said that you have a younger sibling, asked Akino, who was curious about Naruto. I never said that, even the four of you didn't know that, added Naruto. So, Boruto-senpai's little brother is also a devil? Asia asked Naruto. Of course, with the title of Lucifer, of course, answered Naruto while asking Kur, or what we now call Senna, to introduce himself. Senna Lucifer, please help everyone, said Senna while bowing. Nay, Senna-chan, why are you going to Kuo High School now? Issei asked. You see, I heard that Oni-chan was injured in battle, so I came and decided to stay with Oni-chan and take care of him. It turned out he had recovered when I came, but Oni-chan told me to stay, so I now live with him, explained Senna at length. Naruto, who heard it, could only shed cold sweat. How smoothly this damn blonde lies. Rias et al., who heard Sennapun's explanation, couldn't help but understand. Okay, Senna-chan, have a nice school day, said Akino with a smile. Yes, answered Senna with a sweet smile which made Kiba and Issei blush. Okay, I'll take him to the administration first, said Naruto while saying goodbye to Rias et al. I never thought Naruto-senpai had such a beautiful sister, thought Issei and Kiba as they watched Senna slowly walk away from them. Poor two children, they didn't know that their lives were almost separated from their bodies because of that girl. Then class time started. Senna was put in a class with Issei and Kiba. Issei's class and Kiba were excited to see a beautiful girl enter their class. Meanwhile, Naruto, who was in class, looked half dead, holding back sleep because he was bored with the lesson being taught. A missile is launched from a plane at a height x and determine the distance the missile lands. If the initial speed of the missile is y, explained the physics teacher in front of the blackboard. What's the point of calculating the distance of a missile? It's better to run away from that place rather than having less work calculating it, thought Naruto as he stared ahead while holding back his sleep. Rias, who saw that Naruto was sleepy, quietly took out a piece of paper and wrote some thing on the paper and threw it at Naruto. Knock. The paper hit Naruto, who was sitting next to Rias. Naruto then took the paper, then opened the paper and opened it. Don't fall asleep. Sensei will scold you later. Fill in the paper. Naruto, who felt like he had work to do, wrote again on the paper and threw it to Rias. Rias swiftly caught it and opened the paper. It can't be helped, learning to count people shooting missiles. It's really not enough work. Rias, who read the letter, just giggled softly while Akino looked displeased with this, then wrote on a piece of paper and threw it at Naruto. Knock. The sound of paper hit Naruto's face again. What else this time? Naruto thought as he opened the paper. Naruto-kun, let's rest later, come eat with me, Akino. Naruto then wrote back on the paper and threw it to Akino. Akino, who was waiting for a reply, then caught the paper. Okay, is what the text says. Akino smiled happily and made Rias, who saw her, jealous. Then he wrote again on a piece of paper and threw it to Naruto. Knock. This time the paper received another paper throw in his face. What else this time? Naruto said as he opened the paper. When you come home, can Naruto-kun accompany me for a walk? Rias. Naruto then replied again and threw the paper. Rias, who had been waiting for a reply, hurriedly opened the paper. Okay, the paper said. Rias smiled with satisfaction and made Akino confused. After that, there was no more paper throwing scene. And finally the recess bell rang. Then Akino approached Naruto's seat. Naruto-kun, remember your promise earlier? Akino asked. Of course, fine. Let's go to my usual place to relax, said Naruto while inviting Akino. Without them realizing, Rias looked at Akino with a sharp gaze. Then Naruto and Akino arrived at the tree where Naruto usually relaxes. Naruto took out his bento, which contained tamagoyaki and onigiri. Meanwhile, Akino also brought out her bento, which consisted of various foods. Wow, Akino-san, I never thought you could cook, said Naruto. Of course I can. I don't want my husband to eat instant food every day, answered Akino with a smile. Will you try it? Akino asked Naruto. May I? Asked Akino, to which Akino nodded in return. Okay. Then Naruto took a tempura and tasted it. Woo-wa, oishi. Your husband must be a very lucky person, praised Naruto. You're right, he's very lucky. said Akano while looking happily at Naruto. Then the two of them spent time together exchanging bento. Without realizing it, there were 3 pairs of eyes watching them from afar with sharp gazes. 2 pairs are in the school building. One is Rias and the other is Senna. Senna-chan, why are you staring intently over there? Issei asked curiously, seeing Senna staring intently at the tree from his classroom window. It's nothing, he said. Meanwhile, in the sky above Kuo High School, Ophis was seen with a very sharp gaze looking at Naruto, who was eating with Akano. Insensitive bastard, Ophis thought while still staring at Naruto from a distance. Skip time. Then the bell rang. Rias was seen demanding Naruto's promise. Naruto agreed. Then Naruto met Senna and said that he would be coming home a little late because he was accompanying Rias for a walk. Senna of course didn't accept it and whined to go with Naruto. Naruto agreed. Rias' face, which was initially bright, became sullen after seeing Senna behind Naruto. In the end they just took a walk in the park and then went home. Naruto and Senna finally went home together to their house. When he got home, it looked like Naruto was going to leave again. Where do you want to go? Senna asked Naruto. Of course, part-time work, answered Naruto as he left the house. Suddenly Sena's hand grabbed Naruto's shirt. What is it? Naruto asked. Be careful, Senna answered briefly. Okay, Naruto answered as he walked towards his workplace. Skip time. Naruto then came home from work. He checked the time on his cell phone. 9 p.m. He thought as he walked through the edge of the forest. Not long after, the night wind seemed to blow towards him. Naruto, who realized something, then looked up at the sky and saw Valid and Ophis slowly descending in front of him. What is it? Naruto asked in a serious tone. It's nothing, answered Valley casually. I'm just curious about your boring activities, he added. Yes, it can't be helped. Living alone is such a risk, answered Naruto. Naruto, meet me with Thanatos. Valley answered. No, you definitely want to challenge him to a fight, added Naruto. Indeed, answered Valley in a challenged tone. Don't be crazy. He is a god who can take your life with one pull. He is no match for you, explained Naruto. That's what interests me, Valley answered. Ophis, who watched the debate between the two people in front of her, was silent. For him, Valley's madness about fighting was enough to make him dizzy, especially if you added Naruto's insensitivity, which exceeded normal limits. Prakkk. Suddenly a dimensional crack appeared and out came a strange dragon whose body was all bones and tried to attack the 3 of them. Zerat. Suddenly the dragon tried to peck Naruto. Naruto, who saw this, quickly avoided it. Valley, I think it's time for the 3 of us to have some fun, shouted Ophis. You are right, Valley answered while activating the balance breaker. Likewise Naruto with his devil mode. And you, Baka, don't act strong. Ophis remembered Naruto. Good, Naruto shouted as he sped towards the dragon. TB. Chapter 13. Q. Naruto is too stupid and innocent to understand girls' feelings. Naruto is not very innocent, but he also has a dark past which makes him not very aware of women's feelings. Q. Why are you interested in Naruto? Kerr was defeated for the first time. That's why he became fascinated with Naru. Chapter 13. Bichi Part 1. Soplo. Naruto thought as he directed the black laser that came out of his mouth and aimed at the dragon, which was only bones. Whoosh. The dragon received the laser casually. Not long after that the dragon opened its mouth, and a purple mist came out of its mouth. Valley, who witnessed this, immediately tried to take half the power of the mist. Valley's divide, sacred gear sounded while trying to take half of the mist. Nani? Can't be sucked in. Valley was shocked by what he experienced. Omoshiroi. His grin. Then, Valley shot towards the dragon's head, whose body was still in the dimensional crack, and tried to deliver a blow to the dragon's skull. Brack. The dragon remained as he tried to vomit something from the mist in his mouth. Ophis, who saw this, alertly created a transparent shield that protected him, Valley, and Naruto. Unexpectedly, the dragon spit out a scroll and then entered the dimensional gap Agai. And disappeared along with the dimensional gap. I thought I would get something interesting, but apparently not, commented Valley, who felt disappointed because he couldn't fight. Shut up, We'd better see what's inside the scroll, said Naruto as he picked up the scroll that was still lying on the ground. Be careful, Baka, warned Ophis, to which Naruto nodded. Naruto then opened the scroll. There was a message written there in the ancient language of the devils. Naruto, who had studied this language, read it fluently. Naruto Lucifer, thank you for defeating Kerr for me. Blessing. You, my dream is one step ahead. One day we will meet and we will exchange blows. What's in it? Ophis asked. A letter from a secret admirer, answered Naruto, which made Valley and Ophis sweat drop. Tell me the truth, Naruto, said Valley. It seems someone is challenging me, but not now, answered Naruto. Omoshiroi. Then, before he challenges you, I have to fight him first, said Valley, who was interested in Naruto's talk. According to him, there are only two types of people who dare to challenge Naruto, whether they are crazy or not, they are gods. Valley himself is in the crazy category. Be careful, Baka, it seems he is stronger than the opponents you have faced so far, Ophis remembered. Don't push yourself too much, he added. Wow, it looks like Ophis-chan is really worried about me, said Naruto while patting Ophis' head. Don't worry, if you're there, I won't lose, he added with a smile. Ophis, who saw this, could only look down blushing and then slapped Naruto's hand away. Take care of it, Baka. Watch out if you try to be reckless again. Valley, we're going our separate ways here. I'm afraid Azazel will suspect you later, Ophis ordered. Hai, said Valley, who then left and was followed by Ophis, who then left too. Be careful, okay, Naruto said while waving his hand at the two of them. Then Naruto continued his journey home. The next morning, as usual, Naruto and Senna went to school. Together then went their separate ways to their respective classes. When Naruto arrived at the classroom, Naruto saw Rias and Akino talking about something while giggling a little. Naruto, who was watching, tried not to care, because he thought it was rude to ask something that had nothing to do with him. But then Naruto was called by Akino. Naruto-kun, Akino exclaimed while waving her hand to call Naruto. What's wrong? Naruto asked curiously. Well, tomorrow we start a 3-day holiday. Would you like to go to the beach with us? Rias asked. Okay, if I may ask, who is coming? Naruto asked. There's quite a lot of me and my pawns, Sona and some of her pawns, and Onisama and some of his friends. Rias answered. It's really surprising that Searsex wants to take part in something like this, commented Naruto. But, okay, Senna and I will also come, answered Naruto. Wow, okay, the busier it is, the more exciting it will be, said Akino. Then the lesson bell rang and the students were ready to take part in the lesson. Skip time. Naruto, who had returned from school, walked together with Senna towards his house. On the way there was a conversation between Senna and Naruto. Senna, Rias is inviting us to go for a walk to the beach, do you want to come along? Naruto asked. That's fine, answered Senna with a sweet smile. Then do you want to wear a swimsuit? Naruto asked while suddenly covering his mouth. Unlucky. Why do I even ask strange things like that? He mentally cursed himself. Swimsuit. What is that? Senna asked with an innocent face. Hat's a kind of clothing used for swimming at the beach, answered Naruto. I don't know and don't have one, answered Senna. Okay, let's stop at a clothing shop for a moment, said Naruto as he took Senna to a clothing shop. Arriving at the clothing store, Naruto called the waiter and asked Kerr to follow the waiter to choose swimwear. Naruto just waited silently in front of the cashier while listening to the song playing in his ears. Not long afterward Kerr came out with a plastic bag containing his swimsuit. Naruto paid for the swimsuit and took Senna out of the shop. Can I see it later? Naruto asked while walking, and suddenly his brain became aware of the stupid question he had asked. Ah, how stupid of me. Cursed Naruto. It's still Rahasia, said Senna while smiling and touching her index finger to her lips. Why yes, answered Naruto. They continued their journey home. Arriving home, Naruto and Senna then prepared dinner. Senna confidently said that he could cook. Naruto, who believed, handed over the kitchen to him. Well done, Senna exclaimed, satisfied when she saw her finished cooking. Naruto, who saw Senna cooking paella which looked delicious, immediately ate it. Itadakimasu, Naruto exclaimed cheerfully. Gulp. Naruto put a mouthful into his mouth and felt strange. What's this? It doesn't taste clear like this, and it feels like there's something slimy and rubbery inside. Naruto thought, curious about the astral object that entered his mouth. Naruto then concluded that what he ate was an unpleasant foreign object. Isn't it delicious, Naruto-kun? Senna asked with a smile. Oh, Senna-chan, looks like you have to learn to cook again, Naruto answered honestly. It's delicious, isn't it, Naruto-kun? Senna asked with a smile, this time his eyes pened slightly with the color of his irises turning pitch black and a dark aura coming out of his body. Gulp. Naruto then broke out in a cold sweat. It's delicious. Naruto lied while eating with gusto the paella made by Senna. As that's so. Okay, I still have 2 more plates, said Senna while handing them to Naruto. Hoo-ah. Save me from here, Naruto screamed. The next day Naruto woke up with a very worn face. Remembering the astral object that entered his mouth last night. I'd better go to Rias's place, thought Naruto as he woke Senna to get ready to go to Rias's place. Makeup. Then Senna and Naruto went to Rias's place after all their preparations were ready. When they arrived at Rias's place, which was none other than Rias's spiritual club, everyone seemed to have gathered. Including the 2 Mao, namely Searzex and Serafal, Grafia and Milikas also appeared to be coming along. Sorry for making you wait, said Naruto while scratching the back of his neck which didn't itch. It's okay, answered Searzex. Okay, how about we just go straight away, said Searzex. Okay, they all answered enthusiastically. Wait a minute. Who is he? Searzex asked who suddenly saw Kur. Ito. He is my little brother. Senna Lucifer, answered Naruto. Whoa, you never said that you had a sister this beautiful, Searzex said while looking at Senna. Senna, who was noticed, had his face flushed with embarrassment. Kawaii, thought Searzex. Meanwhile, Grafia, who saw Searzek's wrong behavior, immediately sent a deadly aura towards Searzek which made him speechless. More than this in no whole months, ration, meant Grafia's aura which made Searzek speechless. Oh okay, let's go now, said Searzek as he took out his magic circle and moved them to an island Ith a very beautiful beach in white sand. Whoa, this is just the beach. Issei shouted as he took off his clothes and ran to the beach and played in the water there. Meanwhile the girls chose to change clothes for a while in a villa that seemed to belong to Searzek who was in middle of the island's forest. Suddenly Issei approached Naruto and whispered an evil plan to Naruto. Naruto, how about we use dress breaker on them? Issei asked. It's better not to, answered Naruto briefly. Why? Issei asked. Just look at that siskin. Naruto pointed at Searzek who was wearing black Ming trunks and looking at Issei with a super sharp gaze. Fine. Forget my idea, said Issei. Immediately Searzek smiled at Issei's words. Searzek, what do you think about the bikinis that girls will wear? Naruto asked contemptuously. I hope Grafia wears cotton and gray, said Searzek contemptuously. Come on, brother. Let's wash our eyes for a moment, said Naruto as he invited Searzek to sit together under a coconut tree. Throw away your formality my friend, Naruto said. After all, this is not on the official forum, added Searzek with a smile. Just call us without any frills, said Naruto continuing Searzek's words. Saji who heard this was very happy. It turned out that the 2 high-class devils were not as stiff as he thought. Hi, alright, Ito, Naruto-san, what are you doing here? Saji asked curiously because he saw Searzek and Naruto smiling quietly to themselves. Oh, we were waiting for an opportunity to wash our eyes, answered Naruto briefly. What does it mean? Saji asked in a curious tone. You sit and wait, said Searzek casually. Saji just obeyed Searzek's words. They then sat under a coconut tree while enjoying the coconut water that Naruto got by cutting the fruit above with Issei, Kiba, and Milikas playing in the water together on the beach. Not long afterward, girls appeared in sequence from the direction of the forest. Rias is wearing a red bikini with a few black lines on the edges and the bikini looks like it's cramped because it's too small, then Akeno is wearing a plain white bikini which seems to be having difficulty holding the weight of Akeno's chest. A few moments later Asia and Kaneko and Senna appeared together with Asia wearing a sapphire blue bikini, Kaneko wearing a school swimsuit, and Senna wearing a WHITE and light blue gingham check patterned bikini. After that, Sona, Graphia, Serafal and two of Sona's slaves, Tsubaki Shinra and Momo Hanakai, appeared out of the forest. Sona wore a dark blue bikini with a yellow stripe on the edge. Graphia wore what Sirzex said earlier. Serafal wore a pink bikini that didn't seem to fit, and Tsubaki and Momo wore yellow and black bikinis. Sirzex, who saw his wife, then spat out the coconut water he was drinking because he was surprised that his guess was right. While Naruto wiped the blood coming out of his nose, Saji looked as if he was numb from wreck. Aving a biological weapon attack like that. Sirzex, what size do you think Rias is? Naruto asked while wiping his blood. 995890. Sirzex answered firmly. Yar yar, you siskin, commented Naruto. Rias, who saw Naruto, immediately met him and asked Naruto's opinion. Nay, Naruto-kun, what do you think? He asked with a red face. Very beautiful, answered Naruto with a smile. Akeno, who also seemed curious, then asked the same thing. What do you think, Naruto-kun? Akeno asked with a red face too. It's delicious, isn't it, Naruto-kun? Asked Senna with a smile. Beautiful, in my opinion, Naruto answered briefly, clearly concisely, while trying to divert the autofocus of his eyes which were always aimed at Rias and Akeno's chest. Coupled with Sirzek's murderous gaze. Hey, this is the beach dude. Naruto protested inwardly. Oni-chan, how is it? Senna asked while looking down at Naruto. Kawaii, answered Naruto while smiling broadly at Senna. Then Sona met Naruto. I didn't expect you to come here too, said Sona with a smile. Instead of being bored at home, I'd better come with you and play on the beach. Naruto answered in a cheerful tone. And I also like your clothes today, said Naruto with a smile. Sona-chan, let's play together, he said. Nay Sama, don't Sona sighed. Naruto, who witnessed this, could only hold back his nosebleed by covering his nose. While Sirzex tried to look away when he saw his wife giving him a super sharp gaze. Damn, Sirzex thought. Meanwhile, Saji was lying down with a bleeding nose because he couldn't stand it anymore. You newbie, thought Naruto looking at Saji. Then the girls spent their time playing in the water or sunbathing on the beach. Suddenly Akeno called Naruto. Naruto-kun, please apply this sunblock to my back, said Akeno as she lay face down on the cloth while taking off her bikini top. Oh okay, answered Naruto stutteringly. He slowly started to rub the cream on Akeno's back while massaging Akeno's back. Ah Kamochi. Akeno's comments were pleasant. Without realizing it, Naruto actually massaged very hard and made Akeno's chest rub against the fabric of her bra and made her moan in pleasure like before. Naruto, who heard Akeno's moans, just remained silent with a red face as he continued to massage. Meanwhile, Rias, who felt jealous, then asked Naruto to also apply sunblock to her back. Naruto-kun, help me too, asked Rias. Okay, it looks like Akeno is also well coated, said Naruto. Sirzex-sama, can you put sunblock on me? He asked. Oh, of course, then Sirzex applied sunblock to Graphia, who was lying down. Just like Naruto, Sirzek's demonic power when applying sunblock made Graphia sigh incoherently. Naruto, who saw Sirzek's behavior, could only shake his head. He's very passionate. Luckily the others were playing in the water, so they didn't hear Naruto's thoughts. Not long after, Naruto invited Issei, Kiba, Milikas, Sirzex, and Saji to fish in the middle of the sea. Fishing interesting, but why not use magic? Issei asked. Don't indulge in magic, you have to try it with your own efforts once in a while, replied Naruto. That's right, nodded Sirzex. What's more, I've seen people who are unlucky fishing and never catch fish, said Naruto. Somewhere, Hachiyu. Azazel sneezed. Damn, it looks like someone is insulting me, he thought while still holding his fishing hook on the river bank. Back to Naruto's place, they then boarded Sirzek's small catamaran towards the middle of the sea. Okay, fish in the sea. Get ready for me to catch them. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Then the 5 of them started throwing their fishing bait into the sea and waiting for the fish to devour it. It seemed Milikas and Kiba had more luck when it came to fishing. Within 30 minutes, they had caught almost 12 fish. Meanwhile, Issei and Saji also managed to catch 5 fish. Meanwhile, Sirzex and Naruto could only frown because none of the fish wanted to eat their bait. Damn, Naruto thought while looking at Issei, who smiled while belittling him. Tough effort, you say, said Issei to Naruto. URRGGHHHH, you Arogaki. Naruto snapped. Just watch. Soon there will be a big fish eating my and Sirzek's bait, he added. Sure enough, soon Naruto and Sirach's fishing line began to lengthen greatly. Naruto, who was happy, immediately said to Sirzex, "Come on, let's show them our strength." Naruto exclaimed. Okay, Sirzex replied. Then they pulled their fishing rods as hard as possible, and from the surface of the water bubbles appeared, which made Naruto and Sirzex smile happily. But then they saw that their bait was both eaten by a great white shark. Shimada, they both thought at the same time. Then Sirzex quickly wanted to make a magic circle, but he remembered Naruto's words about hard work. Then he took a pair of fish spears and threw one of them at Naruto. Naruto, who understood what Sirzex meant, immediately took it and jumped into the sea and started hunting the shark. Meanwhile on deck, Issei et al. Could only gape at the excitement of the 2 strong devils. Chu-san is crazy, Milikas thought while sweat dropping. After the 1-hour stupid duel, Naruto and Sirzex rose to the surface in tattered clothes and also went up to the deck while smiling proudly. Here comes the man, they shouted together. Then they tied the huge whale's flesh with chains. Then they returned to the beach after seeing that it was already dusk. Looks like we're going to have a huge grilled fish party, thought Ht Kiba as he broke into a cold sweat looking at the flesh of the 5-meter-long white shark. Catamaran. The last kayak at the Sims Castaway. Chapter 14. Naruto et al. Who had returned from fishing then cooked their fish on the beach. It seemed that this time the men were cooking while the girls sat quietly waiting for their cooking to be finished. Rias, who saw her sister and Naruto starting to cut the shark meat they had caught, felt a little doubtful about her sister's ability to cook. I'm not sure Ni-sama can cook, said Rias while squatting down and holding her chin with both hands and not taking her eyes off her sister and Naruto. You'd better withdraw your words, Rias, said Sirzex while turning to Rias for a moment. Even though I'm always a Mao served food and not serving food, but I can still cook, Sirzex said, slightly disapproving of Rias' words. Okay, I'm waiting for Oni-sama and Naruto-kun's cooking, Rias said with a smile. Sirzex, who witnessed this, also responded with a gentle smile. Then Grafia approached Sirzex and reminded him to be careful. Sirzex just groaned. Meanwhile, Issei, Kiba, Milikas, and Saji were also busy preparing their dishes. With so many cooking spices in Sirzek's villa, it's not difficult for them to make delicious food. Kiba and Saji focus more on cooking while Issei and Milikas cut the meat of the fish they caught. Not long after, their dishes were all cooked. Suddenly Naruto took several small cardboard cards from his magic circle. Then Naruto said to Rias et al. Cooking is finished, now the cooking competition will begin. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. Race. Confused Milikas. That's right, my niece, now let the girls enjoy our food and give an assessment of who is the best among us. Naruto explained. Interesting. What do you think? Kiba asked the girls. Yippee. Race, shouted Serafal while jumping for joy. It seemed the other girls also agreed. Then not long after, Naruto and Sir Zex brought a large flat plate and a large bowl of soup to where the girls were sitting on the beach sand. This is our dish, shark sashimi and shark fin soup, said Sirzex and Naruto proudly. Wow, I didn't expect Naruto-kun and Sirzex to both be able to cook, commented Akano. Yay, Sirzex-chan and Naru-tan's cooking is ready, said Serafal happily. Then the girls took bowls and small plates. Atesh to taste the food made by the two friends. Wow, oishi. Asia was surprised by the taste of the food she was eating. The other girls also commented similar things about the two people's cooking. Searzek-sama's cooking is better than mine, thought Graphia, feeling a little jealous that her husband was a better cook than her. Suddenly Issei et al. Tried to taste Searzek's and Naruto's cooking. Sugoi, Chusen, I didn't expect your cooking to be this delicious, commented Milikas, who enjoyed Searzek's cooking. Searzek, who heard this, could only smile faintly while holding his hands. Naruto-san, I never thought you could cook such delicious food, said Saji, who felt like he was similar to Naruto's abilities. Men also have to be able to cook, said Naruto. If you are in a situation where you are alone, then you must be able to make yourself as comfortable as possible, added Naruto. Those who heard this nodded in agreement with Naruto's words. Okay, now it's our turn to cook, Issei said excitedly. Then Issei and Kiba brought 2 large plates containing stacked fish sushi and fish steaks, as well as Milikas, who brought a kind of silver kettle with an open top which contained sauce for the steaks. Then the girls returned to take 2 small plates each to taste their cooking. Please enjoy, said Kiba while bowing butler style. Naruto and Searzek, who saw this, just shook their heads. Oishi, said Senna, who was eating the food while smiling at Issei et al. Issei et al., who witnessed this, could only look down or look away because they were holding Rona. Kawaii, they thought at the same time. That feels satisfying, Sona commented, followed by nods from her pawns. Saji, who heard this in his heart, felt very happy because he was praised by his king. Naruto and Searzek also tasted Issei et al.'s cooking. According to both of them, Issei et al.'s cooking tastes good, even though in their hearts, they say that their cooking is better. Okay, now announce your choice by writing number 1 or 2. Number 1 if you choose my cooking with Searzek, and number 2 for Issei et al.'s cooking, said Naruto. Then the girls started writing down their choices. Not long after, the results were announced. Naruto's group won with a difference of 1 vote. And it seems that Issei's group accepts it because they think their cooking is less delicious than Naruto and Searzek's cooking. Issei realized something and approached Naruto, who was still enjoying seeing the results of the competition. Naruto, what about the remaining shark meat? Issei asked curiously. I'll take it home, of course, said Naruto with a smile. You cool devil, said Issei in his heart while smiling groggily at Naruto. Not long after the cooking competition, they all enjoyed the evening on the beach while joking around. Not long afterward, Issei proposed an idea. How about we play truth or dare? Issei asked. Okay, it looks interesting, said Searzek, who agreed with Issei's idea. Issei took a glass bottle that was lying on the sand and put it on a metal plate that was not used for cooking. Okay, let's start, said Issei while spinning the bottle. And then the mouth of the bottle stopped and aimed at Searzek. Truth or dare? Issei asked. Truth, answered Searzek. Name Graphia's underwear that you like the most. Suddenly Naruto interrupted Issei, who was thinking hard about what to ask the Mao. Glek. Searzek swallowed his saliva. He saw that Graphia's face was red while Milika's was laughing out loud, as was Naruto. Okay, said Searzek while clearing his throat, dulling his authority. Of course, Gray, Searzek said while clenching his fists and shouting with full force. Graphia and Rias, who heard Nista Mao's confession, could only look down in shame. This isn't the Searzek-sama I know, they thought. Meanwhile, Naruto laughed so hard that he rolled over because he saw his friend's honest confession. Milikas could only remain silent and chuckle when he heard that. Meanwhile, Issei and the other girls are negative. Seraphal could only hold back their laughter for fear of Searzek going berserk. Nista Mao, they thought. Watch out, Naruto, Searzek thought with his face flushed with embarrassment. Then she turned the bottle and stopped in front of Issei. Issei, who saw the bottle, just swallowed hard. Truth or dare? Searzek asked. Dare, Issei chose. Okay, now try doing a dress breaker on Naruto, said Searzek with a smile. Naruto, who heard it, immediately glanced sharply at Searzek. Do it, Issei, said Naruto as he stood up and stretched his arms as if he was ready to receive anything. Sorry, Naruto, Issei said while snapping his fingers. Dress breaker, Issei shouted while closing his eyes because he couldn't bear to see the unpleasant sight he was about to see. Meanwhile, Searzek could only laugh out loud. It was different with Rias, Akano, Senna and Sona, who were stealing glances trying to see Naruto's plain sturdy body, their inner chance. While Asia and Kaneko closed their eyes, so did Sona's servants. Brett, the sound of Naruto's pants ripped and revealed a black boxer that was still lining Naruto's bottom. Naruto just chuckled seeing Sirzek's disappointed face. Damn, I forgot he can change quickly with magic. Sirzek cursed. Then the game continued with the disappointed faces of the four girls who were stealing glances because they didn't get what they wanted. The bottle was spun by Rias and the head of the bottle stopped in front of Naruto. Truth or dare? Rias asked Naruto. Truth, answered Naruto with a nervous face. Okay, Naruto-kun, who is your boyfriend now? Rias said while pointing at Naruto. This question suddenly made Senna, Sona, and Akino focus on Naruto. Their faces suddenly became serious and hoped that Naruto was still single. Lover, huh. Maybe there was something like that before, but because of my stupidity, he's gone, answered Naruto with a sad face. Sirzek, who knew the whole story, could only remain silent. Meanwhile, Rias felt uncomfortable having asked that question. Gomen, Naruto-kun, he said. Never mind, it's okay, said Naruto with a smile. Then Naruto tried to rebuild a cheerful atmosphere and continued their game until late at night. Without realizing it was already late at night, they all went to their respective rooms. Only Sirzek and Graphia share a room. Their room faces the sea. Sirzek was only wearing boxers because it was too hot lying on the bed, while Graphia was wearing a transparent negligee and two gray objects were visible on her chest and hips. Standing looking at the sea from the balcony window of their room, Sirzek, who saw Graphia's appearance, swallowed his saliva and got out of bed and approached Graphia slowly. Lemon. It's your own fault for making me like this, said Sirzek while still squeezing Graphia's nipples in a standing position and slowly licking Graphia's smooth neck. Ponded Graphia, who was starting to lose the strength to stand, and Sirzek swiftly caught Graphia while carrying her bridal style and carrying her to bed. Graphia could only sigh incoherently, enjoying Sirzek's treatment. Sirzek-sama, please stay there again, Graphia begged. You're naughty, Graphia, said Sirzek with a devilish smile. And this is punishment for a naughty queen like you, said Sirzek as he opened his boxers and revealed an object that was elongated and veined. Graphia, who saw this, then slowly stroked and licked the object. Keep going, said Sirzek comfortably. Sirzek, who couldn't wait any longer, then hugged Graphia and inserted his manhood into Graphia's hole. Then Sirzek laid Graphia down while starting to pump Graphia. Then Sirzek-sama, sighed Graphia comfortably. Meanwhile, they didn't realize that Naruto was passing in front of their room. It looks like Sirzek is fighting, said Naruto. I'd better get out of here immediately. Why are you fighting here? He grumbled as he left the place. Lemon. Off. The next day they all had breakfast in the villa and Naruto seemed to invite Sirzek to spar. Sirzek, who was still energetic even after fighting all night, agreed. Naruto and Sirzek are now in a green field which is a park behind Sirzek's villa. Meanwhile, others also watched because they were curious about the sparring of this pair of strong Mao. Okay, I want to practice my new jutsu, said Naruto. Okay, said Sirzek, who suddenly shot towards Naruto throwing a punch. Rias and Sona's pawns were surprised by the speed of Sirzek's attack. Very fast, invisible, they thought. Sirzek then swiftly caught Naruto's left hand, which was still blocking his punch, and tried to slam Naruto. Gotcha, Sirzek thought while making Naruto float. Haha, got you, said Naruto, whose hand was still being held and floating in the air. Then with all his might he tried to slam Sirzek while still in the air. Rex, who was magically lifted, was now in the air while Naruto landed while slamming Sirzek hard. Brack, sounded Sirzek, who fell, while Issei, Saji, and Kiba were amazed by Naruto's impossible action of slamming people when he wanted to be slammed. Crazy, the power is so strong. The three of them thought. Not bad, said Sirzek while trying to get up, and immediately Naruto rushed towards him and tried to throw his fist at Sirzek's stomach. Sirzek nimbly turned to the side and tried to hit Naruto's nape. Naruto, who was conscious, immediately pressed Sirzek's stomach with the palm of his hand and made Sirzek's stomach push sideways. And Sirzek's punch only hit Naruto's shoulder and made Naruto stagger a little. Not bad either, commented Naruto as he balanced himself and started to dash while throwing a series of punches. Sirzek also nimbly fended it off. Neither of them looked tired even though they had been exchanging blows for half an hour. Naruto too stepped back and cast a magic while saying to Sirzek, "Sirzek, this is my new move. Try to resist it with your power of destruction." Naruto said. "Okay," Sirzek said. Naruto then spread his arms and an aura emerged from his body, which then solidified, and then emerged a large, dark blue figure with 3 pairs of wings and elongated horns behind him. "Lucifer," said Naruto as he stretched his arms and made the creature shoot a large ball of energy towards Sirzek. Sirzek, who saw this, immediately formed a thick shield from his power of destruction and tried to block the shot. "Urrgghhhhh, it's so heavy," said Sirzek, who had difficulty withstanding the force of the attack while trying to bounce the ball off the island. "Hey!" Sirzek shouted as he threw the attack into the sea and produced a large explosion at the end of the horizon. "Are you crazy? I almost died." Sirzek snapped at Naruto. He, Gomen. "Apparently it's not perfect yet," said Naruto while grinning. "By the way, what was that move?" asked Sirzek, who was curious about the move earlier. I tried to create some kind of summoned creature to help the battle by dividing my demonic energy. It turns out it's still not perfect," said Naruto. Yes. The power composition is still inefficient, it just takes a lot of damage," commented Sirzek. While other people who watched their battle could only gape at their training. "This is what I want. Killing is no longer practice," they all thought. Then Sirzek and Naruto ended their training and headed towards the villa to get drinks. Naruto and Sirzek, who were confused about what they should do today, asked the others, "Does anyone have any ideas for today's activities?" Naruto asked. We plan to play volleyball this afternoon," said Rias to Naruto. Issei, who heard the word volleyball, was immediately connected to his blasphemous thoughts. Okay, we'll just watch you guys play while looking for ideas for us," said Sirzek with a smile. Then in the afternoon, the girls were seen wearing bikinis, each carrying a volleyball towards the beach. Meanwhile Sirzek, Naruto, and Issei et al. Sat under a coconut tree while enjoying coconut water and watching the girls play. Seen playing is the Sona team, which consists of Sona, Tsubaki, Momo, Senna, Graphia, while the Rias team consists of Rias, Serafal, Akino, Kaneko, and Asia. They were ready in their respective places. Isn't it 6 people? Issei asked Naruto. "It can't be helped, there are only 10 people," said Naruto. Don't worry about it, it will start soon," said Sirzek. Rias was seen starting to provide service to Sona's area. Rias serves by throwing the ball up and then jumping while whipping her hands. Bruick. The sound of the ball shot with a black aura towards Sona. Sona swiftly parried it by kicking the ball up and above, waiting for Tsubaki, who was ready to hit the ball with full force. Meanwhile Sirzek and Naruto broke out in cold sweat. This isn't volleyball, they thought. Meanwhile, Issei was happy to see Rias's chest sway when it landed on the ground, as well as Kiba and Saji, who could only stare at the match. Milika's was just silent, imagining Rias's blow earlier. Rias Oni-san kawaii, he thought. Meanwhile, it appears that Sona's group has succeeded in getting the ball into Rias' area. Rias, who witnessed this, could only smile faintly and said, "The match has just begun." Meanwhile, a blue and red aura appeared to emerge from where Rias and Sona were competing. Naruto and Sirzek could only laugh dryly at that. "This is killing me," they thought. Chapter 15. On a beach. There are visible craters from the impact of something hard. And in one of the coconut trees in that place, 6 men were seen standing still with cold sweat flowing from their faces. Crazy. Rias is no longer playing. He's trying to kill Sona, Naruto thought. Graphia seems to have been intending to kill Senna all along. Sirzek commented in his heart. They intend to kill each other, said the hearts of the 6 men in unison. Luckily the match was postponed because it suddenly rained and made everyone return to the villa. From inside the villa they watched Shed as the rain fell increasingly heavily, and it was even seen that lightning was starting to lick the earth. Sitar. The sound of lightning with a dazzling light struck not far from Sirzek's villa. Kya, shouted one of the girls while hugging Naruto. Naruto tried to see who was hugging him. What's wrong with you, Senna? Naruto asked after he realized who was hugging him. K kawaii, Oni-cha. She said with teary eyes and continued to hug Naruto tightly. K kawaii, thought to all the boys minus Naruto who saw Sena's behavior. Mode, Rias, Akano, and Sona thought, feeling jealous seeing this. Sirzek, who then turned his attention to the rain which had turned into a storm, decided to cancel all events. It seems our holiday event has to end here, said Sirzek with a slightly disappointed face. The others also nodded in agreement because it seemed like the storm would last until the next day. Finally they were forced to go home. Then Sirzek's magic circle appeared in Ria's spiritual circle. Naruto and Senna immediately parted ways with everyone and returned to their house. Naruto, did you feel strange about the storm earlier? Senna asked with a curious face. Honestly yes. Sirzek and I detected magic from the storm earlier but don't know where the source was, added Naruto. Who do you think did this? Said Senna while posing as if thinking. I don't know. Said Naruto as he walked with his hands in his pockets. Meanwhile, hoo-ah-ha-ha-ha-ha. Feel that, Baka, shouted Ophis who flew high above an island while releasing many magic circles that emitted rain and lightning. This is the result of not inviting me. He babbled while continuing to cast his magic. Meanwhile Valley who saw it could only remain silent. You are crazy. Valley thought looking at Ophis who was laughing to herself. Back again to Naruto and Senna who were still walking leisurely towards their house. It seemed that it was still daytime, around 2 p.m. to be exact. The two of them walked past the river bank. In front of them there were two strange-looking people with headscarves and white robes. Naruto and Senna realized that they were being targeted by the two people, but still walked casually and passed the two of them. Suddenly one of them took out his sword and tried to stab Naruto. Naruto swiftly blocked the sword with his bare hands. What? Being held barehanded, thought the attacker. While seeing his friend in trouble, another attacker swiftly took out some kind of katana to cut off Naruto's hand. Of course Senna didn't let him. He swiftly took out a sickle and blocked the attack. Chong. The two irons collide with each other. Who are you guys? Naruto asked with a sharp gaze. We are messengers from God to punish traitorous angels like you, snapped the person who attacked Naruto. Exorcist. Naruto said casually. Prepare for your punishment, said the person while pressing his sword trying to hurt Naruto's hand. Meanwhile, Senna tenaciously held back the other person's sword. Holy sword thought Senna who felt that his side weapon which had demonic power was somewhat suppressed by his opponent's small weapon. Listen to my explanation first, said Naruto while still holding his sword. Finish it. I will eradicate traitorous angels like you, said the person while continuing to press his sword. Naruto, who was starting to feel bored with his opponent who didn't want to listen to his words, then snapped one of his fingers and tore the two people's robes. Dress breaker, said Naruto casually. Brett. Their robes were torn. D revealed the faces of the two attackers. The one who attacked Naruto had short blue hair while the one who attacked Senna had light brown hair with a ponytail. They were both wearing tight black clothes. So this is what exorcists wear nowadays? Naruto asked. Michael must be questioned about his people's fashion tastes, said Naruto as he continued to hold the sword. Why you know Michael-sama? Asked the blue while stopping his attack. According to him, the person in front of him was not necessarily evil. The brown man also seemed to stop his attack. Okay, it's better this way, said Naruto. Who exactly are you? Asked the blue one. Wouldn't it be polite if you introduced yourselves first? Said Senna in a sarcastic tone. Okay, my name is Zenobia and her name is Shido Irina, he explained while remaining alert. Well my name is Uzumaki Naruto and he is Senna Uzumaki, said Naruto while introducing him and Senna. Okay, now explain why you have the aura of an angel. And he has the ability of a devil, asked Zenobia with a probing look. You could say I am an exception to the world and he is a devil, said Naruto. Xenovia is confused by Naruto's answer while Irina seems to be asking Naruto something. How do you know Michael-sama? He asked. He's my friend, answered Naruto innocently. Lies. How could Michael-sama be friends with a traitor like you, arg? Ued Xenovia while lunging at Naruto because she felt lied to. Naruto just remained silent and prepared to catch the blind attack again. However, just as the attack was about to hit him, a dazzling HT appeared and from the light appeared Michael, who caught Xenovia's sword with his index finger and thumb. He's not lying, Xenovia, Michael said. Xenovia and Irina, who saw Michael, immediately saluted. Michael-sama, they both shouted. That's enough, Michael said while smiling at the two of them. Then Michael turned towards Naruto. Forgive their behavior, said Michael to Naruto. I didn't think too much about it, said Naruto as he put his hands in his pockets. Michael-sama, is he an enemy? Xenovia asked Michael. Don't worry, he is my friend. While you are in Japan you can ask for his help if a serious problem occurs, Michael said while smiling gently at the two of them. Okay, if that's what you say then we believe it, said Irina in a happy tone because one of the seraphs had met her. Okay, I just came to remind you of that, said Michael, who then disappeared into the light. Xenovia then approached Naruto and apologized for her words and actions earlier. Naruto himself didn't mind it. By the way, do you guys live in the church? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, for the time being we are staying at the church and trying to find donations from the people here, said Xenovia. Congregation donations? I hope it works, Naruto said. Why do you say that? Xenovia asked confused. How come? You forget that Japan is one of the largest adherents of atheism, said Naruto. Even so, we will try, said Irina enthusiastically. Okay, good luck. If anything happens, you guys use this seal and I'll come, said Naruto as he handed over 2 pieces of paper with the seal drawn on the paper. Okay, thank you for your help, said Xenovia while bowing in the Japanese style. Naruto, who felt he had nothing to do with them, immediately said goodbye and took Senna home. When he got home, he saw someone sitting relaxed at Naruto's kitchen table with an innocent face reading Naruto's pornographic book. Oi, Naruto, I never thought you had a fetish for little girls, commented the person who turned out to be Thanatos, who was flipping through the book while calling out to Naruto, who was frozen behind him. How did he find it, thought Naruto. I am a god and of course I know everything, said Thanatos. Including what you said about me not being that great, he added. Gee Glek. Naruto gulped because Thanatos knew what he said the other day. By the way, why are you here? Naruto asked curiously. I brought Kerr's luggage that I left behind, said Thanatos while summoning a door from nothing with a snap of his fingers. And 2 figures appeared. Oh, Nay with a large sword on his back, and Naruto recognized him while the other was wearing a black robe with red hair that was slightly sticking out of his robe. Wasn't that the one with the sword who attacked me? Naruto asked Senna. Senna, who ignored Naruto's words, immediately approached the 2 people while hugging them tightly. Heliel, Sariel, Kerr said while hugging them tightly. Hai, Kerr-sama, said the person named Sariel while smiling gently and hugging Kerr gently. Like a mother figure, thought Naruto. Yes, you're right, she is indeed a woman, answered Thanatos, who could read Naruto's mind. Then why did you bring these 2 people to see me? Naruto asked curiously. Actually the 2 of them will live with you now, answered Thanatos simply. What? Naruto said, but suddenly the 2 people hugged Naruto tightly. Gomen, Naruto, Sariel whispered as she hugged Naruto tightly. Anyo, who exactly are you guys? Naruto asked curiously. And why are you apologizing? Naruto asked in a curious tone. We are the ones who made you the sacred gear that you wear, said Heliel, who looks like Naruto with longer sideburns and looks more mature than Naruto. Naruto suddenly gasped and realized the meaning of the person's words. Naruto then returned their hug tightly, and from the edge of his eyes tears could be seen flowing out of them. Honestly, I don't know whether to be disappointed or happy now. Naruto said while hugging them both tightly. Senna, who witnessed this, could only smile softly at this. It wasn't wrong for me to save those 2 people, thought Senna. You're right, Imouto, replied Thanatos, who could read Sina's mind. Sariel, who heard it, flinched slightly. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun. As a mother I failed to fulfill my duties, she said. Ith tears continuing to flow from her eyes. I'm sorry too, San, Naruto. Dad didn't even have time to teach you to fly, said Heliel while still hugging Naruto. Never mind, I'm not angry with you guys. There's something I've wanted to know for a long time. How did you two meet? Asked Naruto, who was still hugging his parents. Thanatos can only be sweat-dropped. The question is completely off topic. Thanatos commented, to which Senna nodded in return. Heliel then stood up and took a few breaths. Well, it all started about 207 years ago when I was still an angel with the name Minato, Heliel too. Okay, a deep breath and started telling the story. Flashback. 207 years ago, where the aura of war was still emerging between the three factions, namely, angels, fallen angels, and devils. Several hundred people had previously erupted in a major war that killed god and powerful devils, including Lucifer, the leader of the devils. Seen on a battlefield set in a large grassland, a red-haired woman wearing black armor with 12 devil wings spreading from her back and her violet eyes turning red with anger, and behind her were around 10,000 devils from various groups on standby with various weapons as their equipment. I will avenge Father, he exclaimed. I, Kushina Lucifer, challenge all of you angels to fight. If you don't want to come down from heaven, now I will destroy heaven from here. He shouted while creating hundreds of magic circles and shot a blackish-red light that resembled the power of destruction towards the sky, straight towards heaven. Dwar, dwar, dwar. There was an explosion in heaven. Michael then called an emergency meeting with the angels to discuss this. The current situation is very serious. Lucifer's daughter is on a rampage and challenging us. How should we deal with her? Michael asked the angels. This is very critical. Our troops are not even half of their size and half of us are still recovering from the previous war. Said an angel with a sturdy body named Raphael. You're right, Raphael. How should we act? Honestly, Lucifer's daughter's strength is currently increasing greatly. Added an angel with short hair and Amara. LD eyes with a handsome face and was called Uriel. We need volunteers to fight or at least drive them all away, said a female angel with wavy blonde hair named Gabriel. This is very difficult. We, the four main angels, must continue to run the system, which is still imperfect, while from below the enemy continues to attack trying to destroy heaven, said Michael, who was frustrated. Just leave it to me. A voice made all eyes turn to him. Minato. Gabriel was shocked by the angel's words. Are you sure you can do it? Asked Uriel, who was a little doubtful considering that there were too many enemies. Just leave it to me, he said, smiling and spreading his 6 pairs of angel wings. Okay, if you say so, but I can only send 1,000 angels to help you, said Raphael in a serious tone. Okay, I'm leaving now, said Minato as he disappeared from the meeting place and headed towards the battle area. Kushina seemed very satisfied with the descent of the angels. I never thought, you guys who are almost extinct are also coming now, ha 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 ha. He shouted in a sadistic tone. We have no intention of fighting, Minato said, trying to negotiate. We only want peace, said Naruto. Save your words. Your people have killed my father. You will suffer the consequences, snapped Kushina, who was very angry. Then Kushina raised her sword towards the angels and gave a signal to her troops. Attack, he shouted, which automatically made the devils immediately rush forward and eradicate the angels in front of him. The angels who watched the advancing enemies continued to panic because they were outnumbered. Minato, who realized this, immediately gave the order, don't panic. I will try to face them, Minato said while conjuring hundreds of magic circles. And from this circle, thousands of bright yellow angel feather wings emerged and shot at the demons who were charging forward. Screamed the demons, who were unable to withstand the attack of the sacred object, and died because of the sacred aura of the object. Army of shooters, fire towards the west. Minato ordered the 200 angels who used holy arrows. Angels nodded obediently and shot their arrows toward the west, and from each arrow they increased to 10 so that there was a rain of arrows. Kushina, who realized this, immediately created a blackish-red energy shield and blocked the rain of arrows. Artillery troops, Respond to their attacks. Kushina ordered his artillery troops in the form of a group of mid-level demons who prepared a large magic circle that would shoot laser beams at the angels. Minato, who saw this, immediately flew high and shot his wing feathers at the artillery. It's useless. Resistance troops. Block them. Kushina's orders were immediately obeyed by them. The troops SWIFTLY created a magic circle and shot back at Minato. J-Leb. One of Minato's wings missed their attack and landed near the artillery. And at that moment Minato disappeared from the demons. Seitan was near the artillery. Minato took out a holy sword and slashed the artillery magic circle quickly. Desaparecido. Minato exclaimed, and from the slash mark a kind of cross appeared which made the magic circle shrink and disappear. Insolent. Everyone kill him, shouted one of the demons, and the others responded by lunging to gang up on Minato. Minato did not remain silent. He replaced his weapons with a spear and a Pudao Guan Yu machete and wore both on the left and right of his body respectively. Minato nimbly dodged every attack from the devils and slashed and stabbed them with his weapon. And shot his wings while disappearing and appearing suddenly behind the enemy and hacking them to death. ARRRGGGHHHHHHH. Harem-sama, help us, shouted one of the demons who was dying. This made a black aura come out of Kushina's body, and with crazy speed she kicked Minato until he fell tens of meters. You all go back to hell. Let me deal with it. Kushina's orders were immediately obeyed by all her subordinates. You guys also retreat back to heaven. I will deal with it, shouted Minato, who was obeyed by the other angels. Minato replaced his weapons with a pair of swords that radiated a very strong holy aura. Kushina, who saw that, took out her demon sword which also had a very strong aura. The two of them then shot at full speed and clashed swords. Trang, 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 the sound of the two irons clashing. Then Kushina, who saw Minato, who was caught off guard, shot a black laser from his mouth. Soplo. Psyu. Minato at the same time shot one of his wing feathers. And teleported and tried to stab Kushina from behind. Suddenly Kushina released a black aura from her back and made Minato retreat backwards. The same tricks won't work on me, Kushina said as she took out an ancient gun from her magic circle and shot Minato with black bullets. Door. And Minato managed to dodge a little before the bullet penetrated his head. But instead of Kushina's mouth, it was just shooting lasers from her mouth. Soplo. Minato immediately used his wings to defend. And then he repelled the attack. Okay, Velocidad! Shouted Minato, which made his body golden yellow. Otto suddenly became nervous and apologized. G. Gomen, I didn't mean to. Why you? Kushina suddenly released a very dark aura from her body. Enough. Suddenly Kushina stopped Minato's flashback. End flashback. W.Y. Ka-san. Naruto, who was still curious about the story, protested because his mother shouted. It's best not to continue, said Sariel, or what we call Kushina now. The point is that after that I often fought with him and we indirectly discovered the surprising fact that my father was killed by a fallen angel, said Kushina, explaining. I see. And you? Naruto pointed at his father. Why did you attack me at that time? Oh, at that time Sorry, at that time I was under Kur-chan's influence, answered Minato while grinning. Then why do you control them? Naruto asked Senna in a sharp tone. I feel lonely, so I've lost my father and mother figures all this time, answered Senna with a sad face, and it looked like she was going to cry. Gomen, Naruto-kun, he continued. Naruto, who felt guilty, then approached Senna and hugged him. Calm down, I'm not angry. You can understand, we're all family, he said while calling Minato and Kushina. Yes, Naruto-kun is right. From now on, call me Ka-san, said Kushina. And I'm Tu-san, said Minato. The four of them then embraced together. By the way, why are you still alive? Aren't you already dead? Asked Naruto, suddenly realizing. This is all thanks to Thanatos-sama, who helped us, and now we have been given the task of looking after you too, explained Minato. In short, we are immortal now, said Kushina. Naruto just nodded while smiling broadly. Now he feels that his life no longer feels empty because he has found his family. Why are you Naruto-kun? Minato asked. Ehehehe. No really. I just feel very happy now that I have a father and mother, he said with a sincere smile. Minato could only smile while rubbing his son's head. Ahem. Thanatos suddenly cleared his throat and started speaking. Minato and Kushina, from now on those are your names and I will give you both the responsibility of looking after Senna and Naruto until I come back. He ordered. Yes, Thanatos-sama, they both said while saluting. Then Thanatos disappeared and only the four of them were left. The four of them joked until the night and ended up sleeping on the floor together because the bed didn't fit. Skip time. 2 days later. Naruto-kun, wake up, said Kushina, trying to wake her son. But there was no response, which finally made Kushina angry and then took a bucket of water and doused Naruto. Wah, help, I'm drowning. Naruto suddenly woke up and saw Kushina with veins popping out of her forehead. Oh Ohayu, Ka-san, he said nervously. Ohayu, you bald. It's already 8 o'clock. Minato and I want to go to work. Hurry up and take a shower and have breakfast now, Kushina ordered. Meanwhile, Minato, who had woken up from his sleep, could only break out in cold sweat while still eating his food. Good. Naruto suddenly smiled happily. Why are you happy? Asked Kushina confused. This is what it's like to have parents, Naruto said happily. It's you, Kushina said while smiling at her son's behavior. Then the four of them ate together. Naruto was curious about his parents' jobs and tried asking them. By the way, what do Ka-san and Tu-san do here? He asked. You will find out later and now go to school, said Minato while smiling and making Naruto confused. Then Naruto and Senna arrived at school and entered their respective classes. Naruto heard his classmates whisper that a new teacher had arrived. Likewise with Senna, whose class also heard gossip like that. I hope the teacher has fun, they said. Naruto and Senna, who heard this, suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Perhaps. Suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Crack. Not long after, Naruto and Senna entered their respective homeroom classes. Students, today you have a new teacher, said their homeroom teacher at the same time in different places. Please come in, they said. Then from Naruto's class entered a man with yellow hair, sapphire eyes and white skin, while in Sena's class a beautiful woman with long red hair and violet eyes entered. Let me introduce myself. My name is Minato. From now on I will be your biology teacher, he said with a warm smile. Cool, thought all the girls. Rias and Akino suddenly felt that there was a similarity between the new teacher and Naruto. Anyo, sensei. Sensei is Naruto-kun's brother? Asked Rias, who was curious. Oh, I'm the father, answered Minato innocently. Nani! Quote. The girls screamed. Naruto, who heard it, immediately cursed at his father. Baka Otou-san. He thought. Rias, who heard this, immediately glared at Naruto. Naruto. Who understood what Rias meant, could only say, I'll explain later. Meanwhile in Sena's class, Kushina introduced herself. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. I'm your gym teacher from now on, he said in a steady tone. Be beautiful, commented all the boys in the class. Wait a minute, what is Sensei's relationship with Senna-chan? Asked Issei, who realized something. Oh, I'm his mother, she answered innocently like Minato. Nani? All the students were shocked. I never thought Senna and Naruto-senpai's mother were this young, said one of the students. But Naruto said his parents were dead, whispered Issei to Kiba. We'll explain later, interrupted Senna, who heard Issei's words. Oh okay, Issei said. Meanwhile Naruto and Senna could only take a deep breath, enjoying the current situation. There will be lots of explanations, they thought. Chapter 16. Q. When is the Naruxophis romance scene? A. Be patient, it's definitely there. Q. When is the lemon? A. Be patient, it will happen later. Chapter 16. Code and Snow. The school bell has rung at Kuo High School. Naruto is now in Rias' spiritual club along with Senna and her parents. It seemed like all of Rias's pawns were crowding Aru. The four of them with searching gazes. Well, Naruto-kun, now you should explain how your parents are still alive now, Rias said while looking at Naruto. Okay, said Naruto with a deep sigh. This will be more complicated now, he thought. Then Naruto explained everything from A to Z, everything. So, This Senna is the person who attacked us on the island. Issei asked surprised. Yes. But don't take this incident to heart. He just feels lonely, said Naruto, trying to explain. Naruto caught a hint of hatred radiating from Rias and Akino. Akino did not accept Sina's previous treatment and opened her voice. Why are you so nice to him even though he almost killed you? Akino asked Naruto. At first I also quite hated him. But after a long time I felt that he was a good kid too, said Naruto with a smile. And I also consider him like my own little brother, he added. Senna, who heard Naruto defending him, felt moved in his heart. He didn't feel a few tears flowing from the edges of his eyes. He is too kind, he thought. Rias and Akino could only smile, for them that was Naruto's nature. He is too kind to people. Until he can turn even enemies into friends. Okay, if Naruto-kun believes it, then we will try to believe it, Rias said while smiling. Then Senna was asked by Naruto to introduce himself again. Not long after that, both of their attention was focused on Naruto's parents. Minato-san, how can you return to this world with the fact that you are dead? Kiba asked curiously. That's easy. Kahina and I were saved by Senna-chan by turning us into his followers. Minato answered simply. Follower. Issei asked curiously. Similar to the system you call evil peace, but our system makes us more like the owner's puppets and our job is to help Senna-chan carry out his duties. Explained Minato. Task. What task is that? Asked a curious Asia. Of course taking people's lives and bringing them to the world of death, Kushina said with a smile which made Rias pawns gulp. Kawaii, they thought. Then, can you take the lives of all the creatures here? Asked Rias who was curious. Then, how can you make a sacred gear that is able to perfectly divide the power of devils and angels into Naruto-kun like that? Akino asked. We put all our strength into Naruto-kun. So Naruto-kun's strength now can be said to be the strength of both of us. We also hope that one day he will be able to find his own strength. Kushina said. Naruto who heard this could only smile weakly because he thought. He still lacks originality in himself. And for the sacred gear, Minato made it using the blood of the two of us combined, then we installed it in Naruto's chest with the rest of our strength, added Kushina. Remaining power? Kaneko asked. Yes, we were being pushed to death by something at that time, said Minato. We didn't see who it was, because he was wearing a mask and he was able to give us a very strong attack effect, added Minato. He's so strong that Lucifer's daughter and an angel of Minato-san's class can be made to die, said Akino while trying to think. He is indeed very strong, but he said that he would come back one day, id Kushina while looking at everyone seriously. Everyone in the room also became tense. Shall I ask for help from Onisama? Rias said. No, Searsex and the others shouldn't be involved in this, let me and my family take care of it. If it's really urgent, I'll just ask for help, said Naruto. Okay, but don't be reckless, said Rias while smiling at Naruto. Fufufu, I didn't realize that you like red, Naruto, said Kushina while stroking her son's hair. What do you mean, Ka-san? Naruto said with a slightly red face. It is okay, said Kushina with an unclear smile on her face. You little auntie, commented Minato, which immediately received a murderous look from Kushina. Did you say Minato-kun? Said Kushina with her violet eyes turning darker and empty. En Nandaman Kushi-chan, Minato said while grinning. B baka, why are you calling me like that here? Kushina suddenly blushed at the call. Naruto et al. Could only smile while sweating coldly. Odd couple. They thought. Anyo, Kushina-san, if I may ask what your strength is now? Asked Akino who was curious. We are now called servants. As seen as servants, we have a power called Ash. Ash can change shape according to needs. Kushina said as she took out a pair of black wings with bones sticking out of each wing segment. And this is my Ash, said Kushina while taking out a pair of twin swords in gray. Wow, sugoi, Issei said. What about Minato-san? He asked. I have two ashes, said Minato as he took out his big sword from a dimensional gap and a book with ancient carvings on the cover. Interesting, said Kiba. Oh, yes, please don't tell Searsex about Senna yet, Rias. Naruto begged Rias. Why Naruto-kun? Rias asked. I just wanted to make it a surprise, replied Naruto while laughing. Okay. Even though your reason is strange, said Rias, who agreed. Then they all returned to their respective places. At Naruto's house, a family was seen having dinner together enjoying Kushina's cooking. According to Naruto, his mother's cooking was the most delicious compared to all dishes. Suddenly Minato opened the topic of conversation with Naruto. Ahem, Naruto-kun, since when did you become a playboy? Minato asked his son. What do you mean, Chu-san? Naruto asked back. You know, you were with a little girl with long black hair and it seemed like you two were very close, said Minato. Dad, he's my friend, answered Naruto. Ho, you don't need to be embarrassed, Naruto-kun. Let Lucifer's blood flow freely into your body, said Kushina while laughing incoherently. What else does it have to do with blood? Naruto asked. Naruto, who heard this, could only laugh dryly. Grandpa is really strong, he thought. Oh yeah, Thanatos-sama has expanded this house, you know. Kushina said. Ah, really? Feelings the same as me. What? Naruto was shocked by what he saw now. He could have sworn that there weren't two more rooms near the kitchen and now a new room had appeared near the kitchen. Truly a god. Thought Naruto. Ting tong. Naruto's doorbell rang. Minato, who heard first, immediately headed forward. Who comes here at night? He thought. Tisk. The door opened and two people of different sizes and genders appeared. Minato recognized one of them as a little girl with long hair and the other as a man with dark silver hair. What do you need? Asked Minato with a smile. Why you? Valley, change now, Ophis ordered as she stepped back and stood by. Good, said Valley while entering his balance breaker. Minato, who was still stunned, then realized that he was going to be attacked. Then he teleported into the kitchen. Meanwhile Ophis and Valley entered Naruto's house while on full alert. Not long after, the two of them entered and Naruto and his family were seen eating. Looking confused with Ophis and Valley, who were still in balance breaker mode. What are you guys doing? Asked Naruto, who was confused seeing Ophis and Valley, who looked alert. Calm yourselves, these two are not enemies, added Naruto with a smile. Ophis can only be confused while Valley changes to his normal mode. Then Naruto explained who the two people were. Ophis could only sigh while Valley stared intently at Kushina probingly. Sugoi. It turns out there are still descendants of Lucifer besides you, Naruto, said Kushina, who was amazed to hear Naruto's explanation about Valley. What's your grandfather's name? Kushina asked curiously. Rizvam Levon Lucifer, Valley answered briefly in a tone full of hatred. Kushina, who heard this, could only take a deep breath. Rizvam, no wonder you don't like him. He's a little strange, father doesn't really understand him either, said Kushina. What do you mean? Asked Valley. Listen Valley, not all of the Lucifer family are evil. From he way you say their name I know you have bad memories with them. But believe me, the Lucifer family is not as cruel as you think. Kushina said. I hope I can believe that, Grandma, said Valley with a faint smile. Bruick. Kushina punched Valley with all her strength, causing Valley to hit the kitchen wall and go through the house. Don't call me that, boy, threatened Kushina in a murderous tone, and her hair flew up. Hi. Valley could only nod weakly because he was hit when he was not in balance breaker mode and the strength of the perpetrator of the beating was terrible. Naruto just gulped seeing his mother angry. Kawaii, he thought. Likewise, Minato spilled his drink when he saw Kushina throwing a tantrum. I see. Call me Ka-san, Kushina said with a smile. Valley was confused. Since you have bad memories with the Lucifer family, then let me make it up to you a little, said Kushina with a big smile. Hi, Ka-san, said Valley with a faint smile. I hope he's right, thought Valley. Okay, come eat with us, said Minato to Ophis and Valley, to which Valley and Ophis nodded. While eating, Minato, who was wondering about Ophis' origins, nodded in understanding when he heard Ophis' story. Oh. So you founded the Chaos Brigade to challenge Great Red. Interesting too, I hope you succeed, said Minato. Ophis, who heard it, smiled at that. Ophis-chan, how did you meet Naruto? I heard that Naruto is very close to the heads of the three factions who might be against you, asked Kushina. This baka met me by accident, said Ophis while remembering her first meeting with Naruto. Flashback. 120 years ago. Naruto, who was traveling, arrived in an area in Europe, specifically around Russia. Naruto walked in wearing a coat. Black while walking along the cold roads on the eastern coast of Russia while struggling to endure the cold. Brr. Naruto's breath hitched as he continued walking through piles of snow, until he arrived at a village whose owner had abandoned it. Naruto, who was looking for shelter because of the snowstorm that suddenly came, then entered a hut with lots of piles of straw in it. Not bad for a blanket, thought Naruto. After finding shelter, Naruto then blamed the fire with little effort, according to him. Life requires effort. Naruto, who didn't have much choice, then slept by covering himself with straw. The next morning, Hoamm, Naruto yawned because he slept soundly last night. I'd better get going while the snow has subsided, he said. Then he continued his journey. When he was about to leave, he saw a girl with long black hair lying unconscious in front of his hut. Wow, someone fainted again. Naruto's mind cursed. Out of pity, Naruto took him into the hut and tried to cover his body with straw. Wow, his clothes are wet again, Naruto said while looking at the girl's gothic dress. I'll have to take it off, otherwise she'll get colder, thought Naruto as he slowly opened the girl's dress until the girl's bra and panties were visible. Glek. Naruto gulped looking at the girl's lowly body. Remember Naruto, he needs help, Naruto thought, trying to remind his boss. Naruto without thinking took off his coat while trying to put it on the girl's body. Suddenly the girl's eyes opened. Naruto, who was seen posing on top of the girl, suddenly became embarrassed. Anyo, it's not what you think, said Naruto tearingly with his coat open and revealing himself wearing a t-shirt and trousers. The girl looked at her body which was only protected by two cloths and then a killing aura emerged from her body. Youuu, shouted the girl, I'll die, he continued while shooting a white laser from his finger. Whoosh, Naruto nimbly avoided it and flew out with his two angel wings. Oi, this is just a misunderstanding, Naruto shouted. Noisy, I don't believe you, he said as he took out a magic circle and tried to shoot Naruto with a black beam at full energy. Naruto, who saw it, immediately avoided it. Dwar, the sound of the light when it hit an iceberg near Naruto. Gee, what a terrifying power, he thought. The girl then rushed towards Naruto and launched a super strong kick. Naruto swiftly avoided it then tried to catch the girl. Listen to my explanation first, Naruto said. I don't need to hear anything from a lewd angel like you, replied the girl while releasing herself from Naruto's grasp. Hen, the girl floated and took out an energy ball the size of a mountain and was ready to throw it at Naruto. Bad, thought Naruto. When the ball was about to be thrown at Naruto, the girl suddenly fell and immediately slid to the ground. Naruto quickly caught him. Let go, me, he said and then fainted in Naruto's arms. Naruto then covered the girl who had been fighting with him in minimal clothing with his coat. It's serious. His body temperature has dropped drastically, thought Naruto. Naruto then used his angel powers to warm the girl's body. Who is he? His strength is very strong, thought Naruto, who was curious. Naruto then patiently waited for the girl to wake up. About 4 hours later, the girl began to open her eyes. Where am I? He asked. Yo, you just realized, Naruto answered. You. Suddenly the girl tried to attack Naruto. Calm down, Naruto said as he caught both of the girl's hands and pinned them down. Sorry about this, but your physical condition is not very good. Please don't do anything reckless, said Naruto while making eye contact with the girl. The two eyes met. The blue sapphire seemed to suck in the darkness of the girl's eyes. Okay, said the girl while staring at her helper with a slightly red face. What is this feeling? He thought. Naruto then released his grip and started talking. Let me introduce myself. My name is Naruto. What is your name? Naruto asked the girl. Ophis. He answered briefly. Oh, Ophis. Ophis. Naruto was surprised. Why, you're that Ouroboros dragon? Naruto asked. How did you know? Ophis asked confused. I've read information about you. I thought you were male, Naruto answered. That male form is just my disguise, and what angel are you yourself? Ophis asked. I'm not an angel, I just have powers. Naruto answered innocently. Interesting, commented Ophis. By the way, why are you here? Don't you live in a dimensional gap? Naruto asked. You're right, but I was driven away by Great Red, he said in an annoyed tone. And I woke up here, he added. Oh, your problem is serious. The three factions are still not in harmony, added Naruto. By the way, do you want to eat? Naruto asked. No need, said Ophis briefly. But suddenly his stomach growled and betrayed his master's words. It seems your stomach says something else. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed, which made Ophis' face turn red. Take care of it, Baka, he said while holding back embarrassment. Okay, I'll make food, said Naruto while took out something from his magic circle and made a warm soup for Ophis. Let's eat, Naruto said while feeding Ophis. Hai, said Ophis while enjoying a bite from Naruto. End flashback. Kushina, Minato, Senna, and Valley couldn't help but blush when they heard Ophis' story. I never thought Naruto could be that romantic, they thought. What's wrong with you guys? Naruto asked while still eating their food. Insensitive, thought to those who saw Naruto's mediocre reaction. Oh, so that's how you two met. Have you ever done this or that? Minato asked with a perverted smile. Ophis, who heard this, blushed. Oh, of course not. How could I want that with this Baka? He argued. Naruto also denied it in the same tone and of course with a face as red as a tomato. By the way, what is your purpose in coming here? Asked Naruto. We just want to monitor your situation with him. Ophis glanced at Senna, who was smiling at him. And it looks like you're fine, said Ophis as she got up from the dining table and seemed to be going home. Valley, let's go home now, said Ophis while being followed by Valley. And thank you for the food, Kushina-san, added Valley. Kushina smiled softly in reply to Ophis' words. Thank you, Ophis, for visiting me, Naruto said with a big smile. Ophis just looked away because she was blushing and then headed for the outer door. Tisk! The door opened and from outside you could see Rias and Akeno standing in front of the door. Nana-san, Ria asked, while looking confused at Ophis and Valley. Naruto, who saw this, could only say, woe is me. Meanwhile somewhere, just a little more, I'll rule this damn world, ha ha ha. TB. Chapter 17, Woe is me, nah. Naruto thought panicked when he saw the four people meet. Ophis, who saw Naruto's panic, immediately took the initiative to lie to Rias and Akeno. Konbanwa, Rias-san, Akeno-san. Greet Ophis with a smile. Konbanwa, what's wrong with Nana-chan here? Rias asked. And who is he? He added, pointing at Valley, who was staring flatly at the two of them. Let me introduce myself, he's my older brother. His name is Takaru, Ophis said while elbowing Valley. Valley was forced to lie and introduce himself to Rias and Akeno. We came here to tell Naruto the new schedule my brother had planned for teaching me. Ophis said. Oh, I see, said Akeno, who believed. Okay then, let's go home first. Valley and Ophis said goodbye as they left Naruto's house. Bye. Rias and Akeno waved slightly at the two of them. Naruto, who felt relieved by Ophis' lie, then approached Rias and Akeno. What's the matter with you guys coming here so late at night? Asked Naruto. We just want to deliver an assignment report that Naruto-kun hasn't done for the past month. Rias said with a smile. Ouch, that troublesome task again, said Naruto while scratching his head. Yes, it's also called school. Just accept it and work on it slowly. It'll be finished later, Rias said with a smile. You're right. By the way, don't you guys want to come in first? Asked Naruto. I don't think so. Bushu and I want to go kill Wilda Mons first, Akeno said while smiling at Naruto. Okay, you two be careful, don't get hurt, said Naruto while smiling broadly at the two of them. Rias and Akeno could only blush embarrassed because of Naruto's treatment. Then not long after that they both left and Naruto returned to his house while talking about his many school assignments. The next day, Naruto was on his way home after school. Coincidentally, Senna didn't come with him because he accompanied Kushina shopping. Meanwhile, Minato was still busy at school checking student assignments. Ah, what a boring day, Naruto muttered as he walked, enjoying the afternoon breeze that hit him. Not long after, he saw a tall young man in a casual black t-shirt with sharp blue eyes and short hair walking up to him and then past him. Be careful on the road, he whispered to Naruto. What does that mean? Naruto felt confused by the person's words. Then Naruto continued his journey home. Suddenly a flying sword shot towards him. Naruto swiftly dodged and looked at his attacker. There was a man with light brown hair wearing iron clothes with 12 swords floating above Naruto while reading a book. Naruto Lucifer, I can't believe that after 185 years of not seeing you, you're still as weak as ever, he said while continuing to read his book. It wouldn't be strange if Emi died because of you, he added while teasing Naruto with a cold look from his onyx eyes. Why you? How do you know about Emi? Asked Naruto, who felt impatient anymore. How do I know? The young man asked back. What if I told you that it was me who killed him? He added. Silence. There was no sound, and when the young man finished his speech Naruto had disappeared from before him. That's bad, he thought. Bruick hhhh. A kick hit the young man's ways hard and sent him flying down a hill near Kuo City. You will pay for all your deeds, bitch, shouted Naruto, who had now changed to his 2-balance breaker mode. Naruto immediately shot up and landed hard on the young man. Bukh. Book. Book. Naruto punched the young man's face with full force until the young man's face was torn apart. Naruto realized that the one he attacked was probably dead and tried to look for a moment. How surprised he was that what he hit had turned into a dry body with the same brown hair. What? Naruto was surprised and tried to look behind him and found the young Ma-en sitting near a tree on the hill while reading his book. You better not get too emotional, Naruto, said the young man while still looking at his book. Who are you? Naruto stared sharply at the man in front of him. Me. You could say I'm just the incarnation of my master. My job is just to look at my master's enemies for a moment, said the young man who was in front of Naruto while holding up his book at Naruto. Naruto also raised his finger at the young man. Interesting. I didn't expect your reflexes to be on the same level as my master. No wonder he wants to exterminate you, said the young man. Okay, this time there won't be any fighting here. I'm too bored seeing carcasses scattered around the city, he said as he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Naruto, who saw the young man disappear, could only sigh because his emotions were unstable. Then he turned off the balance breaker and leaned under a tree because he was tired. I really need my own strength, he thought as he tried to close his eyes while trying to sleep for a while to restore his stamina. I'm sorry, Emi, he sighed in his sleep. Flashback. 195 years ago. Demon child. Go away. Cursed one. Of the mothers at a blonde boy who was walking in a village in the mountains in Eastern Europe. Devil's child. You die, shouted an old man while throwing stones at the child. Duick. The stone hit the child right in the head and made him faint with his head bleeding. Is this the end of my life? Thought the child with consciousness starting to disappear from him. What am I? He thought before his eyes closed tightly. He's dead, panicked an old woman who saw the child lying with a pool of blood on his head. Don't panic, we'll just throw him into the river, said a man who received nods of agreement from local residents. Then the child was taken to the edge of a fast river and thrown there. Yes, finally the devil is dead, the village residents were happy. Naruto Pav. Am I dead? Am I going to heaven? Why do I see an angel next to me? End Pav. Grandpa, he's awake, shouted a red-haired little girl with emerald eyes in a happy tone. Is that true? Asked back a voice from outside. Slowly the footsteps of the owner of the voice approached the blonde boy. What's wrong with you, sweet boy? Asked the grandfather, who looked quite young with his white hair, a slight beard and emerald eyes. I was thrown into the river, answered the child. Nobody wants me, he added. Those who threw you away were very cruel, said the grandfather in an angry tone. Where is this? Asked the boy in a curious tone. You are at my house, this is my grandson Emi. And I myself am Dimitri, he said introducing himself. What's your name, son? Dimitri asked. My name is Naruto, he answered. What a unique name, said Dimitri. Where are your parents, son? Dimitri asked. Parents? What is that? Asked Naruto, who didn't know the series of letters that Dimitri said earlier. This child must have had a very hard life, thought Dimitri. By the way, how come you were thrown away by the villagers? He asked. I was living in an orphanage, but the owner of the orphanage tortured me. I got angry and killed him, said Naruto with an innocent face. He must be very mean to you, said Dimitri. Okay, from now on you can live with me, said Dimitri with a smile. Is that true? Asked Naruto again. That's right. And now call me grandfather, he said with a smile. Okay, grandfather, Naruto said with a smile. Dimitri smiled happily hearing this. Emi, from now on Naruto will be RF. Emily, Dimitri said to Emi, who came with a bowl of soup for Naruto. Okay, grandfather, said Emi, smiling happily because her family had increased. Naruto, who saw Emi, then put his forehead to Emi. Emi, who received this treatment, blushed because she looked directly at Naruto's sapphire. Why Naruto? He asked stutteringly. Somehow I feel happy when you are here, he said with a faint smile. Dimitri, who witnessed his new grandson's behavior, could only smile. Children today can understand love. Naruto, do you like Emi? Dimitri asked as he took a coat for his new grandson. I think so, Naruto replied with a cheerful face. Later, I will be her husband, said Naruto. Dimitri said. Do you know what that word means? Dimitri asked. No, Naruto answered in a cheerful tone. But I know Emi and I will likely be happy, Naruto said while looking at Emi, who was still holding the soup bowl with a face like a boiled crab. Ha ha ha, good, that's how it is when you're a man, said Dimitri while laughing broadly and giving Naruto his coat. Naruto has lived with Dimitri's family since then, where he helps Dimitri cut down trees or work on the land. 10 years later. Naruto, don't sleep outside, remember it's fall. What if you catch a cold? Warned a teenage girl with waist-length red hair and emerald eyes while pinching Naruto's ear. Ouch, sorry Emi, but if I'm sick, just ask you to treat me, said Naruto with a big smile. Emi, who heard Naruto's answer, could only take a deep breath. Why do you like sleeping under trees so much? Emi asked. Why? I was just imagining me and you someday, Naruto answered. What do you mean? Emi was confused. I imagine if one day we get married and have children, I will take our family and grandfather to move to Britain. I heard that life can be better there, said Naruto. Emi, who heard Naruto's words, could only blush. Stupid, you're already thinking about children. We're only 15 years old and you already think that. Emi protested. But you want to be the mother of my children, right? Naruto asked with a smile. Because you are the laziest man I have ever met, I can't let your children be lazy like their father, Emi said as she sat beside Naruto. Without realizing it, their hands touched, their faces turned red, and without realizing it, the distance between them drew closer and the sapphire and emerald were looking at each other. Not long after, the two of them kissed each other with a grass field in front of the tree as the background. Naruto and Emi then returned to their house and found a letter saying that Dimitri would go to town to buy groceries. Indeed, Naruto never went to the city because he was afraid of the people there. But Dimitri taught him knowledge about the outside world, so Naruto wasn't stupid. The roar of the cat in their house asking for food. Emi immediately gave food to her cat with a smiling face. Why do you like cats so much? Asked Naruto. You don't know. Cats are the cutest creatures in the world, Emi said. I want to be a cat someday, said Emi. Fine, and I'll be a cat too, said Naruto. Gomble, Emi said while puffing her face towards Naruto. Naruto then smiled and pinched Emi's cheek. Ouch, it hurts you know, Emi protested. Sorry, his face is too funny, Naruto said with a smile. Soon Naruto's face turned red and he lost his balance. What's wrong with you, Naruto? Emi panicked. I think I have a fever, said Naruto while holding onto Emi's arms. Basic, I told you earlier, Emi said while carrying him to bed. Then Naruto was laid on the bed. And Emi could only smile seeing Naruto, who was fast asleep. Okay. I'd better go. Emi tried to take the initiative. Grep. Naruto's hand pulled Emi tightly until Emi fell on Naruto, who was on the bed. Stay here, Naruto said deliriously. He's so strong, thought Emi. But it looks like there's no other choice. Emi then slept with Naruto in a position on top of Naruto. Lemon. On. That night, Naruto woke up from his sleep and felt something heavy weighing on him. What is this? He thought as he fumbled with something that had fallen on him, and suddenly he heard a sigh. Ah, sighed Emi. Naruto could only blush while trying to keep his hands away from Emi. I don't know what bad luck he experienced. Emi suddenly woke up. Instantly there was silence. The two eyes met. Naruto. Emi whispered. Emi. Naruto hissed. The two of them then kissed and played with their tongues. Naruto then lifted Emi's skirt and slipped his hand through it. HMMMMPPPPP, Emi Sue. LD only writhed in pleasure while enjoying Naruto's kiss. Not long after, the two of them broke the kiss, and it appeared that Naruto's fingers that were playing earlier were wet with a thick clear liquid. You seem to be wet. Emi, Naruto said softly as he licked the liquid. Then Naruto turned Emi's body, and Emi was lying now. Naruto swiftly took off Emi's clothes and now displayed a smooth WHITE body and a pair of medium-sized twin mountains ready to be devoured by Naruto. It looks like you're very wet here, said Naruto while smiling mischievously. Don't look at me like that, said Emi with a red face. Not long after, Naruto took out the contents of his trousers, which had stood up straight. Are you sure about this? Emi asked. I've never been this sure, said Naruto with a smile. Then Emi spread her legs and Naruto immediately inserted his weapon into Emi's hole. Soon Naruto felt that there was some kind of membrane blocking him. With one blow, the membrane was penetrated and Emi was seen wincing in pain. Emi endured the pain. Are you okay? Asked Naruto in a worried tone. It's okay, said Emi. Naruto then started to pump Emi slowly. Ataru Naru, said Emi while sighing, enjoying the pleasure radiating from her crotch. Emi's chest, which was rising and falling, was immediately squeezed by Naruto fiercely. Emi sighed because of Naruto's treatment. Naruto continued to pump Emi for 30 minutes. Not long after that, Naruto began to feel climax. Emi, come inside or outside? Asked Naruto. Just inside, Emi answered while enjoying Naruto's thrusts. Soon Naruto accelerated his thrusts and they both moaned wildly. Emi screamed when she reached her peak. I love you, Naruto said while kissing Emi's forehead. Me too, Emi replied, smiling on the bed. The two of them then immediately got dressed and made the bed. A few days later. It's been a long time since Grandpa went to town, said Naruto in a worried tone because his grandfather hadn't come home from town for 5 days. Usually he would have been home in 4 days. That's right, I'm worried too, said Emi. Not long after, a group of black clouds appeared to approach them and envelop their house. What's this? Naruto suddenly panicked. He felt that something bad was going to happen. Not long after, from the cloud fell a broken corpse. Naruto widened his eyes, because he recognized that the corpse was Dimitri, his grandfather. Grandpa, shouted Emi, who was very shocked to see that her beloved grandfather had become a pile of rotten meat. Grandfather. Sob. Emi cried. HIKS. WHO. Could do this, shouted Naruto with veins popping out on his forehead seeing that his beloved grandfather was gone. His eyes reddened and tears flowed from his eyes seeing his grandfather's condition. Ha ha ha. There was a sound of maniacal laughter from above the clouds. Who's that? Naruto snapped in an angry tone. From the clouds appeared a figure with 12 black-winged angels with red eyes. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ramil, he said while pointing a long black sword at Naruto. Why did you do this to my grandfather? Asked Naruto in an angry tone. A group of residents were seen carrying weapons and torches storming Naruto's house. Look, that demon boy is still alive, said them while looking at Naruto, who was stunned to see himself surrounded. Let's kill him, shouted one of the residents as he swung his machete and was about to attack Naruto. Mr. Angel, protect us, The residents said to Ramil. Ramil just nodded with a devilish smile. How did you know I was here? Asked Naruto. Ha ha ha, thanks to the angel's word. We know that Dimitri has been in league with Satan, replied one of the residents while grinning and pointing his arrow at Naruto. Zerut. The arrow shot quickly. Naruto could only widen his eyes when the arrow started heading towards his body. Cough. Emi coughed while vomiting blood and fell. Naruto immediately caught it. Emi, hang in there, Naruto said with tears flowing freely from his eyes. In one day he had lost his grandfather and now his soulmate. No, he rejected that. Hang in there, Emi. I'll take you out of here soon, Naruto said while hugging Emi who was covered in blood. Naruto, I don't have much time left, whispered Emi who was dying. Don't say strange things. You will continue to live, said Naruto while trying to hold back his tears. Even if I die, I will still be by your side, Naruto-kun. Even if the whole world betrays you, I will be the world for you, whispered Emi, who soon breathed her last breath in Naruto's arms. Emi, Naruto shouted with tears streaming down his face. Look, that girl died protecting the devil, shouted one of the residents in a contemptuous tone. He deserved to die, they said. Meanwhile Ramil just looked bored at Naruto and Emi. Naruto then released his hug from Emi and stood with his head bowed. You guys, Naruto hissed while looking down. What's wrong? Devil, angry. If possible, try to kill us, mocked one of the residents. I will not forgive. UARRRGGGGHHHHHHH. Naruto screamed with anger and 6 pairs of wings of different colors appeared and Naruto was seen surrounded by 12 swords floating on his back and his hair was long. I will make all of you available, even hell and heaven will reject your horrible body. You guys. ARRRRGGGGHHHHHHH. Naruto shouted with tears of blood flowing from his eyes. Then the frightened residents tried to run away. HIIIII. The devil is coming. Save your lives. Someone shouted. Citizens. JRASH. Suddenly Naruto dashed in front of them all and stabbed a resident in the chest and broke his heart into pieces. The residents beside Naruto could only fall to their knees and their pants were wet. I spare me, said a man who had been crying with his pants wet. JRASSHHHH. The man's head was cut off just by looking at Naruto's eyes. UARRGGGGG. The residents shouted badly. Meanwhile, Ramil, who saw that the situation was out of his control, immediately summoned fallen angel reinforcements and attacked Naruto. Spears of light were shot towards Naruto. Naruto who saw T.S. just stared silently at the spear which then disappeared. What? Our spear of light disappeared with just one glance, they were all shocked. But their surprise had to end after Naruto was in front of them all. Naruto's body appeared to emit a very bright white light and illuminated everything around him. Void, Naruto exclaimed in an annoyed tone. ARRGGGGHHHHHH, the fallen angels including. Ramil screamed in pain and then disappeared into dust. Naruto then looked at his surroundings which had turned into a bloody place. He saw Emi who was lying stiff and hugged her back. Hua HHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHHjust flowed from his eyes flashback off. Hua HHHH. Naruto shouted as he opened his eyes and now he was lying on the lap of a woman with black hair and yellow eyes. What's wrong with you, Naya? Asked the girl in a cat voice. Hosh, hosh, cold sweat flowed from Naruto's body. Sorry, I just had a bad dream, said Naruto who was still lying on the girl's lap. Naruto then realized this and quickly got up. Sorry, I accidentally lay on your lap, said Naruto while stuttering. It's okay, Neon, he said with a smile. I saw that your body was very unstable earlier, that's why I healed you earlier, Demon Master, he said with a smile. Naruto gasped when he heard that. How did you know I was a devil? Naruto asked probingly. Oh, I saw you throwing a tantrum earlier, he said with a smile. Oh, is that so? Sorry, my enemy made me very upset, said Naruto. Oh, I see, okay, I have to go first, Neon, he said as he left. My name is Kuroka. Neon, she said with a smile, leaving Naruto. Nekomata ha, Naruto said. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. See you again, Naruto said while shouting at Kuroka, who was walking away. Why, I don't think I was familiar with that touch, they both thought. Naruto then returned home and was greeted by Kushina's anger. Meanwhile, somewhere, a person who didn't look too old was being confronted by a group of soldiers wearing black robes and scythes on their backs. Rizvam Levon Lucifer, you are accused of being guilty for stealing our nation's strength. Your punishment is to be locked up until the end of the world in Tartaros, demanded one of the robed people. Ha ha ha, interesting, interesting. Let's see how good you are, said Rizvam while laughing out loud. Catch him, ordered one of the robed people. H-I-A-H, they shouted while swinging their scythes towards Rizvam. Cancellation, Rizvam hissed, and suddenly all the robed people who were the life-takers disappeared and only left their robes. That's a shame. I need samples for my research, said Rizvam as he left. Meanwhile, not long after, Thanatos arrived in full armor and saw that his men had left and only empty robes remained. Where are you, Rizvam? He hissed, annoyed because he saw his men die ridiculously. Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Chaos and Cosmos. HOAMMMM, this is so boring, grumbled Naruto, our main character, while staring boredly at the pile of books containing the lessons he had left behind while he was in the hospital. Kushina, Minato, and Senna left him at school while threatening him if he tried to escape. From the side of the window near the room he was in, his eyes caught an interesting sight. 2 exorcist girls were seen who were at his school some time ago. Naruto turned his gaze back to the pile of books and then left the room. Why did they enter the devil's territory? He thought as he walked to meet the 2 of them. Xenovia, shouted Naruto from behind to the girl with short blue hair. The girl, who felt called immediately, turned to look at Naruto. Oh, Naruto-san, Xenovia said while approaching Naruto together with Irina. What's the matter with you guys coming here? Asked Naruto. We are carrying out some kind of negotiation with the ruler of this region to help us look for the holy sword that was stolen by the fallen angel, explained Xenovia. Oh, okay, but remember, don't make any actions that threaten the peace of the 3 factions, Naruto reminded Xenovia not to be reckless. Xenovia just nodded in understanding, then left Naruto, as did Irina. Naruto, who felt he had nothing else to do at school, decided to leave school to go home. However, he remembered that there was something Azazel wanted to tell him now. Naruto, come see me tomorrow. There's something I want to talk to you about, Azazel said at that time. Yar, I hope he doesn't ask for food, hoped Naruto. Then Naruto looked for Azazel at his usual fishing spot. Azazel seemed to be fishing as usual, but this time he was accompanied by Valley, the Hakuryuko. Yo, Naruto said to Azazel. Azazel only responded with a light wave. What are you calling me for? Asked Naruto, who was curious about what Azazel would talk about. You know, Kokobile intends to restart the war, said Azazel in a serious tone. Naruto, who heard this, massaged his head a little. You should be able to manage your men. What now? Naruto asked. Yes, that's how it is, Azazel answered briefly as he turned his gaze towards his fishing rod. Oh, so you intend to invite other factions, especially the devil faction, to promote a peace agreement? Asked Naruto in a probing tone. You know that, said Azazel. You should just tell me to drag Michael and Sirzex to meet you, said Naruto in a lazy tone. Is that so? Looks like it's too late, said Azazel in a lazy tone. Late? Naruto was confused. Deg. Suddenly Naruto felt a flow of kekai emerging from somewhere. Do you understand what I mean? Azazel said with a smile. Never mind. Besides, the rice has turned into porridge, said Naruto in a slightly annoyed tone because of Azazel's actions. What now? Asked Naruto. I just have to tell Valley to stop it, said Azazel casually while looking at Valley. Have you introduced him? Azazel asked. Hakuryuko, who doesn't know you, said Naruto pretending not to know. Valley answered briefly because he followed Naruto's acting. Okay, you two stop at Kokobile, Azazel said in an excited tone. Naruto, who heard this, couldn't protest, because Ise et al. Were still not strong enough to fight Kokobile, who was a veteran of the Great War. Then Valley activated his balance breaker while Naruto flew after him with his devil wings. "Oi Valley," Naruto called in the air. "What?" asked Valley. "Does Azazel know the relationship between us?" asked Naruto. "Don't use disgusting words like that." "Of course not," replied Valley as he continued flying toward Kuo High School, which was still about 10 minutes away. Meanwhile, Kuo High School, a white dome-shaped kekai has been installed. Sona and her pawns are seen guarding the kekai from the outside. In the kekai, a fallen angel appeared with 5 pairs of wings and red eyes and long hair with a wavy back. He's the Kokobile. It appears that the courtyard of Kuo High School has formed many craters, showing that Rias et al. Are in bad condition. "Prepare to die, lowly demons," Kokobile said in a high tone. Meanwhile, Ise is now sitting on the ground because his attack in balance breaker mode was overcome by Kokobile. "Damn, even Kiba and Xenovia couldn't hurt him," cursed Ise. Meanwhile, Rias is now panicking because her pawns and the 2 exorcists who met them have been pushed. "What should I do?" Rias thought. "Ha ha ha. Accept this final attack," Kokobile shouted while forming a light spear the size of a bus aimed straight at Rias. "First I will kill that damn Mao's little brother," he said while ready to throw the spear. Rias, who saw it, could only close her eyes waiting for the spear to destroy her. His strength has now run out because the difference in strength is too great. Prang GG. Suddenly Sona's kekai cracked and broke, revealing 2 figures flying above her. They are Naruto and Valley. Sona, who was guarding the kekai, was surprised because her kekai could penetrate. "Impossible," Sona was surprised. Looks like we're not too late," Naruto commented looking at the surroundings. Kokobile, who saw Valley, suddenly turned pale. "Why you?" he snapped while throwing a light spear at Valley. Divide. The sound of Valley's sacred gear rang and made Kokobile's light spear disappear. Meanwhile, Rias et al. Could only widen their eyes at the enormity of Valley's power. Naruto just stared flatly at Kokobile. "Damn it, even when God is dead there are still obstacles to my plans," Kokobile cursed. Xenovia and Irina, who heard this, were suddenly shocked. "No way," said Irina while holding back her panic. Likewise with Xenovia, who then dropped her sword and sat down with wide eyes. He must be lying," he thought, trying to convince himself. Naruto, who saw Kokobile babbling too much, swiftly shot a black laser from his hand and penetrated Kokobile's head and killed him instantly. "You talk too much," Naruto hissed in an annoyed tone. Valley, who saw this, could only sigh softly. For him, Naruto being upset was a very bad thing. Naruto then went down to meet Rias et al., who were still stunned because it was so easy for Kokobile to be killed by Naruto with just a small laser. "Naruto, how could you kill him so easily?" Rias asked in a curious tone. "There was something strange in his brain when I saw it, and I tried aiming at that point, and it turned out he immediately died," answered Naruto casually as he turned his attention towards Xenovia and Irina, who were down. "You two, calm yourselves. Even though God exists, even if he doesn't now, it's not a problem. The problem is your trust in him," said Naruto as he approached Xenovia and Irina, who were still silent. "Maybe you just heard it, that's why. Be strong and think about the path you will choose now," Naruto advised. Suddenly, while Naruto was talking, a man in his 40s with a face similar to Valley came out of the dimensional gap and smiled at Naruto. He was Rizvam Levon Lucifer. "Naruto Lucifer, my nephew. I never thought we would meet," said Rizvam with a smile. "Who are you?" asked Naruto with his eyes looking sharply at Rizvam. "And why do you know my name?" asked Naruto again. "Of course I know you," he replied in a cold tone. "I don't know my brother's child," he replied, laughing sarcastically. "Brother, oh, so you're Rizvam, huh?" Naruto said as he clapped his hands. "What are you doing here?" asked Naruto. "HMMP, thank you for defeating Kerr for me," he answered while holding back his laughter. Turns out you're the cause of all my problems right now," said Naruto while pointing irritably at Rizvam. "What's your goal?" asked Naruto in a serious and alert tone. The combination of Kerr's power and that of a top-level demon was a bad thing for him. Ha 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 ha. Become a god in the new world. Rizvam answered while laughing out loud. He then glanced at Valley above, who was holding back his emotions. Not long after, Valley lunged at Rizvam, intending to kill him. Stop it, Naruto shouted, warning Valley, but Valley, who had lost his emotions, put his fist in Rizvam's face. Meanwhile Rizvam just laughed, looking at Valley. Naruto, who realized that Valley was in danger, immediately sped off with his angel mode. Bruick, Naruto managed to kick Valley so he wouldn't be hit by Rizvam's attack. Saying, Rizvam's hand was on Naruto's chest and he started reciting an ancient spell. Naruto felt his body weaken and then fell. Naruto, shouted Rias and Akino, who immediately ran over to Naruto and attacked Rizvam with lightning and the power of destruction. Rizvam Zhu Chi stayed there while holding something he took from Naruto's chest, in the form of a small gold scale, which is the original form of Naruto's sacred gear. Akino and Rias' attacks with just a glance can be dispelled by Rizvam. Rizvam suddenly disappeared from Akino and Rias' sight, and then in the blink of an eye, Rizvam was standing in front of the two of them while pointing his two index fingers towards Rias and Akino. A black light appeared to come out of his finger and he intended to shoot the light towards the two of them. Valid and Issei, who sensed danger, took the initiative to help the two of them. The two of them immediately rushed towards Rizvam with all their strength. Boost, 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 divine, 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 divine. The sound of both sacred gears. They tried to deal with Rizvam in their own way, however. When they approached Rizvam, Issei and Valley returned to their original form and were immediate. Ely strangled by a pair of skull hands that emerged from Rizvam's backs, while Kaneko, Kiba, Asia, Zenobia and Irina had collapsed due to Rizvam's strange pressure. Did I fail? Naruto thought to himself. JLESSSHHH. CREKKK. Visible in Naruto's eyes before he closed his eyes, Rizvam's laser managed to penetrate Rias and Akino's heads, and his skull hand managed to strangle Issei and Valley to death with one attack. I failed, he thought as he fell down with blood coming out of his mouth and white and black aura starting to evaporate from his body like strands of thread floating into the sky. Rizvam, who witnessed this, could only smile at the death of his nephew. I never thought, without this sacred gear, he would just be an empty shell, he commented as he casually walked away from the place. Meanwhile Naruto Pav, am I dead? Why didn't Thanatos meet me? Was he disappointed that I failed to fulfill my promise? Why is this place so dark? End Pav. Naruto seemed to be in a very dark place, very dark. Where am I? Asked Naruto to the darkness. Welcome to my place, said a voice accompanied by a bright light that began to dispel the darkness. Who are you? Naruto asked while closing his eyes to block the glare. Me, I am the creator of all of you, he said in a wise tone. Huh, so you are Kami, then you didn't die like you said Naruto. No, they only beat a small fragment of me, he answered softly. Then, what is the purpose of being called here? Asked Naruto. The light that enveloped Kami's body approached Naruto and enveloped Naruto. Listen, Naruto, you will face your toughest opponent in the near future. He is not like your other opponents, he only wants destruction. I am destined to fight him. Obviously us. Why me? Naruto asked. Void, Kami said simply. I think I've heard that before, said Naruto in a thinking pose. That's right, it's a kind of ability that is part of mine that is embedded in you, we explained. What do you mean? Naruto asked. You get the ability to control time. A terrifying ability with a fair bet, explains Kami. You mean fair wages? Asked Naruto. Managing time will cost you as much life as the time you use and you can only reach 1 hour, we explained. Gulp. Naruto swallowed his saliva. Then what about my old powers? Naruto asked. You will be able to return your old powers if you get your sacred gear back, said Kami. I have one question. Why didn't you show up to reconcile the three? Asked Naruto. I have my reasons, you will find out someday, Kami said as he faded and disappeared. Back to Kuo High School. It looked like Rizvam was just about to leave Kuo High School and Naruto was seen limping to his feet. Void, Naruto exclaimed. Rizvam seemed surprised by his wavy vision and then he closed his eyes. ND revealed himself, who was trying to shoot a laser and strangle Issei and Valley. Happen again. Rizvam was surprised. At that moment a dimensional gap opened and revealed Thanatos, Minato, Kushina, and Senna, who surrounded Rizvam. Good job, Naruto. Finally you can use Void, said Thanatos with a smile. He knew that Naruto was hiding a strange power in his body. Kushina and Minato immediately lunged towards Rizvam, while activating their Ash. Cello, said Kushina while shooting black mist at Rizvam, which made Rizvam immobile. Damn, cursed Rizvam. To catch you, we had to use bait, my son, said Kushina while angry because she couldn't help but agree to Thanatos' plan to use Naruto as bait. Thanatos, who was in front of Rizvam, immediately thrust his hand into Rizvam's chest and pulled out a black necklace with the shape of wings and threw it at Senna. Take back your power, little brother, said Thanatos with a smile. Not long afterward, Rizvam groaned in pain, and from his body it appeared that his spirit was being attracted by a hand. Arrgggghhhhh. Groaned Rizvam, who was in great pain because his life was being forcibly taken away by Thanatos. Suddenly a force BBED Rizvam's life and put it in a hole. What? Thanatos was surprised to see something unexpected happen. There is someone who can take life besides me. Thanatos was surprised, simultaneously with the loss of Rizvam's life, which was drawn by something. A man with blue eyes and black hair appeared, wearing philosophical clothes, with a blank stare staring at everything. Naruto read the figure who told him to be careful the other day. Meanwhile, Rias, Akino, Issei, and Valley, who were out of danger, looked at the mysterious man. The man just stared flatly at them all. Introduce me, my name is Chaos, God of Destruction. Sorry for the interruption, Thanatos. I need this creature for me, he said as he walked away. Thanatos then lunged at Chaos with full strength while swinging his sword. Grep. Thanatos' sword was held with one of Chaos' forefingers. Your abilities as a god are indeed great, but sorry. You are no match for me, grandson, he said as he disappeared in the wind. Who exactly is he? Thanatos thought. Meanwhile, Naruto picked up his sacred gear, which was lying around, and used his void to put it back together. Suddenly Naruto fell and fainted. Naruto. Everyone shouted TBC. Chapter 19. Naruto. Everyone shouted when they saw Naruto fall after putting his sacred gear back into his body. Rias and Akino immediately lunged towards Naruto to approach Naruto. Naruto-kun, wake up, shouted Akino with teary eyes. Wake up, Naruto. Rias also shouted the same thing with her eyes watering. Thanatos, who saw this, only smiled faintly and approached Naruto. Calm down, girls. Your prince is just readjusting himself to his sacred gear. The girls who heard this immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Thanatos then put his hand on Naruto's chest and out comes a tattoo of the scales again. Well, it's finished now, you should take him home. It seems like his body is still adjusting to the void, explained Thanatos. Rias, who realized something, immediately asked Thanatos something. Who are you and what is void? Rias asked Thanatos. Thanatos, who heard Rias' question, then explained it very briefly. I am the person you will meet later when you die in void. D is a piece of our power that is embedded in a few people, more special than a few sacred gears, explained Thanatos with a smile. Everyone who heard this could only be stunned by Thanatos' unclear explanation. Suddenly Kushina and Minato approached Naruto and wanted to carry him home. Good job, kid, Minato said with a smile. Meanwhile, Rias and Akino alert their pawns as well as the two exorcists who were helping them. Kushina, who saw Valley, who was still silent, then approached him. Why are you here? Come with us, said Kushina. No, I have to report to Azazel first, replied Valley with a faint smile. Sona's group then came to meet them and asked what happened. Rias then explained everything. Sona, who saw Naruto lying unconscious, could only look worried. Saji then approached Sona to comfort his chairman. Calm down, Kaichu. Naruto-san is a strong person, he will be fine. Entertain. Sona felt a little happy because she heard Saji's rational reason. Then Naruto and his family returned to Hai's house carrying Naruto, who was still unconscious. Meanwhile, in Naruto's subconscious world, Naruto stared confusedly at the white space around him. This place is where Thanatos met me first, he thought. Naruto. Not long after, 4 figures appeared who Naruto knew as Thanatos, Senna, Minato, and Kusina. Yo, said Thanatos with a smile. What did you call me here for? Asked Naruto in a confused tone. First of all, I want to thank you because my sister's strength has returned, said Thanatos. Now he can return to his duties as before, he added. Why thank me? Asked Naruto. Because you are bait to restore my strength, answered Senna with a faint smile. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. My brother is aware that Rizvam is targeting you and intends to take your sacred gear, so my brother intends to take his life. But to take the life of someone who has the power of death, you need to see the perpetrator's face. My brother couldn't catch him because he kept running away. Finally he made an incident where you met him, explained Senna at length. Naruto, who heard it, could only remain silent, confused. Actually I don't really mind that, but I almost made a big mistake by letting my friend die. Luckily my void woke up earlier, said Naruto in a sharp tone. Thanatos, who heard this, could only smile. Naruto suddenly realized something and with a sad tone he looked at Senna, Kushina, and Minato. So, that's it for now? Naruto asked. Thanatos, who understood what Naruto meant, just laughed a little. Don't be sad, they're not going anywhere. I gave Kerr the task of looking after you, while I consider Minato and Kushina as gifts for you, he said, laughing. Really? Asked Naruto. Of course, answered Thanatos with a smile. Kushina, who saw her son smiling happily, could only whisper softly. I never thought my child had grown up. Minato, who heard that, could only smile softly. Slowly Naruto's vision faded and he woke up lying in bed. The next morning, Senna, who was waiting for Naruto to wake up, saw Naruto wake up and immediately approached Naruto. Are you better? He asked. Not bad, even though my body still hurts a bit, answered Naruto as he tried to sit up on the bed. Senna then quickly approached Naruto's cheek and kissed him. A kiss landed on Naruto's right cheek. Naruto, who received this treatment, suddenly stuttered. What are you doing? Asked Naruto while panicking. That's a token of my thanks, Naruto-kun, he said with a big smile. Naruto, who heard this, could only smile faintly. You're welcome, Naruto replied. Not long after, Kushina heard shouting telling them to eat. Naruto, who then headed to the dining room, immediately approached Minato and Kushina to join them in eating breakfast. That's right, if I'm not mistaken. Today there was some kind of monitoring activity. Parent to child, who do you think will accompany me? Naruto asked. Of course I will, said Kushina. Minato will accompany Senna, said Kushina while spreading jam on Naruto's cake. Oh, I see, Naruto said briefly while receiving bread from Kushina. Not long after, the 4 of them walked together towards school. Skip time. In my high school, Naruto appears to be faced with a lump of clay. Suddenly he felt sad because he remembered that he and Emi often made statues from clay in the past. Without realizing it, Naruto made a statue of Emi holding hands with a statue of himself. Kushina, who saw this, gasped as she asked herself, who is that girl? He thought. Meanwhile, Rias, who saw this, approached Naruto a little and asked Naruto. Naruto-kun, who is he? He asked in a curious tone. My first love, Naruto replied with a sad face. What? Rias was surprised. Meanwhile, Lucius, who saw his son screaming, then asked Rias. What is it? He asked. Rias, who realized she was screaming, then returned to silence without answering Lucius' question. Meanwhile, Akano, who heard Naruto's answer, felt a little jealous because there was a girl Naruto loved. Different from Naruto, different from Senna, Senna made a statue where there is a statue of him and Naruto holding hands. Minato just smiled faintly seeing him. You're lucky, kid, thought Minato. Not long after that, Rias and Sona and their pawns were seen gathering at Rias' club with Naruto and his family also entering. Sirzex and Serafal looked confused to see the 2 people following Naruto. Naruto, who are they? Asked Sirzex, who was curious. Oh, these are my parents, answered Naruto. Sirzex, who heard this, was shocked because he believed Naruto was an orphan. Why, you said you don't have parents, said Sirzex. Naruto sighed and told the outline about his parents that appeared now. Sears, who heard it, could only be stunned when he heard it. So your parents can be said to be alive now? Sears asked. Yeah, I think so, replied Naruto with a small nod. Kushina, who was curious, then approached Sears. What's wrong, Kushina-san? Sears asked. You inherited my clan name, huh? Said Kushina. You mean? Sears asked. Lucifer clan, answered Kushina briefly. Sears, who heard it, was very surprised. Why, what do you mean? Sears with a confused tone. I'm Kushina Lucifer, she answered in a short tone. Sears and Seraphol were shocked by what they heard. Kushina Lucifer, the daughter of Lucifer who defied heaven several times. Sona suddenly commented. Yes, honey, he kept stopping me. Kushina pointed at Minato. Wait a minute. The one who stopped Kushina's rampage the most at that time was the angel Minato, right, the angel who was able to slay 10,000 demons alone. Could it be you? Sears tried to think. Yes, that's right, that's me, but sorry, I didn't slaughter them. They just ran away, and maybe your ancestors exaggerated the stories about me. Minato replied. Meanwhile, Rias approached Naruto and said to him, why didn't you tell me that your parents were this strong? Why did you just say you were the child of a villain and an angel when they came the other day? Rias asked. Is that really important? Asked Naruto with an innocent face. Meanwhile, Sears chatted with Kushina and Minato about the current state of hell. Akeno appears to meet Naruto and asks Naruto something. Naruto-kun, can you explain who this girl is? Akeno asked while pointing at the statue made by Naruto. Suddenly all eyes turned to Naruto with curious looks. Sears knew that Naruto had a romance in the past but never told him about it. Naruto then took a deep breath. Looks like there's no choice, okay. Her name is Emi. Naruto answered briefly. Who is Emi? Asked Rias, Akeno, Senna, and Sona together in a jealous tone. Naruto then told about Emi. When Naruto finished the story, the club's aura became gloomy. Issei and Saji looked, holding back their tears. Meanwhile, the girls sobbed while listening to Naruto's story. Minato and Kushina was just silent hearing Naruto's story. I wish we were there at that time, they thought. Meanwhile, Sears was silent. Naruto, who saw their expressions, only smiled faintly. Calm down. Emi is now happy with her own life. I'm sure of that, he said optimistically. What do you mean? Asked Issei, who was sobbing and couldn't believe Naruto's life had been so hard before. He has been reincarnated. I'm sure he's happy now without remembering me, said Naruto with a big smile. Jetter. That's how the girls' hearts felt when they heard this. That means the toughest rival is still there, they thought. Naruto then changed the topic. By the way, why are the Mao gathered here? He asked. Naruto. You know that because of Kokobeel's attack and a mysterious force yesterday, we decided to hold negotiations to discuss cooperation between the factions. Sears obviously. Oh, that's right. When is it held? Asked Naruto. 3 more days, we are doing a security check now, answered Sears more briefly. Wow, that's great. Can I come? Naruto asked. It's not that you can, but you have to. Because you are the person who knows best about this problem, said Sears seriously. Naruto nodded in understanding, and then they all chatted about unclear things until the afternoon. Meanwhile, at Thanatos' place, Thanatos, who was sitting relaxed on his throne, was feeling bored since yesterday's incident. He felt nothing, activities other than caring for the dead. Then Thanatos's fad idea arose. He took a piece of paper that had Emi written on it, then he burned the paper with his gray fire. Enjoy your harem time, Naruto. Ha 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 ha. His laughter boomed in the room, scaring his servants. What's wrong with Thanatos-sama? Why did he burn the memory paper? They thought. Back again to the real world. Naruto was returning home from part-time work through the forest area he usually passed by. Then his eyes saw the figure of a black-haired girl with cat ears being surrounded by several flying swords. It seemed that the girl couldn't do much because the sword seemed to suck her strength. Naruto, who saw this, immediately lunged and took out his black katana and cut the swords. Unfortunately, the sword had succeeded in sucking the power of the woman who Naruto knew as Kuroka. Unlucky, Naruto thought while trying to protect Kuroka, who was about to be stabbed by another sword. Void. Naruto exclaimed and made the sword return to its position a minute ago. Naruto realized there was a controller hiding from afar. Then came the brown-haired young man who was reading the book that had attacked him the other day. Naruto, who saw it, immediately became alert and intended to attack. No need to fight with me. Naruto, I didn't hurt that woman. I was just testing her strength. Disappointing strength, he said as he disappeared. Naruto, who was indifferent to the man's words, tried to see Kuroka's condition. However, Naruto was surprised to find that it was not Kuroka who was in front of him but the figure of Emi that he knew. Lie. Impossible. She's Emi. Naruto was shocked when he saw the reality in front of him. But soon enough, sort of. The power coated Emi's body and restored her Kuroka body shape. And Naruto. Kuroka looked at Naruto with a look full of longing. Emi. Naruto replied quietly and stunned. The two of them stared at each other for a long time and not a word came out of their mouths. I have a lot to say but it feels like it's stuck in my mouth, they both said. Taking the initiative, Naruto approached Kuroka and hugged her tightly. Gomen, hugging Naruto tightly with tears streaming down his face. Kuroka, who was hugged by Naruto, was just silent, smiling faintly. There's nothing you need to apologize for, Nian, he replied while calming Naruto. If I had been stronger at that time, you wouldn't have died at that time, Naruto Street. Ill made himself guilty because of his mistakes in the past. Never mind, said Kuroka as she continued to hug Naruto. Not long after, the two of them sat on an empty park bench in silence because Naruto still felt guilty. Nay, have you found a friend? Kuroka asked Naruto. Naruto, who heard Kuroka's words, immediately responded. And of course, I have to open up like you said, replied Naruto with a nervous look on his face. Kuroka, who noticed Naruto's behavior, then laid Naruto on her lap. Calm down, everything has changed, I'm stronger now. Only my feelings for you haven't changed, he said with a smile. Naruto, who heard this, just rolled his eyes and pulled Kuroka's head and tried to kiss him. Me too, Naruto replied. Cup. Naruto and Kuroka were just silent while enjoying the kiss that they both hadn't felt for a long time. Not long after, Naruto, who was still lying down, asked Kuroka something. Where have you been all this time? I became a wild devil, my previous master tortured me so I killed him and ran away. Now I work with Valley, he said. Valley, I never knew he had subordinates, said Naruto while furrowing his eyebrows. Do you know Valley? Kuroka asked back. He's my brother. Kuroka could only say, oh, happily. He never told anyone, Kuroka said with her cat smile. Naruto, who saw Kuroka's smile, could only laugh out loud now. Why are you laughing? Kuroka asked. No, I just find it funny considering your dream of becoming a cat came true, said Naruto. Naruto suddenly remembered something. Why were you attacked? Asked Naruto. The Chaos Brigade was being cooped yesterday. Ophis is currently fighting all of her traitorous subordinates. I came here with the intention of. I called Valley for help but apparently I was ambushed earlier, explained Kuroka. Naruto, who heard that, immediately got up and held Kuroka. Take me there, I have to help that midget. Naruto said. Kuroka, who heard that, could only be confused. Why Naruto? You seem to know him very well. Kuroka asked. Of course, he's one of the important people to me. Naruto answered. Hurry up and take me there. Kuroka then complied and took Naruto to the scene of the war between Ophis versus the traitors. Meanwhile, Ophis was overwhelmed because she was holding back the onslaught of her rebelling men. A young man wearing Chinese clothes and holding a spear was seen trying to stab her, while a Ske. Ledin was also seen trying to cut off Ophis' head with his sickle. Ophis swiftly repelled them with some kind of strong pressure. Not long after, a woman with glasses came from above her head and threw a lot of cubes with a black aura towards Ophis. Don't think we are willing to challenge Great Red just to fulfill your stupid dreams. The woman shouted. Not long after, a white-haired man with a old gaze came and was about to shoot a blue spear of light at Ophis. Ophis, who saw this, could only close her eyes waiting for fate to come her way. Blar. Suddenly around Ophis there was an explosion. Naruto was seen in balance breaker mode standing in front of Ophis and Kuroka was seen beside him. I will kill you all, shouted Naruto with an aura of great anger. Ophis, who saw Naruto in front of her, widened her eyes. Baka. If you stay in that mode for too long you might die. Ophis shouted. Calm down, it's different now. Naruto said as he took out a sword and a book from his magic circle. Lucifer. Naruto exclaimed as he opened his book, and out came a creature dozens of meters in size and with a blue body with red eyes and 12 wings staring at his enemy badly. Explotar. Naruto exclaimed as he pointed his hand towards his enemy's grave. The giant figure was seen shooting a blue beam with high power towards the skull which was standing by. Shring GG. The rays slowly erode the skull's body. Luckily his friend who was dressed like a Chinese general managed to help him. Ophis, who saw Kuroka together with Naruto, approached him. Why are you with him? Ophis asked. I happened to be helped earlier. Neon, said Kuroka with a smile. Ophis, who saw this for some reason, didn't like it. What is this feeling? Ophis thought. Back to Naruto, who suddenly made a very large ball of energy and intended to destroy the place. Verdad. Naruto exclaimed as he threw the ball towards that place. Suddenly a man in philosophical clothing appeared who repelled Naruto's attack with the tip of his finger. Naruto, we shouldn't fight here, said the man named Chaos. You're right, I'm less powerful than you, especially since you have so many followers behind you, said Naruto. Followers? Don't be kidding, I just happened to pass by here, he said, emitting an aura that made all the members of the Chaos Brigade fall unconscious, leaving only one white-haired man walking towards Chaos. What do you think of their strength? Chaos asked. No one is strong, I think their strength is only a quarter of my strength, said the figure named while showing a disappointed expression. Is that so? What a shame, I've made them betray and none of them are strong, Chaos sighed disappointedly. Naruto, who witnessed this, suddenly called Chaos. Chaos, what do you want now? He asked with a curious face. Chaos looked at Naruto. I'm going to leave here, I'll return them to their original state, their power will be of no use to me. I don't need a holy grail or an ancient spear like that young man used, said Chaos while pointing at the man dressed like a Chinese general who was lying unconscious. One day I will fight you, Naruto, said Chaos with a happy face. Then a young man in brown clothes appeared and approached Chaos. It's finished, asked the young man. That's it, it's time for us to leave this place, said Chaos as he disappeared with the two people. Naruto then took Ophis and Kuroka and left the place. Chapter 20. Naruto, Kuroka, and Ophis moved from the ambush to Naruto's house. Kushina and Minato were seen talking while Senna was enjoying playing games. Kushina, who saw Naruto together with two girls, suddenly immediately approached Naruto. What's wrong, Naruto? Why did you activate your balance breaker? Kushina asked. Naruto explained all the events he had just experienced. Minato, who heard, could only nod. Chaos is really strong, maybe he is one of the strongest gods in this universe, he commented. Yeah, maybe too-san is right. I'll have to ask Thanatos another day about who Chaos really is, commented Naruto. Then Minato turned to Kuroka. Minato's eyes seemed a little misfocused because Kuroka's clothes were slightly open. Kushina, who saw it, immediately pinched Minato's waist. Minato-kun, what are you looking at? Kushina asked while smiling with the ash in her hand. Minato, who felt he was in danger, immediately dodged as best he could. Nothing's wrong. Don't misunderstand Kushina-chan, answered Minato, panicked. Kushina then turned her gaze to Kuroka. Who are you? Kushina asked curiously. I'm Kuroka, Neon, Kuroka said cheerfully with her cat smile. Kawaii. Minato and Naruto thought at the same time. Naruto then took over the conversation. Actually, she is Emi's reincarnation, said Naruto while smiling happily. Minato and Kushina, who heard it, were immediately shocked. Nani, Emika's reincarnation? They asked again. Naruto answered with a firm nod. Meanwhile Ophis wonders who Emi is. Senna, who was playing the game, immediately dropped his stick in surprise. Unlucky. The toughest competitor is coming, thought Senna. Ophis then approached Naruto. Oi, Baka. Who is Emi? He asked in a very jealous tone. Emi, yes, she is my future wife, said Naruto with enthusiasm. Jetter. Ophis was as if struck by lightning. In her heart she was very surprised and disappointed. He then looked at Kuroka and gave a signal. War. Kuroka, who saw Ophis, Murderous gaze could only smile cat. Naruto who caught Ophis. Sad face then approached Ophis. Why are you here? Naruto asked with an innocent face. It's nothing, Baka, Ophis shouted as she ran out of Naruto's house. Ophis, face turned red because she felt Naruto callously said something like that to her. Meanwhile, Minato could only shake his head at Naruto's behavior, which was very insensitive to women's words. Naruto, go after him, Kushina ordered. Naruto felt even more confused by his mother's orders. Why should I chase him? Asked Naruto. You stupid kid, just chase him, Minato said. Meanwhile Kuroka was just silent and it seemed she gave Minato a nod of agreement. Naruto then chased Ophis from behind. Ophis was seen starting to fly away from Naruto's house. Naruto who saw this continued to chase him while calling Ophis but the owner of that name did not respond. Naruto increased his flying speed and caught Ophis, hand in the air. What's wrong with you? Asked Naruto confused. Let go of me, Baka. Ophis struggled from Naruto's grasp while hitting and kicking Naruto's body. Naruto could only grimace in pain then Aid. I won't let go until you tell me everything, Naruto said firmly. Ophis then stopped hitting Naruto and looked down. Why? Whispered Ophis. Why don't you realize my feelings for you? Whispered Ophis. Naruto, who was confused, became even more confused. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. I love you Baka. Ophis snapped with eyes brimming with tears. Why? Why didn't you notice? Why did you easily say something like that in front of me? Ophis snapped while hitting Naruto's chest. Naruto was stunned by Ophis' words. He was silent for a while enjoying Ophis's punch. Ophis, I'm sorry for not realizing your feelings. But be honest, if I was asked to choose between the two of you, I would choose both. Let you call me greedy or selfish. You two are like my right and left hands. You, the right hand who always accompanies me and Emi is the left because she is at the point of my life. Naruto said while hugging Ophis gently. Ophis, who was buried in Naruto's broad chest, could only weaken and enjoy the chest. Baka, Ophis whispered. Why could I fall in love with a greedy and stupid man like you? Ophis said while enjoying Naruto's hug. I don't know, Naruto answered. The two of them hugged each other in the sky with the full moon shining in the night. Ophis then let go of Naruto's hug. Anyo, is what you said correct? Ophis said with a red face. Sure, Naruto said with a smile. You two are people I love, said Naruto. Baka, I want to be loved. Ophis sulked. Okay, you two are the people I love, Naruto said in a cheerful tone. Even though maybe one day I could. Acting unbalanced towards both of you, said Naruto. Then I'll be number one, Ophis said while smiling looking at Naruto. Okay, Naruto said with a smile while looking into Ophis' dark eyes. Without Ophis realizing, Naruto kissed Ophis' forehead. Ophis, who then realized, could only blush in embarrassment. Don't sulk anymore okay, said Naruto with a smile. Hai, said Ophis with a smile. They returned to Naruto's house. Kushina and Minato looked happy to see Naruto and Ophis getting along again. Meanwhile Kuroka and Senna could only stare. Senna looked a little gloomy while Kuroka was silent for a moment then smiled. Basic, he thought. They gathered together and seemed to be discussing something. It seems that in 3 days all the factions will gather, you should come with me. Ophis, said Naruto. Why should I come? Ophis asked. Honestly, I know the Chaos Brigade only contains traitors. That's why I asked Valley to keep an eye on you. And now everything has been proven, even though they were just hypnotized. I feel that the person in Chinese clothes has hidden ambitions in him, said Naruto. Sao, Ophis asked. Yes, he is. Maybe he and his ancestors are not that different in character. Naruto said. Ambitious, continued Naruto. Maybe now he has incited all your men to betray, Naruto tried to speculate. Ophis who heard this could only be stunned. He didn't expect that there would be seeds of betrayal in his team. Kuroka who saw Ophis' expression then approached her. Calm down, Nian, I'm still loyal, Kuroka said. Ophis who heard could only smile faintly. Thank you, rival, said Ophis. You're welcome, rival, replied Kuroka with a smile. Meanwhile, Senna just stared at the two of them dumbly. 3 days later, It appears that at Kuo High School the Kekai has been installed. And in a room the four big leaders of the faction, namely Serafal, Michael, Searzex, and Azazel, are gathered together and talking seriously with each other. Rias et al. And Sona et al. Were also seen, guarding the meeting room together with Valley, Irina, and Zenobia and Graphia. Valley seemed to just look away at Rias' comment, who felt he had seen Valley somewhere. Azazel, you know what your men did to my sister, right? Searzex asked with sharp eyes. Forgive the behavior of my men. Do you know how difficult it is to manage wild angels? Azazel's comments are innocent. Michael, who acted as a calmer, then opened his voice. Never mind. Now let's just discuss our problems, said Michael. Yes. Hurry up and finish it and let me play with Sona-chan, replied Serafal in a cheerful tone. Okay. Before that, oi, Naruto, explain to me everything in as much detail as possible, Azazel said to Naruto, who had just entered the meeting place. Naruto then entered the meeting room and entered with a girl with long black hair and a slight midget. Rias et al. Were surprised to see the person they knew. Nana-chan, Issei interjected. Who is he? Searzex asked. Him. Naruto pointed at Ophis. Her name is Ophis, Naruto answered. Jetter. Everyone in the meeting room was immediately shocked and alert. It seemed that Rias et al. Were the most shocked while Valley was just silent in cold sweat. Oh, Ouroboros dragon, Searzex stammered. What do you mean by bringing him here? And Naruto? Azazel was surprised by his hearing. Okay, I'll explain, said Naruto. Naruto then explained about his true relationship with Ophis and the Chaos Brigade who betrayed Ophis and Chaos. So that's how it is. I didn't think you were good at keeping secrets, Valley Lucifer, Azazel said to Valley with a sharp gaze. Valley could only look away. Never mind. Besides, it's my fault for keeping it a secret from you all this time, said Naruto. I actually intended to tell it someday but not now, Naruto said. Searzex, who saw his best friend, felt a little guilty then opened his voice. Never mind Naruto, but if Chaos is so strong we can destroy him. How do we deal with it? Searzex asked. Later I will ask Thanatos for information about him, said Naruto casually. Rias et al. Then approached Ophis with curious looks. I never thought that Ophis was Nana-chan, said Rias while looked curiously at Ophis. What? Oh, Fies asked with a sharp look at Rias et al. While leaning closer to Naruto. Rias, who saw this, felt displeased and asked Naruto. Naruto-kun, what is your relationship with him? Rias asked. He is my lover, Ophis said in a firm tone while hugging Naruto. Meanwhile Akino and Rias could only glare at Ophis. Is it true? Akino asked in a disappointed tone. Anyo, maybe something like that, answered Naruto innocently. While Ophis stuck out her tongue at Akino and Rias. Rias and Akino were stunned for a moment when they heard that. However, soon they both smiled meaningfully. Nay, Ophis-chan. You're still lovers, so be prepared to receive coalition attacks, said Rias in a threatening tone. Meanwhile Naruto was just confused. Searzex, who saw this, was just silent in cold sweat. Meanwhile, Valley and Issei stared at each other sharply. Apparently you are my rival, aren't you? Said Valley in an insulting tone. What do you mean? Issei asked with a sharp gaze. One day we will fight, said Valley. I'll wait for that, replied Issei with a faint smile, as did Valley. Omoshiroi, thought Valley. Naruto, who watched the two of them, could only remain silent. Hopefully the two of them can get along, he thought with a smile. Then Naruto approached Asia and Kiba. Naruto then gave Kiba a blue sword with a shape like a katana and has a black hilt with ancient characters engraved on it. What's this? Kiba asked. This is the sealing sword, Naruto answered. You can suck the enemy's power and use it for you, answered Naruto. But with a certain amount, added Naruto. Kiba bowed in thanks to Naruto. Yuto then approached Asia and handed her a necklace with a black ring. Naruto-san, what is this? Asia asked. You'll find out later, said Naruto with a smile. Not long after, a sensation of time stopping occurred at Kuo High School. Asia and Kiba suddenly remained motionless, as did Zenobia and Irina, as well as Akino and Sona's pieces. Looks like we are being attacked, said Azazel casually. Forbidden Blur view, commented Circex. Naruto, who knew this move, immediately approached Rias and Sona. Do any of you have other pieces besides those who can control time? Asked Naruto. Rias, who heard this, suddenly realized something. Gasper. He's in danger. Rias said, saying a name. Kaneko is also in danger. Rias continued. Naruto, who heard it, immediately asked where they were. Where are they? Asked Naruto. They're at the club. Rias answered as she hurriedly left and was intercepted by Circex. Too dangerous, Circex said with a firm look. Rias, who felt underestimated, protested. But suddenly Naruto approached Circex and said to him, just leave it to me. Naruto then approached Akeno et al., who were frozen because they were hit by this move. Void! Shouted Naruto. Instantly Akeno et al.'s bodies returned to normal. How did you do it, Naruto-kun? Rias asked. I just theorized that my time flow was different and then I tried to crash my void into it, explained Naruto. Okay, those who want to go out come with me, Naruto exclaimed, to which everyone nodded. Okay, Issei, you go to Gasper's place together with Kiba and Asia. Valley and I will fight the enemy. Sona et al. Protect Serafal and Michael. Circex and Azazel and the rest come with me out. Said Naruto. Why should I take cover? Michael protested. You're a substitute, God knows, said Naruto. Michael could only remain silent in response to Naruto's words. Hey, why me too? Serafal protested. I'm afraid the opponent this time is after your life, predicted Naruto. Serafal could only remain silent with a slight feeling of joy at being worried. They then left the room and went to the place that Naruto had instructed. Hundreds of magicians seemed to have gathered to urge the three faction armies. Meanwhile, their leader appeared, a woman wearing glasses with a cynical gaze looking at them all. HMMP, is this Ophis, power? He said in a disdainful tone, while Ophis just stared boredly at the woman. Who's he? Asked Naruto. Kateria Leviathan, one of the descendants of the original Mao, answered Azazel, who then flew to meet him. Long time no see, Kateria, said Azazel. Same, answered Kateria with a faint smile. I will kill you with my new power, said Kateria as she took a black stone and swallowed it. Not long after, his body turned white with completely black eyes and his black wings turned reddish and his strength increased rapidly. Azazel, who saw this, then took out a kind of dagger which was his sacred gear. Downfall Dragon, another armor, he shouted, and then a kind of golden armor appeared covering Azazel's body. So that's the pervert's sacred gear, commented Naruto. Suddenly Naruto stepped back to see a young man with a book attacking him. You again, said Naruto. Let's fight, said the young man. Naruto accepted the challenge, then changed to balance breaker mode and approached Ophis. Let's fight together, said Naruto while Ophis nodded in return. Circex and Rias, who saw this, were curious about Naruto's combination attack. Naruto then recited the ancient mantra, be the right hand that guards me. And suddenly Ophis disappeared and became a sword the size of a katana with white on the blade and a black hilt accompanied by a blood-red rope at the end of the hilt. Naruto's right hand became black and decorated with spell tattoos as well. L is a glove that was similar to Issei's but with a clear crystal color. Pareha, thought to Naruto and Ophis, whose thoughts had merged. Everyone who witnessed it could only be shocked to see it. Sugoi, Rias commented, seeing the change. While Naruto looked at the man with the book with a sharp gaze. Who are you? Asked Naruto. The young man closed his book and revealed himself covered in white armor and brown hair similar to a light Yagami with red eyes in his irises and staring at sharp Naruto. Okay, my name is Chernobog, he said with 12 swords flying on his back forming a wing formation. Then he pointed his sword in one light sweep towards Naruto. Tang, tang, tang. The sound of Naruto blocking Chernobog's sword with his sword. Then Naruto took out an ancient gun and fired a laser beam with destructive power. Uvia, shouted Naruto as he shot dozens of large laser beams towards Chernobog. Chernobog then uses his 3 swords to repel all attacks by forming an energy shield with the 3 swords as the ends. Shchit, said Chernobog weakly while staring flatly at Naruto. Suddenly Naruto was next to him and ready to slash his katana with gray energy flowing from his sword. Orgullo, Naruto slashed with full force. Chernobog, who realized too late, was forced to accept Naruto's attack and his armor cracked on the left side of his stomach. Interesting, said Chernobog while looking seriously at Naruto. Okay, this time I'll be serious, said Chernoborg. OT, shouted Chernobog, whose body then turned into a large black dragon with iron wings and 12 giant swords floating around him. Let's play Naruto, he hissed with bright red eyes. TB. The author will just ask the reader to determine who the pair is. The most votes will be pair 1, he. Thank you to those who have reviewed, or followed this FIC. Your review means a lot to the author in developing the story. Thank you. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Ryusei. Let's play Naruto, he hissed with bright red eyes. Chernobog then opened his mouth and shot a black fireball at Naruto. Bewoosh. Naruto swiftly dodged to the left to avoid the attack. But what a surprise Naruto was when he saw 4 swords that had shot out to stab him from the side. Naruto swiftly gathered energy into his sword and swung his sword towards the 4 flying swords. Niebla, shouted Naruto, and this was followed by a swing of Naruto's sword, which created a horizontal beam which made the swords bounce towards their owners. Chernobog casually rearranged his weapons formation. Meanwhile at Kaneko and Gaspar's place, it seemed that Kaneko was starting to be overwhelmed by the attacks of the witches under Kateria's men. Meanwhile the person wearing the Kuo High School girl's uniform could only be afraid while holding her head. Unlucky, cursed Kaneko, who was now surrounded. His senjutsu wasn't high enough to withstand enemy attacks. Suddenly a magician shot his magic at Kaneko, who was caught off guard. Kaneko, who realized too late, could only close her eyes, waiting for her death. Trang. A transparent hand blocked the attack. Kaneko slowly opened her eyes and saw a girl with cat ears and black hair standing in front of her. Ohayu, Kaneko-chan, exclaimed the figure, who turned out to be Kuroka. Nei-san, said Kaneko with her eyes widening in surprise. Talk later, Kuroka said, to which Kaneko nodded in return. It's better to deal with them first, said Kuroka while looking at the magicians in front of her. Meanwhile, Issei, Hiba, and Asia have arrived at Kaneko's place. They saw Kaneko together with a girl while killing witches. They also helped them. Meanwhile, Azazel and Kateria are fighting in the air. It seems that Azazel is still far superior to Kateria, who even though he has changed form is unable to control his strength. Why, Kateria, do you feel like you can't take it anymore? Azazel taunted Kateria, who was already struggling to keep up with Azazel's fighting power. This isn't finished yet, sigh. Kateria while gathering energy and forming a giant ball of black energy. Heyya, Kateria shouted while throwing the ball. Azazel just looked bored while forming a 2-bladed spear of light and splitting the energy ball. Apuarghhhh. Kateria was suddenly pierced by Azazel's spear, which extended towards her. You know now why you became governor of the fallen angels, said Azazel to Kateria. Be insolent. I'll kill you together with me, he said as he activated suicide magic and lunged at Azazel with his stomach still pierced by the spear. Azazel just looked bored at Kateria. Leb. Suddenly, a sword stabbed Kateria's head and made him disappear from Azazel's sight. What is that? Azazel was surprised to see the sword earlier. Whoosh hhh. Suddenly the sword flew towards Azazel. Jassh. Luckily he was able to avoid it even though his left hand was cut. What was that? Azazel thought. Suddenly a white-haired man with green eyes appeared, holding a spear and wearing battle clothes, approaching Azazel. So this is the fallen angel governor, he said in a cold tone. Disappointing, he continued while trying to stab Azazel with his spear. Azazel swiftly dodged. However, the spear extended and chased Azazel. Unlucky, he cursed. Bruakh. Searzex and Valley appeared in front of Azazel and Searzex knocked down the spear with his power of destruction. It looks like you need Azazel's help, said Searzex with a smile. I think so, said Azazel. The three of them then looked at their enemy, who was standing straight while looking bored at the two of them. Who are you? Azazel asked. My name is I am Chaos Guard, he said briefly as he smashed his spear into the ground and razed Kuo High School to the ground. Luckily Kekai can still survive and protect the area outside the school. What kind of power is this? Said a surprised Circex. Meanwhile, Naruto was shocked to see his school destroyed because of a single blow from What the hell is he? Said Naruto. Naruto, your enemy is here. Chernobog said as he lunged towards Naruto trying to swallow him. Naruto swiftly dodged, but unfortunately, Chernobog's 12 swords flew and tried to stab Naruto from various directions. Unlucky, said Naruto. Trang. 3 figures appeared to surround Naruto and repel all the sword attacks. Good thing it's not too late, said the figure who turned out to be Minato. It's too late, you know, said Naruto with a smile on his face. Meanwhile, Chernobog seemed happy because his opponents had increased. Interesting. It's time for me to be serious, he said as he changed shape again. All his swords merged into a pair of swords and his form changed back to its original form but with black wings on its back. Chernobog shouted as he darted towards Naruto. Trang. Suddenly a sickle and a pair of twin swords blocked Chernobog's twin swords. Don't forget us, Heya, shouted Kushina and Senna while trying to block Chernobog's attack. Naruto and Minato didn't waste the opportunity and immediately took advantage of the gap to stab Chernobog. Jaleb. Naruto and Minato's swords managed to pierce Chernobog's head and split his head in two. However, suddenly Chernobog's body turned into a dry corpse. Damn, same trick, Naruto thought, reflexively looking behind him and seeing a large magic circle with blue light ready to shoot the 4 of them. Naruto swiftly kicked Minato, Kushina, and Senna away from the circle. Naruto, they shouted. Meanwhile, suddenly Kuroka was beside Naruto. Don't be reckless, Neon, he said while hugging Naruto's left hand. Naruto smiled and said an ancient spell. Miraculously, Kuroka's body, into a gun. Naruto then directed it towards the magic circle. Sero. Metroletta, said Naruto as he fired his gun in. A large number of blue lasers appeared which made the magic circle he fired at explode. Dwar, Rias and the others who had seen it could only gape at the effect of the attack. Meanwhile, Naruto, in real life, could only shake his head at their chatter. Yar yar, he said. Meanwhile, from the explosion, Chaos emerged, staring boredly at Naruto. Meanwhile, Chernobog was under Chaos' feet with very serious injuries from the gunshot. Take a break, I'll end it now quickly, said Chaos. Naruto and his family were on standby and Chaos just looked bored at them. What's your goal? Asked Naruto. Chaos, who heard it, then smiled and opened his voice. My goal, of course, the destruction of this entire universe. We ordered me to be the executor of the destruction and I think now is the right time. Chaos said with a laugh. Why do you say it's right now? Asked Naruto. War, and the worst thing is. Chaos held back his voice. What? Asked Naruto. All of you are all mistakes in my eyes, shouted Chaos while pointing at everyone there. Who saw it just remained silent and smiled. What do you mean? Naruto asked. You're crazy, Naruto said. Chaos, who heard it, could only laugh out loud. Naruto, you know, you are all ignorant creatures. In the previous Great War you have proven that creations like you have the seeds of traitors because they have the heart to kill God. I will destroy you all, Chaos said with a sarcastic smile. Then Chaos pointed his finger at the sky and suddenly a white light came towards the earth. Everyone there widened their eyes and were shocked because Chaos summoned a comet to hit Kuo High School. The school's kekai begins to erode. There seemed to be panic all over the world. The Japanese soldiers who realized this tried to fire missiles at the comet but were unsuccessful. Meanwhile, all over the world, believers prayed and cried, thinking that the end of the world had arrived. Rias et al. Could only bow their heads wearily staring at the sea. Omet, which was getting closer to Earth with the size of Tokyo. Is this the end? Us, they thought. Meanwhile Chaos just smiled happily seeing the comet getting closer. Look Naruto, I will cover this history of mistakes with my own hands. He shouted at Naruto and then he disappeared along with his guards. Meanwhile Naruto immediately gave orders. Mina, fire all your strength at full power and push the comet away from the earth. Naruto with full power fired his gun. Circex and the faction higher-ups also did the same thing. They fired as hard as they could at the comet which was still close by. Naruto then flew at high speed into space. What are you doing, Baka? Ophis shouted at Naruto, who was still holding his gun and sword. Of course it pushed the comet back on track. Naruto said in a protest tone. Don't be stupid. Even I can't withstand the comet's attack, protested Ophis. Naruto, who heard this, smiled faintly. Not us, but I will hold him back, said Naruto. Ophis and Kuroka immediately protested. Don't be stupid, Naruto. You could die, you know. They said. Gomen, said Naruto as he forcibly removed the seal between the two of them and threw the sword and gun to the ground. I have to stop this at all costs, said Naruto. Naruto. They both shouted from below. Naruto only looked at them for a moment and flew towards the comet. All right. Void. Naruto shouted as he touched the comet. Sing. Suddenly the comet and Naruto disappeared from Earth's orbit. Now Naruto is millions of light years from Earth. I have to hurry. Damn chaos. He teleported an object far away to Earth earlier. No wonder my void didn't respond earlier. The chaos ability is blocking my void activation, thought Naruto. Naruto then gathered full energy in his hands and punched the comet. Justicia, shouted Naruto as it was followed by a super powerful explosion in that place. Naruto bounced and then disappeared. Meanwhile, Kuroka and Ophis have changed their forms again and landed at Kuo High School. Rias et al. Then approached them. Where is Naruto? What is he doing? Issei asked Ophis. Ophis was just silent while looking down, as did Kuroka. He. Kuroka whispered with tears falling down her cheeks. Ophis also fell silent. Rias and Akino, who understood what they meant, immediately shouted, You must be lying. There's no way Naruto-kun is dead, shouted Akino. Issei et al. Were surprised to hear that. According to them, Naruto is the person most unlikely to die. Shit, Issei shouted while hitting the ground and crying. Kushina, who heard this, immediately cried and was hugged by Minato. Senna also couldn't hold back his tears. Sirzex, Valley, Azazel, and Michael can only curse chaos for his actions. Sona could only stare and cry. Serafal could only remain silent. Kaneko seemed to be completely silent while calming down Asia. Kiba could only grip his sword tightly. Naruto, they thought. Meanwhile, Naruto was back at Kami's place where he had met. Here again, Naruto thought. Suddenly a bright light appeared approaching Naruto. Naruto, now do you understand why I told you to fight chaos? Asked Kami. Yes, I will revive him. He is still needed as the final executor later. But what about my body? My body is destroyed, said Naruto to Kami. Don't worry, your body will return to normal, now you can go see your friends. One more thing, your void has mutated so you can control space and memory. But remember, the risk is still there, Kami said, warning Naruto. Naruto nodded and then his body disappeared and returned to the real world. Meanwhile, everyone at Kuo High School is still thinking about this. They remained silent without speaking. Suddenly a bright white light came and illuminated the destroyed school. They all looked alert. However, as the light glowed, they were immediately surprised because it was Naruto who was there. Ohayu, he said in an innocent tone. Suddenly Kuroka, Ophis, Rias, Akino, and Senna walked over to Naruto with their faces lowered. Naruto had a bad feeling. Anyo, Naruto said. Bruick. The five girls hit Naruto in the stomach, grabbed and slapped him. Baka, you don't know how worried I was. Ophis shouted. Naruto no Baka, throwing me from a height and leaving me alone, shouted Kuroka. Baka, you're just going to die, Rias said as she hit Naruto. Why are you so reckless? Shouted Akino. Naruto bro, Senna shouted while punching Naruto in the stomach. Gomen, I thought I was going to die earlier, he said. But I have to live so you all don't feel sad. He said seriously. Kushina saw that her son was safe and hugged him tightly, as did Minato. If you want to die, come along, said Kushina even though he was dead. Dying from a chaos attack is different from dying from another attack, said Naruto. The leaders gathered to approach Naruto. I knew you couldn't die that easily, Azazel said. But how did you survive? Sirzex asked. Naruto then told about his meeting with Kami. Michael, who heard this, as very happy because Kami was still alive, as were Asia, Zenobia, and Irina. Then why didn't Kami-sama come back here? Michael asked. He gave me an important task. Awareness of chaos. Naruto said in an excited tone. Realize. Did they think? TB. Chapter 22. Chapter 23. Prepare for war, my friends. This wind is delicious, he said, closing his eyes, remembering what he said last week. Flashback. Realize. Asked Naruto's friends who were confused about Naruto's intention to awaken chaos. Yes, later you will find out too, he said with a smile. While others could only put on confused expressions. End flashback. Naruto could only take a deep breath remembering his words. I said it but I don't know how to do it, really looking for a disease, thought Naruto with a heavy heart. Because he was too dizzy thinking about this, Naruto cancelled his intention to relax and preferred to skip class and go somewhere. In a mountainous area in Europe, Naruto emerged from the magic circle and stared boredly at the row of mountains covered in eternal snow which continuously rained down on the mountains. Naruto just stared bored at the place, then walked along a path and arrived at a small hut. Quiet. The old door of the hut slowly opened. Naruto then went inside. It seemed he was looking for something in the hut. After searching for a long time, he finally found a black key. With the key, Naruto walked slowly to a small door located behind the hut. Using the black key, Naruto managed to open the door, and there was a room with various weapons used by Naruto, from pistols to katanas which he often used. Lined up there neatly. Naruto then directed his gaze to a scroll with many seals in it. Naruto casually took the scroll and dripped his blood onto the scroll. The scroll burned, and Naruto's body was covered in black light which made his body slightly black. Naruto groaned while enduring the pain because his body received new power which made strange things happen to Naruto's body. Finally the light faded and made Naruto's body change shape, taking the form of a. Naruto's body is dressed in black and a pair of black and white wings. Naruto was still, and for a moment seeing his appearance reflected in the iron of his giant sword. I never thought I would use astral cloth as my final weapon, said Naruto in a sad and slightly nervous tone. Not a few moments later, a man came with a sharp gaze that Naruto recognized. Chaos, what did you come to see me for? Asked Naruto. Chaos only smiled faintly at Naruto's question. It's nothing, I'm just walking around enjoying the world that still exists, he said as he approached Naruto. Just so you know, I don't hesitate to destroy everything. Even now I can destroy it if I want. Cosmos, he said in a sarcastic tone. It seems you already know what incarnation I am, said Naruto with a faint smile on his face. Chaos just laughed a little at Naruto's words. Of course I know, in this universe, only me. Chaos can destroy this world. And of course the cosmos will try to protect this world. We have come a long way since the universe was formed. I remain asleep at the end of the universe while you were incarnating throughout the ages to make sure everything is safe, said Chaos at length. Yes, you're right. Thanks to your comet attack, I seem to be able to remember everything clearly. Naruto said while scratching his head. What are you going to do now? Chaos asked with a sharp gaze. Of course protect them all, said Naruto. Okay, if that's your decision, said Chaos with a sigh. I'll tell you, I have activated 666 and am calling him here, said Chaos with a sharp gaze. I expect the destruction of this world as soon as possible, said Chaos with a happy smile. Naruto could only massage his head hearing Chaos' actions. Okay, this time I was forced to use Great Red against you, said Naruto with a sharp gaze. Chaos could only laugh at that. Yes, that's really interesting. I'll wait for you on the battlefield. With my titans, he said as he opened a dimensional gap containing many titans in the form of troops dressed in ancient Roman clothing with undead eyes. Naruto really too, a deep breath seeing this counter behavior. You'll see, the world's creatures will definitely win, said Naruto while emitting a transparent beam of power with Naruto's clothes turning into white Greek philosophical clothes. As well as Chaos which radiates powerful power. With this, I will end all existing mistakes, said Chaos with a cynical look. Naruto could only remain silent while glaring at Chaos. For him this was the stupidest battle. Once again, the world has become a battlefield for something that could have been prevented, said Naruto. Meanwhile, Chaos just laughed at that and disappeared from sight. Skip time. Naruto was now in a meeting room somewhere with the faction leaders fully gathered and all of them staring intently at each other. Not long afterward, a blonde young Ma-en with a handsome face and sky-blue irises came in with a dignified face and sat in the middle chair, indicating that he was the leader of this meeting. Okay, now I will start a meeting of top faction officials with the agenda of discussing the war with chaos, said the figure who turned out to be Naruto while looking at everyone seriously. Angels such as Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and Raphael look at Naruto seriously while sweating coldly. They know the actions of the enemies they have faced all this time, crazy enemies who are capable of destroying the entire world with just their index finger. Naruto then opened the meeting by going straight to the heart of the problem. As we know, Chaos is the toughest opponent for all living creatures, he can destroy everything with one tap. But, time I managed to find a way to fight him. Namely by sealing him along with me at the end of the universe, said Naruto, which surprised everyone. Don't be stupid, Naruto, shouted one of the Yondaimao named Searzex. I don't want to see my friend sacrifice himself like that, he said, hitting the table. Naruto, who heard it, just smiled faintly. Calm down, you have to think about everything from various points of view. Not just from one side. After all, I have thought about it, you can still meet, when the day of judgment comes. I will release the seal again because Chaos is in charge of carrying out his duties, explained Naruto. Even though Naruto gave a reasonable explanation, several higher-ups still rejected the proposal. For them, it was better to fight together than let Naruto sacrifice himself. I would rather fight until I'm destroyed than choose that, said Azazel in a firm tone, which Ajuka and Falbium nodded in return. Naruto, who heard this, could only sigh. Okay, then I give you the last option, namely war. This time we will fight Chaos and his titans who are his soldiers, explained Naruto. Raphael then stood up and asked Naruto something. How do we fight them? He asked in a serious tone. Jetter. All the faction leaders immediately widened their eyes. How can we possibly fight that creature? The only one who could possibly fight it is Great Red, Michael said as he stood up. Because it was very surprising that someone would summon such a terrible creature to advance onto the battlefield. Calm down, I've anticipated that. I'll fight him with Great Red, said Naruto, which shocked everyone again. Naruto Lucifer, who exactly are you? Uriel asked Naruto, who heard this and released an aura. Clear and visible Naruto's original appearance with long blonde hair and green eyes with his philosophical clothes. My name is Cosmos. I am the guardian god of the universe, and after being reincarnated many times, Chaos finally woke up and tried to act again. Therefore, I ask for your help to fight him. If we win we are safe, if we lose then we are finished. Naruto said in his god form. The faction leaders were again shocked by Naruto's words. So there were others who were created before us? Michael asked in disbelief. All the faction leaders who heard it could only be amazed. So, what are your plans now, Naruto? Falbium asked with a serious face. Naruto, who heard this, just smiled for a moment, then Naruto took out an ancient scroll and opened it. Suddenly the scroll became a kind of ancient map. This is the third-dimensional gap, a place that Chaos has occupied for a long time. We will fight here. You show all the top officials you know and try to choose the most experienced because Chaos can only be defeated with quality, not quantity, place. As with the Chaos army, which actually numbers 15,000 in my opinion, we need at least 30,000 troops to keep up with the minimum. Not to mention the Chaos generals who have risen again to help their master. I can't guarantee your safety. But I can guarantee that this battle will be for the sake of the future, not for our sake, explained Naruto at length. The higher-ups could only gulp hearing this. Searzex then stood up and approached Naruto and patted Naruto on the shoulder. Don't worry. Leave it to us. You just attack Chaos. Azazel and I still have a grudge with he said with a smile. Yes, you just need to fight against Chaos. I will face Chernobog, said Valley, who also accompanied Azazel. Naruto could only smile faintly at that. In addition, do you know why I secretly summoned all the higher-ups here? Asked Naruto with a faint smile. No, after all you didn't call Ophis and Issei, that's the case with Rias and Sona. What were you thinking? Searzex asked. Naruto just smiled faintly at that. Listen to my words this time. Issei, Ophis, as well as Rias and Sona are people with unstable temperaments. If I hold a meeting and invite them, they will definitely take reckless action. I will prevent that by making a decision secretly here. Obviously Naruto. Everyone present then nodded in agreement. Naruto then wrote down a list of names of angels, fallen angels and demons who he thought should be present to help in the war. Suddenly Sirzek's eyes were a little confused looking at the list. Naruto, are you serious about using Razor in this war? He asked in a confused tone. Likewise, Michael was a little confused when he saw the list. Metatron and Sandalphon, are you sure they want to? Michael asked in an unconvincing tone. Likewise, Azazel didn't believe the list a little. Tamiel and Danil, you really unexpectedly asked for their help, said Azazel with a smile. Naruto just smiled at their comments. Calm down, they are all competent people in my opinion. He answered casually. Okay, the war will happen in about a month. I will detect whether 666 will approach Earth and will move it to that dimensional gap to fight there. Naruto said. Okay, now the meeting. G is over, said Naruto as he disappeared from the place and was followed by the others. Somewhere, Chaos was seen with two of his bodyguards standing behind him while Chaos was sitting in the middle of a chair with a long, elongated table and there were 10 figures sitting on the chairs there. Okay, do you know why I called you here? Chaos asked. Of course, Chaos-sama. We will discuss war strategy. Against the creatures of that rotten world, said one of the people at the meeting table. This person has a handsome appearance with straight shoulder-length hair and his eyes seem to be crying but with black flowing down his face and he has a green face. Chaos, who heard that, could only smile. Yes, you're right, I discussed this, but it seems like you each have your own ideas, but I'll give you the basic idea. Kill them all. Leave the cosmos for me. Chaos said in a psychopathic tone. Okay, I don't intend to fight him either, I prefer to fight that person named Ajuka. Commented by someone with a friendly face. Short black hair and sharp eyes like an eagle's. It's up to you, I just want to observe how the world's creatures look after all this time, said a man with long, messy hair and wide-eye bags and sat squatting on a chair. Yes, it's up to you. I just hope for victory this time. I don't want my energy to run out just because I pulled your souls from various dimensions, said Chaos while drinking the wine on his table. Meanwhile, a man with short red hair and red eyes was looking intently at his drink. What's wrong, Akuto? Chaos asked curiously, seeing one of his generals lost in thought. Akuto, who heard it, only realized and looked at Chaos. Chaos-sama. He stared while staring intently at his drink with a very serious face. Yes? Asked his employer with an even more serious face. Why is my drink water not wine? Akuto asked. Success makes everything sweat dropped. One of his friends who was squatting earlier fell backwards because he was shocked to hear his friend's epic question. Huh, okay, here's your wine, said Chaos as he walked over to Akuto and handed him the glass. Akuto respectfully accepted it and drank it. In a dimensional gap, it appears Naruto is standing in a ravine and looking at a red dragon that is hovering while glaring at Naruto. Naruto then raised his hand upwards and took out a seal from it, void, memoir. Naruto exclaimed, D while pointing it towards the dragon, which turned out to be Great Red. Not long after, the dragon came down and approached Naruto. What's the matter with me, Cosmos? Great Red asked. I just want to make you an offer. How about I give you a chance against 666 again? Asked Naruto. Interesting, I'll hear your offer, he said with a grin. Okay, said Naruto as he opened the conversation about TB. Chapter 23, Chapter 24, Tatake. Tatake, 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 Tatake. Interesting, said Great Red as he moved his head closer to Naruto. So you're saying my job is just to face that creature and you fight Chaos? Omoshiroi, commented Great Red with a dragon grin plastered on his face. Okay, I agree, said Great Red as he flew away from Naruto and returned to floating in the dimensional gap. Naruto just smiled faintly and walked away from that place. Naruto had now arrived at his house. Ophis, Kuroka, Minato, Kushina, and Senna were waiting in the living room with searching eyes. Naruto, where have you been? Kuroka asked with an annoyed expression. Naruto, who saw it, could only scratch his head. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. In a month we will fight against chaos. Naruto said, which shocked everyone. How do we fight that monster? Minato asked with a confused expression. Naruto then explained the meeting he had earlier. So this is an alliance war, huh? Ophis asked. Naruto nodded slowly. This is a big gamble. We have to win no matter what, said Naruto with a serious look at everyone. Okay, I'll help you anyway, Neon, said Kuroka while clinging to Naruto's arm. Naruto just smiled faintly while looking at Kuroka. Thank you, Emi, he said while stroking Kuroka's head gently. Meanwhile, Kuroka just closed her eyes, enjoying Naruto's touch. This made Senna and Ophis angry. Ophis then dragged Naruto. I will also help you, Baka, said Ophis while dragging Naruto to his room. Meanwhile, Senna just stared enviously at the two of them, but then he smiled to himself. At least she had felt Naruto's manhood. Ophis continued to drag Naruto until Kuroka let go of Naruto. Ophis then used some kind of magic circle and took Naruto somewhere. Not long after, Ophis and Naruto arrived in an area in Russia, precisely in a hut. Naruto, who saw the place, felt a little familiar. Isn't this? Naruto said, which was then cut off by Ophis. Yes, this is the place where we first met, said Ophis with a sad look. Naruto, who saw the look on Ophis' face, only had a confused face. What's wrong with you? Asked in a confused tone. Suddenly Ophis hugged Naruto. Please, don't die this time. He aid while hugging Naruto's chest tightly. Please, he said while shedding tears in his arms. Naruto, who saw this, smiled faintly. Don't be stupid, I will definitely live, Naruto said while stroking Ophis' hair. Not long after that, Ophis raised her head and looked at Naruto. The blue and black irises stared at each other for a long time. Without Naruto realizing it, Ophis leaned forward a little and kissed Naruto's lips. Naruto just stared with a slight blush on his face and hugged Ophis tightly. This is a contract, so you don't die as you please, Baka, Ophis said while taking off her clothes. Naruto could only roll his eyes while holding back a nosebleed. Lemon. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Ophis ignored Naruto's question and put Naruto on top of him and then kissed Naruto. Naruto old only surrender and follow Ophis, game. Their tongues clashed and exchanged saliva. After 2 minutes both of them were out of breath and broke off their warming kiss. What do you mean? Naruto asked Ophis, confused. Ophis, with a face as red as a tomato, then brought her face closer to Naruto. You must be the father of my children. If you die now, then you will be an irresponsible man, said Ophis. Naruto just stared dumbly at Ophis. Are you sure about this? Asked Naruto. And keep going, Baka Naru, said Ophis while babbling and continuing to lick and shake Naruto's shaft. Naruto, who received the command, accelerated his licking, and soon Ophis' body shook and gushed clear liquid onto Naruto's face through her vagina. Ophis sighed. Naruto then stopped Ophis' licking and pinned Ophis. You must be punished for dirtying my face, teased Naruto while looking at Ophis with an intense gaze. Stop your lewd stare, said Ophis while putting on a protective pose for her two twin mountains. Naruto then held Ophis's hands while staring at Ophis's two small chests. Even though it's small, it's still tempting, just so you know. I'm half lolicon, said Naruto while smiling contemptuously. Ophis could only blush and hold back her embarrassment. I didn't expect this sis to be so perverted, said Ophis in her heart. Naruto then slowly licked Ophis' pink nipples. What are you doing, Baka? Asked Ophis, who was secretly enjoying Naruto's treatment. Just shut up and enjoy, Ophis-chan, teased Naruto while sucking and biting Ophis' nipples lightly. Ophis could only moan and sigh, enjoying Naruto's treatment. Naruto then turned his attention towards Ophis' crotch. It looks like you're more than wet, he said while pointing his shaft towards Ophis' hole. Itadakimasu, Naruto said as he pushed his shaft into Ophis' hole. Ophis only endured the pain because the size of Naruto's trunk was quite large. Not long afterward, Naruto felt a thin membrane blocking his INV. Asian, and then with one blow the membrane tore. It hurts, you know, Ophis protested, who was held back by Naruto's kiss. Bless. The rod is perfectly stuck where it should be. Naruto closed his eyes, enjoying the massage and warmth of Ophis. I don't know why when I'm with you I can go crazy like this, said Naruto as he started his thrusts. Ophis, who heard it, could only hug Naruto. With full strength Naruto pushed Ophis. Keep going Baka Naru. Faster, said Ophis, who enjoyed her first experience. After 30 minutes of fighting, Naruto felt his climax had arrived. Ophis-chan, I think I'll go out, said Naruto as he increased his speed. Lemon. Off. Naruto and Ophis then returned home. Apparently Minato, etc. were waiting for them. Naruto then had dinner with them and after that went to bed. Why does it feel strange in his legs? He asked himself because he felt something was creeping into his blanket. He slowly pushed the blanket aside and he saw Kuroka creeping slowly on Naruto's crotch. What are you doing, Emi? Asked Naruto confused. You're cheating, Neon. I smell your manhood which still smells bad, said Kuroka while protesting. This is going to be a long night, said Naruto while looking at Kuroka, who was now on top of him. Skip time. Naruto is now in class. His eyes looked baggy. Why have Kuroka and Ophis been asking to play with me so often in the past week? He asked to himself. Rias looked sadly at Naruto. He had heard everything from his older brother. Flashback. What? Ni-sama, don't joke. We have to fight again? Rias asked in disbelief. Yes, that's the reality. We three factions must be prepared for all possibilities. Naruto will not allow you to take part in the war. If you insist, then you have to convince him in your own way, said Sirzex while glaring at his younger brother. End flashback. Now Rias was just thinking about how to convince Naruto that she and her pawns could help. Rias realized the burden Naruto was now carrying. The eye bags looked like a sign that Naruto was thinking too hard. What a big misunderstanding. Makeup. When the break bell rang, Naruto was approached by Rias. Naruto-kun, said Rias while patting Naruto's shoulder. Naruto then turned to Rias and looked sleepily at Rias. What is it? Asked Naruto. I have heard everything from Ni-sama. I heard that you will be waging a big war aga. Inst chaos, said Rias with a serious look towards Naruto. So what? Don't tell me you want to come, said Naruto while looking at Rias in disbelief. Rias then held Naruto's hand. Naruto-kun, please allow me to take part in the war, said Rias in a pleading tone, and tears were slowly flowing from her eyes. Everyone in the class stared at the two of them in surprise. Love conflict, they thought. Not long after that, Akeno also did the same thing. Akeno apparently heard it from Rias. Let us come, they both said. Naruto looked at them. It looked like they both really wanted to join the war. Okay, you can come along. But, Naruto held back his voice. But what? Akeno asked. You only help me fight the Titans. Leave chaos affairs to me. Your level is too far to challenge him, said Naruto. Naruto then took some kind of ancient brush and painted something on Rias' right palm and Akeno's left palm. What's this? Rias asked. This is proof of the regalia seal. You two will help me in the war, said Naruto with a face full of mystery. You mean? Akeno asked. You'll find out later, said Naruto as he left the two of them and walked outside the classroom. When he just arrived at the front door, Issei, Asia, Kiba, Kaneko, Sona, and their pawns were blocking Naruto. What is it? Asked Naruto, pretending not to know. Don't act stupid, Naruto. If you want to die, don't be selfish by going to war without telling us, said Issei with an annoyed face. Naruto, who heard it, just smiled. I didn't intend to keep it a secret, I just didn't feel like it was the right time to say it, Naruto said with a faint smile. And when you die is the right time? Kiba asked with an annoyed look. For him, Naruto was like a teacher to him. Naruto was just silent for a moment. Okay, you can join this war, but please, don't force yourself. Our opponent is the god of destruction, chaos, said Naruto while glaring at everyone. Just so you know, we are not as weak as you think, said Sona while smiling at Naruto. Naruto could only smile faintly at that. Suddenly Naruto fell for a moment. Everyone there panicked and immediately approached Naruto. What's wrong with you? Asked a panicked Issei. No way, said Naruto while breaking out in cold sweat. What is it? Rias asked beside Naruto. 666 has arrived in our solar system, said Naruto with a cold sweat on his face. What do you mean? Rias asked confused. Later for the explanation. Gather all the high-ranking Mao, angels and fallen angels right now. In 2 days we will prepare for war, Naruto said as he tried to stand up again. How can the kekai I put on it penetrate so easily? Naruto thought. Those who heard Naruto's words immediately did so even though they were confused about the meaning of Naruto's words. Meanwhile at Chaos headquarters, Chaos-sama, 666 has entered the solar system region, said one of his generals who had long light green hair and was the only woman in the ranks of Chaos generals. I know. Next you organize the Titans to face battle, CC, said Chaos while enjoying his cup of wine. Ha, why did you ask those beasts to come, Chaos-sama? We are more than enough to face the creatures of that world, said one of his generals who had a beautiful face with light blue hair. Don't underestimate your enemy, Aphrodite, said Chaos with a sharp gaze. 666 is a tool to increase the fun of fighting, said Chaos with a psychopathic smile. Meanwhile, General Chaos, who looked neat with a golden aura behind his body, continued to stare flatly at the Titans who had lined up in front of the courtyard where Chaos was located. They are mindless creatures who are ruled by 10 undead like us, how ironic, he said while looking sadly at the line of troops. Never mind, Shaka, stop your rambling, the boss will get angry, said another Chaos general who was wearing casual clothes with a relaxed face accompanied by a sharp glow from his red eyes. It's up to you, Jin, he said as he took another sip of his wine. Where is he going? Asked one of the Chaos generals who had short black hair and black eyes that radiated a terrifying aura. I don't know where he is, said Akuto while enjoying his glass of wine. According to him, the world's creatures should immediately raise their hands to witness the destruction rather than bother fighting against them. Chaos, who witnessed this, could only smile faintly. According to him, his generals were equivalent to the leaders of all the factions, not to mention Chernobog and who were also fighting. Okay, Aphrodite and Jin, you go first to the front row as the vanguard. Take down 1,500 Titans with you, Chaos said while giving a command sign to Aphrodite and Jin. They both prostrated themselves and received the command sign in the form of the sword and left the meeting place. In front of the Titan training field, Jin and Aphrodite were seen wearing their battle clothes. Jin was seen wearing casual white obi-like clothes. His faded purple hair looked wet from the raindrops. Meanwhile, Aphrodite was wearing full gold armor and she was holding a rose in her long fingers. Okay, we will go to war. In order to fulfill Chaos-sama's wish, fight with all your soul. Use the corpses of your friends as shields. Step on the corpses of the enemies. Kill them all. Don't hesitate. Aphrodite delivered his speech impassionedly, while Jin stared at Aphrodite with a cynical look from his narrow eyes. UWOOOHHHHHHH. Kill, 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 shouted the Titans. Proceed, shouted Aphrodite while pointing the rose she was holding towards the front. 2 days later, Naruto has now gathered with all the faction leaders. How? Are you all ready? Naruto asked while looking at them all. Ready. They all answered with a firm look. Okay, I have arranged everything. The distribution of attacks depends on each individual's abilities. There are 10 of our generals, namely Uriel, Raphael, Ajuka, Falbium, Sirzex, Seraphol, Azazel, Shemhazai, Barakiel, and also my father Minato, said Naruto while calling the names of the generals and ordering them to line up. Naruto then looked at his father. Father, this time I will turn you back into an angel with my power, said Naruto. Okay, answered Minato. Void. Undo, said Naruto while pointing his palm towards Minato. Instantly Minato's body changed and returned to his angel form. The angels were surprised to see him. Welcome back, Minato, said Michael and Gabriel with a smile. Meanwhile Kushina approached Naruto. Naruto, your mother too, okay, Kushian said with a killer smile. Naruto had no other choice and returned his mother's form to her demon form. Okay, there will be a slight change in plans, from my observations. Chaos is sending vanguard troops against us, that's why. I sent Valley and My mother to fight them. Then I have arranged all the other units in formation. Our troops, which surprisingly number 45,000, will be divided into 10 parts and 5,000 troops will be the Vanguard troops to fight the Chaos Vanguard troops. So each unit gets 4,000 troops with 2 deputy generals. Interesting, commented Ajuka. Various comments came out of their mouths. Naruto then cleared his throat for a moment. Ahem. Okay, now I will transport you all to the battlefield. Get ready, said Naruto as he took out a magic circle and transported all his troops who were still in heaven and hell. Sing. They arrived at a place with bright blue skies and wide stretches of grass. Meanwhile, the angels, demons and fallen angels immediately headed to their respective battalions after arriving at that place. After 30 minutes of setting, Naruto stood on a high podium with Ophis and Kuroka behind him. My brothers, now we face the greatest threat to our world, chaos. The way we fight it is only by fighting. Therefore, please, fight to the last drop of blood. I'm not saying this battle is for us, but for the future of the world. Naruto exclaimed in a fiery tone. You will surely win, surely win, surely win, surely win, surely win, we'll win. They all shouted. Okay, now you all move according to the plan. We will surround the Chaos Palace, shouted Naruto. 4. Now Va. Lee and Kushina will advance as the vanguard troops, said Naruto while taking the golden sword symbol of assignment to give to Valid and Kushina. Kushina served as the leader of the attack and Valley as his deputy. Kushina lowered her head and knelt down to receive the assignment sword from Naruto. Kushina realized that in the military there was no such thing as family relations, there were only superiors and subordinates. After receiving the assignment, Kushina and Valley left the place and left with their vanguard troops. 2 hours later, it was seen that Kushina and Valley's troops were flying towards the area where the Chaos troops were being blocked by a group of troops belonging to Aphrodite and Jin. Stop. Kushina ordered her troops. Kushina's troops stopped and were now looking at Aphrodite's troops who were on the ground. This will be easy. They can't fly, we can easily finish them off, commented one of the demons. Yes, you're right, continued a fallen angel. Aphrodite just smiled sarcastically at that. HMMPPPP. You arrogant bastard. They forgot this is our world, he said, snapping his fingers. Gaia Kota, shouted Aphrodite. Miraculously, Kushina's flying troops were forced to the ground by a pressure. What is this? Shouted one of the angels in panic. There was a big panic in Kushina's camp. Aphrodite raised the rose in her hand and gave the signal to attack towards Kushina's troops. Attack, shouted Aphrodite. The titans armed with spears and large axes swiftly ran while slashing. Kushina's troops panicked themselves. Shouted one of the demons whose head had been pierced by a titan's spear and was lying on the ground. Valley saw this, activated his balance breaker and rushed to hit the titans one by one with his fists. It seems that San and I were the only ones who weren't affected by that strange attack, he thought as he dodged the brutal titan spear attack. Whoosh! A katana sword shot towards him and Valley swiftly dodged. Almost, he commented. Who attacked me earlier? Valley thought while looking ahead. Whoosh! The same attack came again and fortunately Valley was able to avoid it. Your reflexes are quite good too, commented a voice which slowly revealed the shape of its owner. That's Jin. Valley Lucifer. Okay, I'll test your abilities, said Jin while shooting a black beam from the tip of his index finger. Omoshiroi. Valley replied while pointing his right hand. Divide. A mechanical voice sounded and tried to remove Jin's light, but failed. Rush. Valley swiftly managed to dodge. This looks slick. It would be interesting, he said with a smile. Meanwhile, Kushina was dealing with Aphrodite. Let's see what you're capable of, oh devil, said Aphrodite while biting her rose. Come on, Tin Sissy, shouted Kushina with her demonic aura overflowing. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Sora. Meanwhile, Ajuka and his troops had left for the west, taking a detour because they thought it was safer to get to the Chaos Palace. Ajuka-sama, who do you think is the enemy general we will meet? Asked Sona who was following Ajuka from behind. And why do we have to ride horses instead of flying straight away? Riser asked with a curious face. Ajuka just smiled hearing the questions of these two young Mao. Sona, instead of thinking about your enemy, you should think about who you are, and for Razor, flying is the same as telling our position, said Ajuka, which made the two of them wake up from their stupid thoughts. Oh, they answered. After riding for 30 minutes, they arrived at a large grassland. There was a man wearing very casual clothes, just a t-shirt and jeans and a hat full of emblems, sitting on a rock and enjoying a pack of onigiri. Ajuka stopped his troops and approached the young man. Anu, where is Chaos Palace? He asked with an innocent face. Hump. Riser fell from his horse because he saw his boss's behavior. Obviously he's an enemy, why does he even ask questions like that? Thought Riser, who couldn't stop thinking. Meanwhile, the young man with an innocent face replied. You need to turn west for a moment to get there, he said while enjoying the onigiri. Want to? Asked the young man, offering Ajuka. Ajuka-sama, don't, shouted Sona from the horse. Meanwhile, Ajuka stupidly accepted it and sat for a while under the grass while eating the onigiri. Quite delicious. I prefer salmon eggs instead of umeboshi, said Ajuka while chewing his food. Ajuka then took out his drinking bottle containing tea. Want to? Ajuka asked. Yes, thank you, said the young man while drinking tea from Ajuka. So, are you ready to fight now? Asked Ajuka in a joking tone. Of course. What do you want? Frontal war, formation battle, or general versus general, said the young man while looking at Ajuka, who was still eating his onigiri. How about a battle formation first? You arrange your troops first and I won't attack before you advance, said Ajuka while drinking his tea. Okay, I'm the same. By the way, my name is Sora, he said with a smile. Ajuka Beelzebub, replied Ajuka. Wow, it looks like you are destined to die in my hands, said Sora as he got up from the rock and approached his troops. Oh yeah, your troops can't fly in this area, said Sora while giving the formation code to his troops. Ajuka just smiled. Yes, I know, he replied as he left there and arranged his troops' formation. What happened, Ajuka-sama? Sona asked curiously. It's nothing, just normal chit-chat before the war, replied Ajuka, which made them all confused. Minna, I'll tell you one thing. We can't fly here. Therefore, horses are your life. Prepare your weapons and armor really. Don't let yourself die silly, warned Ajuka. Soon there was a signal from Sora's troops and Ajuka saw Ajuka's war formation. There was a strange formation in the form of an octagon formed from Sora's troops, and it seemed that Sora only used 50 of his troops. Ajuka smiled while looking at it. Bagua huh. Interesting, he commented. Okay, do you see the door to the north? That is the living door, and the northwest and northeast are the dead doors. You enter from the southeast and stab in the north. Ajuka ordered his troops. Who wants to be a team leader? Ajuka asked. I am ready, shouted Riser while raising his hands. Oh, Phoenix Kid, okay, I'll give you command. Of 1,000 troops and break the opponent's formation, Ajuka ordered. Good, he said as he spurred his horse along with his troops. Everyone, charge southeast through the north. Advance. You-woo-woo, the troops shouted while spurring their horses. Sora's troops were ready to face Ajuka's troops. Archer, shoot. Sora ordered his south and east battalions to fire on the Ajuka troops. Droot, 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 droot. The lightning-powered arrow flew ready to penetrate the heads of Razor's troops. Razor didn't stay still and released his move. With the power of his fire he made a fire bullet and aimed it at all the arrows. Phoenix bullet, he shouted. All the troops were amazed to see Razor's abilities, and also his temperament has changed a lot from before. Charge, shouted Riser, ordering his troops to attack the southeast. Sora's Titan troops panicked and were in chaos in the southeast. Jrash, hey-ya, shouted the Razor troops, who cut down the Titans one by one with their weapons, both demon swords and light spears. Sora just smiled seeing this. Slowly he raised both hands and changed his formation. Now the north door became west and the southeast door was completely closed. The raising troops were panic-stricken. How is this? They shouted. Without realizing it, the Titans got out of formation and started attacking blindly. Shouted one of the angels whose stomach was cut open by a Titan. Damn, Riser cursed. Then he concentrated his strength and then golden flames enveloped him. Suzaku, he thought as he transformed himself into a large phoenix bird with golden flames. Razor immediately flew towards the Titans to the east and tried to open a path for his troops to escape. "You screamed the Titans as they were burned by the golden flames of the Razor. "All of you! Get out this way!" shouted Riser as he opened the way for his troops. "Okay," they shouted as they rushed out of the encirclement. Riser intended to follow, but suddenly he felt a strong wind pressure that threw him to the ground and made his form return to normal. Is this the Phoenix clan? "Let me test it," said the voice W. Heil, smiling devilishly and placing his palm on Riser's chest. "Deathwave," shouted Sora, who was holding Riser's chest. Bush. Razor's chest was hollow all the way down to his stomach. Luckily his Phoenix ability regenerated it immediately, although very slowly. Sora then threw Razor with little force towards Ajuka. "Come on, 1-0 for me," he shouted with a smile. Meanwhile, Ajuka swiftly caught Riser, who was starting to lose consciousness. "Sorry, Ajuka," he said, then fainted. "It's okay, this time I will go forward," said Ajuka. "Sona, take care of him," Ajuka ordered. "Hai," answered Sona. Sora and Ajuka then came face to face. One-on-one, with Ajuka flapping his 12 wings and Sora floating slowly from the ground. "It seems I can still fly," Ajuka commented casually. "Oh, that's good," commented Sora while pointing at Ajuka and firing air bullets at Ajuka. Ajuka casually blocked it with his demonic aura shield. "Hey, just relax. The battle has just begun," Ajuka said while scratching his head. "Oh, sorry, I'm too excited," said Sora. A few seconds later Ajuka had hovered his feet next to Sora's head. Whoosh! Ajuka's foot splits Sora's head, which becomes gas. Wow, you cheated too," Sora commented while laughing. "Sorry, there is no such thing as cheating in war," Ajuka said while shooting a black beam from his left hand. "Kuroi Ken," he exclaimed while punching Sora. Sora then dodged by stepping backwards and suddenly Ajuka was beside him. Sora swiftly looked at Ajuka, then took out an air bullet from his mouth. Whoosh! Ajuka swiftly used his condensed demonic aura to block Sora's attack. Ajuka, who was conscious, then flew out of the way. Apparently some kind of large air knife shot down from the sky and tried to stab Ajuka. Ajuka, who was flying, felt squashed by a wall of air. Apparently Sora below put his hands together while pointing them towards Ajuka while trying to squeeze him. "Omoshiroi," Ajuka thought as he flew towards Sora at full speed. J-Leb. AGIC circle bearing Beelzebub's symbol came out on Sora's left and right sides, and a large hand appeared which cut off both of Sora's hands. J-Rash. Sora's hand was cut and turned into gas and merged again towards his master. "You were unique, Sora," Ajuka shouted. While throwing a punch at Sora, Sora received it and became gas again. He, you will feel the consequences," Sora said while clenching his hands into fists and pointing his fists at Ajuka. "Catherine," Sora exclaimed. Whoosh! J-Rash. J-Rash. The sound of wind as sharp as a flying sword accompanied by a tornado crashed towards Ajuka. Ajuka, who saw the danger, swiftly aimed his fist at the tornado. "Ho Ken," he shouted while punching the tornado. Brush! The tornado split and multiplied into 9 pieces. Ajuka was surrounded from all directions. Whoosh! Bruick! The sound of the tornado hitting the ground. Apparently Ajuka was already floating above Sora while looking at Sora. "Well, now you will see my abilities, Wind Boy," said Ajuka. Vung! A Kekai appeared which made Ajuka and Sora float. "Well, now that we are in the low gravity zone, without air I will see what you are capable of." Ajuka grinned. "Okay, I'm waiting for your words to come true," sneered Ajuka. Meanwhile in Kushina's camp, "Hey-ah," Kushina shouted while shooting a black laser at Aphrodite. Aphrodite casually fended it off with her bare hands while biting the rose. "Damn, this tin sissy is strong too," cursed Kushina. "HMMPPP, you barbaric woman, just so you know. There is no beauty in your rough body," sneered Aphrodite while throwing her blue rose at Kushina. "Ha ha ha, look how my beautiful rose restores you to your original form, namely a dried corpse," Aphrodite taunted. "Oh hawk." Kushina vomited a lot of blood, it turned out. The rose was poisonous and the poison was very strong. Unlucky, cursed Kushina. Not long after, Kushina collapsed. Aphrodite with a satisfied face approached Kushina's body which was lying weakly. Ha, this is all the power of Lucifer's son. He taunted in a happy tone. Jrash. Suddenly a sword pierced Aphrodite's chest. What? How is that possible? Aphrodite widened her eyes when she looked back to see the stabber who turned out to be Kushina Nyang in all black. Ha, just so you know, I'm already dead, you know. He shouted as he added more thrusts into Aphrodite's chest. It's time for you to die again, Tin Sissy. Kushina shouted. Jrash. Kushina's sword slashed Aphrodite's body and turned her into a dry corpse. Jin, who was staring at Aphrodite's death, could only smile faintly. Useless bastard, he thought. Laughing sarcastically, Valley felt unhappy because he was ignored. What are you looking at? Your opponent is here, said Valley while throwing a punch at Jin. Jin just casually dodged each of Valley's blows. Then Jin snapped his fingers. Mess. He said, and a portal appeared that surrounded Valley from the left, right, bottom, top, back and front. Jrash. Suddenly a group of knives appeared and stabbed Valley from the portal. Uer. Valley groaned receiving this super strong attack. The knives penetrated Valley's armor very quickly as if Valley was only wearing cloth. Brook. Valley fell and collapsed. How? Still interested in fighting me? Asked Jin while laughing. Of course, replied Valley with a happy smile. Suddenly Jin stopped for a moment. General Jin, withdraw from battle. 666 will come in 15 minutes, a voice echoed in Jin's head. Okay, I'll step back first, said Jin as he walked away leaving Valid and the demon troops. Where are you going? Asked Valley. You'll find out later, he said as he walked away from everyone with the titans he left behind. Why did he leave? Thought Valley, but he dismissed the thought and looked at the titans who still had dozens left after fighting hard. Meanwhile at Naruto's place. 666. Naruto exclaimed while chanting several spells. Meanwhile Rias, Akano, Ophis, Kuroka, and Senna were just silent and confused looking at Naruto. What is he reading, huh? They thought. Earth's orbit. A creature measuring 100 meters with a black, spiked tail with 2 pairs of black iron wings was seen flying and opening its black mouth and looked like a dragon. He slowly opened his mouth and shot a Japanese laser. Bum. The shot went off and luckily Naruto used a magic circle to absorb the shot and transfer it towards 666 himself. Dwar. The shot hit 666's body. Naruto then sucked 666 into the chaos dimension. Chaos, who was in the meeting room, didn't let it be that easy. He swiftly changed coordinates 666 to Kushina's location. Kushina and Valley, who were still fighting the titans, were suddenly shocked by the arrival of a very large monster that stared angrily at them. Gruer. 666 shouted while ting out black flames trying to burn Kushina and Valley. Grop. Suddenly a dimensional gap appeared and a red dragon was seen biting 666's neck and slamming its tail towards 666. Great Red. Valley thought, seeing the big red dragon slam 666 to the ground. 666 didn't accept it and waved his barbed tail and tried to whip Great Red. Great Red then shot a large fireball at 666's face. Bum. 666 screamed in pain. 666 then used his jaw and bit Great Red while throwing a fist with his hand that was tinged with pitch-black flames. Bruick. Raw fists flew into Great Red's face. Kushina and Valley were just stunned watching the battle between the two wildest creatures in the universe. What are you doing? Get back quickly, shouted Naruto telepathically in a panicked tone. Okay, we're going back now, Kushina replied. Meanwhile, so this is what I will face, said a long-haired man with a divine aura radiating from his body. Meanwhile Azazel just stared at his opponent's eyes. God incarnate, Azazel thought. Chapter 25. Azazel then approached the man in front of him. If I may know, who are you? He asked in a casual tone with his hands on his hips. Meanwhile Tamiel and Daniel just waited quietly behind Azazel. Shut up, Tamiel, exclaimed a young man with a handsome face with short, thin hair wearing black armor with a trident held tightly. Azazel definitely has reasons to do something, you know that too, he said. While remaining alert, looking at the long-haired man who had been cross-legged on the rock without answering Azazel's question. "It's up to you, Daniel, Tam." Iel answered back in a slightly annoyed tone. According to him there was no point in waiting for an enemy who was as unclear as this. Azazel remained in his position while still asking his enemy, "Who are you if we may know?" Azazel asked in a slightly polite tone. His enemy didn't pay the slightest attention. Tamiel, who was annoyed, then lunged, took out his arrow and tried to kill the man. "Feel it," he said as he shot his light-powered arrow. Droot. The young man didn't pay any attention, he just remained silent and didn't pay attention to the arrow. Not. The arrow stopped in front of the young man and then fell. The young man then stood up while looking bored at them all. It seems you have disturbed my meditation. I will give you a lesson in looking at gods," he said with the aura of a god behind his back. "My name is Shaka. I am the incarnation of the god Shiva," he said while emitting a golden aura which made Tamiel bounce a little. Meanwhile, Azazel just broke out in cold sweat seeing his opponent. "Wow, this looks like it's going to be troublesome," he said while activating the balance breaker. Meanwhile, where Sirzek's troops are. Sirzek was passing through the Eastern route with his troops on horseback with his two representatives, namely Graphia and Saraord Bale. They all continued riding while being alert because they were in a forest area. Bruick, boom, Jedar. Suddenly a commotion occurred in the center of the troops. Sirzek immediately go there and check. "There's WH. What the hell?" he exclaimed, seeing that the center of his troops had been torn apart by someone in the cloud of dust that covered it. Not long after, a young man with black armor and short red hair and bright red eyes appeared from the dust. Sirzek, who saw him, immediately looked at him warily while keeping his distance. "Who are you?" he asked in a very serious tone. The young man just stared for a moment then swung his sword at Sirzek. "My name is Akuto," he said as he darted towards Sirzek. Sirzek had put on an alert pose. Whoosh! Akuto disappeared from Sirzek's sight. Where is he? Sirzek thought while confused. Rash. A sword tried to penetrate Sirzek's armor. Sirzek, who regained consciousness, then turned around and tried to deliver a punch that was coated with the power of destruction. Whoosh! Akuto disappeared again. This time he appeared above Sirzek's head and tried to kick him. But his intention failed because a powerful kick was directed at him. Bruick. Saraorg apparently kicked Akuto with full force. Akuto flinched and wiped off his black blood and tried to stand up. You guys are really strong. Maybe I'd be a bit careless if I tried to ambush you all alone, but I'll try. Then he stuck his sword into the ground and it sank into the ground. Laugh. Arian, he said while lunging towards Sirzek. Saraorg, who was trying to help Sirzek, was suddenly blocked by another Akuto who appeared from the ground in the same form. "Let's fight," said the figure while taking out a rapier from the ground. "Okay, I accept your challenge," shouted Saraorg while swinging his big axe. Meanwhile Sirzek fights the real Aku, while continuing to fend off Akuto's very strong blows. "Damn, if this continues I could lose." "Okay, I'll be serious," said Sirzek while condensing his power of destruction into a black glove. Baron Gauntlet," he shouted while hitting Akuto. Whoosh! Akuto disappeared again. This time Sirzek was more alert. "I knew you would appear there," said Sirzek while hitting the ground, which made the ground split in two and a long crack occurred due to the blow. Meanwhile, Sirzek's soldier was just silent looking at him. They did not dare to disturb the battle. Akuto, who was hit, turned into smoke, and from above appeared the real Akuto with a spear ready to stab Sirzek. Zerash! An ice sword slashed at Akuto's stomach, who was trying to attack Sirzek. "Don't touch Sirzek-sama," shouted the figure, who turned out to be Graphia with an angry face and then approached Sirzek. "Be careful, Sirzek-sama. What we are fighting is all an illusion," said Graphia while looking at Saraorg, who was hitting something that didn't exist. Sirzek came to his senses. "Yes, you're right, Saraorg and I have been hypnotized by his abilities. Now he's disguised as one of us," said Sirzek while putting on an alert pose. You already know my trick, huh? Interesting. Okay, this time I will finish you off in one fell swoop," said the voice that echoed in the forest. Zerash! A slash was heard and everyone woke up and looked for the direction of the slash. Where did that sound come from? Asked Searsex while confused. Here, answered Akuto, who was at a height. Everyone looked up and was shocked and widened their eyes. It appears that Akuto is in the body of a creature that looks transparent but is wearing complete battle clothes and is faded black with a shape like the Japanese god of lightning, Raijin. With 8 small drums attached to his back and a long machete held steadily by the astral figure who is 50 meters tall. Susanoo, said Akuto with a faint smile, while Searsex's side broke out in cold sweat. Meanwhile at the Chaos Palace, Chaos smiled faintly, feeling Akuto's strength. It seems Akuto is serious about using that to slaughter them, said Chaos with a smile. I didn't expect it. I'm using what I stole from another dimension now, he said while drinking wine. Return to Akuto's place. Akuto, whose eyes had changed into a hexagonal pattern, glared at his opponent and then swung his arm. Dude. 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 The drum on the back is struck with the tip of the machete. Jedar. 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 The sound of lightning hitting Searsex's army. Arg! Shouted those, who were immediately burned to ashes because of the attack. Searsex did not remain silent. With full concentration he condensed his power of destruction and created a giant body to fight Akuto. Sing! A giant body measuring 50 meters was formed and was shaped like Lucifer and had a reddish-black color and was present. Searsex in the middle. Heya! Shouted Searsex, who threw his punch at Akuto. Tang! Akuto parried with his machete. Suddenly Susanoo, Akuto's body swayed because of something. It turned out that Graphia and Saraorg had punched Akuto's Susanoo in the leg. Saraorg uses is balance breaker and tries to overthrow the leg, and Graphia tries to make the leg twist. Opportunity, Searsex said. Heya HH. Bruick. A full-powered blow hit Akuto right where he was and sent him flying along with his Susanoo. Meanwhile at Azazel's place, Ha HH. Azazel was out of breath from fighting Shaka. I never thought he was this strong. Azazel thought while holding back the fatigue that was attacking him. Tamiel and Danil seemed to have collapsed and were helpless against Shaka. Shaka, who was watching, just looked bored at Azazel. Give up. Just let this world be destroyed and be purified again, said Shaka. Don't joke. Whether there is a god or not, this world will still exist depending on each person's ability to enjoy it. Azazel shouted as he shot out with his spear of light. It won't be any use, said Shaka as he put his hands together and a yellow light came out of Shaka's hands and was directed towards Azazel. Tenma Kofuku, said Shaka in a soft tone. Blair. The explosion was so powerful that all the Titans and Azazel's troops were destroyed instantly and Tamiel and Danil were thrown far away. Damn! Azazel exclaimed while waiting for death. However, a young man with a black katana was seen blocking the explosion in front of Azazel. Sorry, but I refuse your arrival into my world, he said jokingly. Why you? Azazel looked at him in disbelief. Yes, I'm Thanatos. How are you? He asked while holding back the explosion. Yes, as you can see. Not very good, replied Azazel while standing up in pain. Shaka saw Thanatos then stopped doing his moves. What is God doing here? He asked in a confused tone. I just want to make my little brother happy, that's all, replied Thanatos as he sped towards Shaka. Shaka, who realized that he was fighting a real god, then became alert. Trang, 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 trang. The sound of Thanatos' sword clashing with Shaka's sword or a hand. Thanatos, who saw the gap in the Shaka, then shot a laser from the tip of his finger. Repulse. The laser split into 9 and attacked Shaka from various directions. Shaka, who saw it, did not remain silent. Right, he exclaimed while creating a barrier that protected him from the laser attack. Thanatos, who watched, only smiled faintly. Room, he exclaimed, and the lasers blocked from the barrier spread out and coated the barrier. How? If you come out then you will definitely die. And if not you will just be trapped there forever, said Thanatos while laughing. Shaka just remained silent and concentrated his energy on something out there, specifically a necklace that was sitting on the battlefield. Janma, he shouted as he gathered his energy and his body was transferred somewhere and moved to where the necklace was. Thanatos, who realized it, only smiled faintly. Interesting. I'll see what you have, said Thanatos as he charged there. Shaka was ready and alert. Meanwhile, at Seraphal's place. Seraphal is now facing a green-haired woman wearing a strange white dress. Seraphal realized that it was the enemy and immediately ordered her troops to invade. Charge! Seraphal ordered. Whoa! They all shouted. The woman just remained silent ill waiting for the enemy to be about 100 meters away from her and began to pose like a boss. All of you, I order you to die! Shouted the woman. The Seraphal troops responded. Good. They shouted and they thrust their weapons or shot themselves to death. Seraphal was shocked to see this. What the hell? Half my troops disappeared in an instant, he thought. Seraphal paid close attention and saw something strange with the girl's eyes. So maybe I shouldn't look into that girl's eyes, he thought. Seraphal then gathered her strength and directed it towards the sky and then dropped many blocks of ice towards the woman. Bruick. 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 The block of ice fell but seemed to enclose the woman and a dome was formed which encased the woman and her troops. It turns out there is a labyrinth inside. You all wait here, I'll face him, said Seraphal as she went into the labyrinth. Meanwhile, at the Falbium place. Falbium was now thinking about a war strategy against the enemy in a grassland and soon a yellowish beam shot straight at his face. What was that? He thought, shocked by the attack earlier. It seems Mao does have good reflexes. Okay, I'll try to have fun with you, he said as he walked alone towards Falbium. He appeared to have a sad face with long, silvery hair that reached his shoulders, 2 metallic white wings on his back and a staff in his right hand. His 2 green eyes stared boredly at everyone. Come on, let's create heaven, he said as he smashed his spear into the ground and the ground then slowly cracked and rose upwards along with Falbium and his troops. They then agreed to fly. Who are you? Asked Falbium with a fierce face. My name is Ikaros, I am the sky, he said while aimed his spear and a white dragon with blue eyes appeared, glaring at Mao's troops. Ow! You destroy them, the rest is for me, he said in a sad tone. Oarrggghhhhhh. Shouted Ao the dragon while lunging at the Mao. Falbium intends to help but is blocked by Ikaros' spear. Your opponent is here, he said while shooting a wave of wind towards Falbium. Meanwhile at Monato's place. Trang, trang, trang. The sound of metal clashing between Monato and a green-eyed young man with black lines in his eyes. You are strong, Ulquiorra, said Monato praising his opponent while exchanging sword moves. Thank you, replied Ulquiorra while holding Monato's iron and pointing his index finger at Monato. Sero, he hissed and slowly a green light came out which aimed at Monato. Hup! Monato swiftly avoided the attack while releasing his special mode. Velocidad, he thought as he lunged at his enemy again. Ulquiorra did not remain silent and let out a resurrección cry. Ulquiorra changed his appearance with a pair of large bat wings and his clothes became a robe that extended across his body. Trang. Their 2 weapons, namely Monato's light katana sword and Ulquiorra's light javelin spear, clashed with each other, showing off who was stronger. Monato then took the opportunity and shot a laser with his angel wings. Alto! Monato exclaimed while shooting a person-sized laser at Ulquiorra. He just stared silently then dodged by using his javelin to block Monato's attack. You are really strong, you will give us problems, said Ulquiorra. You'd better be serious now, he continued, releasing his full energy. Chapter 26. Chapter 27. Sora's moaning. Zerash, 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 Zerash. Sora continuously attacks Ajuka with his spear made of air. Meanwhile Ajuka dodged nimbly while holding a black sword with a devil's hand engraved on it. Wow, wow, looks like the Sky General is starting to lose control of himself, mocked Ajuka as he continued to dodge Sora's attacks. Sora, who heard that, could only smile meaningfully. Ajuka, who realized this, looked back and saw various scratches gathered at one point that was almost broken. Damn, he wanted to damage his Kekai with that attack. Ajuka thought in surprise. Haha, looks like you realized it too late. Sora taunted. Sora then aimed his spear and threw it at that point. Unlucky. Ajuka cursed his stupidity. Vung. The spear disappeared when it touched that point. Sora was shocked by what his eyes caught. How is that possible? He thought. Meanwhile Ajuka just smiled faintly. You forgot that my moves are always special, huh? Ajuka asked. I deliberately wanted to make you throw away your unlucky spear. Now you are weak without strength. I have removed the air here, said Ajuka as he dashed and thrust his sword into Sora's stomach, which was still stunned. Oh hawk! Sora spilled blood from his stomach and mouth. His consciousness slowly faded as the blood flowed from his body more and more rapidly. No, I can't die here, Sora thought, then released and caught Ajuka's hand, which was holding the sword, which was still stuck in his stomach. Ah! Sora shouted as he forcefully pulled Ajuka's hand to release the sword with his left hand. Meanwhile, his right hand, which had been flowing with his own blood, now held a red ball of energy made from wind mixed with Sora's blood. Ajuka, who saw this, widened his eyes in disbelief. What? He's using his blood as a weapon, thought Ajuka, who tried to step back but was held back by Sora's left hand. Trixio! Sora shouted as he slammed it straight into Ajuka's chest and made Ajuka bounce. Dwar! Ajuka bounced and hit his Kekai and made the Kekai shatter, and the attack exploded and made Ajuka fall to the ground. Sora, who had just ended his battle, descended with blood black wings, which were of course made from his blood. Looks like I won this time, he said while looking at Ajuka's body lying under his feet.